Law School's 2009 Health and Freedom Conference on this March 13, 2009. My name is Paymon Montahede. I'm the founder and president of Freedom Law School and your host for this conference.
We don't make anybody pronounce your last name, right?
Everybody can call me Paymon. That's the easy way to do it. And folks, I'm very glad that today we have a special presentation for you on the area of health that we haven't had before. After many years of research on the area of health, like I've studied law and freedom, I finally come across an organization who put out good, solid information that I believe has definitive answers on the questions of nutrition and health that we all have been looking for, and I was looking for. So as a result, I've decided to bring you the first vice president of the board of directors of the Price Pottinger Nutrition Foundation, who's a naturopath, an expert on the field of health and nutrition, to give you the presentation today on nutrition and health. Please help me give a warm hand of welcome to Mr. David Getoff.
And one of the good things is that other than my own class, which I've been teaching for, I believe this is the 17th year now, all 3 semesters of the school year. It's a 9-week course down in San Diego. Other than that, almost any time I am brought in to speak, a few exceptions occasionally, it's generally somewhere between 45 minutes and 2 hours. There have been 2 or 3 that have been 4 or 5 hours, very, very infrequently. So I'm always thrilled those times that I do get a good amount of time to talk, because I don't have to try and figure out how much of everything that the people listening to me need to know to be healthy do I have to leave out, because there's no time for it. And we don't have to just pick one little tiny area of fats and oils or proteins or why sugar is bad for you. We can instead sort of give you a mini course and go over a huge amount, which is much more fun and much more beneficial for you. So we've got the PowerPoint up here, and a little different than normal, but that's fine. And again, the basis for physical and emotional health and happiness, really, Weston Price and Frances Marion Pottinger. Those were 2 of our nutrition pioneers. They were around for all the important times in our history when you were still able to do certain things that you can't do today. And that's pretty important, because when Weston Price traveled around the world and went and visited and lived with a number of different societies on our planet, which were still eating in the same way that society had been eating, and their ancestors, their parents, great-parent, and just keep on going back as many generations as you want, the same way. Because our marvelous industrialization hadn't yet infringed on them and given them what is sometimes called in some of the books, and I guess it's appropriate, it's sort of a little peculiar, white man's food. But they were still eating the exact same way. So the only way, and people don't understand this when they look at research studies today, the only way that you can determine, and you need to remember this, and when somebody says something else to you, you can bring this up and say, well, wait a minute, and discuss this. The only way you can ever determine whether a method of eating, I do not like the word diet, because if you look diet up in the dictionary, depending on which dictionary, you're going to find that it is a temporary modification eating plan to try and get a desired result. And I don't want anybody to go on a diet, because if you're going to become healthy, it shouldn't be temporary. So I don't want people to go on a diet. I want people to learn how to eat healthy. Well, again, the only way, and of course computers like to fall asleep, the only way that you can determine what a healthy method of eating is would be to find some group in which at least 4 or 5 generations have been eating the same way. And that's not what we do today. Today we do 10-week studies, 3-month studies, 1-year studies. My goodness, sometimes we even do 5-year studies. Anybody in here want to live 5 years and then die? I don't think so. So basically, we really need to take a look at those things that don't make changes in your health for 25 years, and the change is wrong, and you don't want that change, and avoid it. Well, how are you going to do that when there hasn't been a 25-year study? So we need a multi-generational study in order to find out what type of eating is healthy, and that's what Weston Price decided to do. He believed that the healthiest populations he was going to find were going to be strict vegetarians, and he traveled around the planet living with all these different societies in all sorts of different places, but it was a lot harder to do so. You couldn't pop on a scheduled jet plane and just easily drive over this particular community, because the reason that they were still eating the way their ancestors had eaten is because they were not easily accessible. So that means we're talking about mule trains and donkeys and horses and long treks to be able to get to all of them, because there wasn't any industrialization near them. And he had decided, which is still correct and will never change, facts never change. What we think are facts change all the time, because we were wrong, they weren't facts. The facts never change. What he wanted to find was populations that had been eating the same way for multi-generations, and then find which ones were the healthiest and what are they eating. That's the only way you can isolate or discover proper diet. Again, I don't like the word diet, but that's the way it's often used. Nothing else works. So he did this, and one of the things that bothered him the most, after spending a long, long time visiting and living with these different populations, is that he was wrong. There weren't any vegetarian populations that had extremely good health. And luckily, unlike some scientists we have today where their strings are being pulled by the people that are funding them, he published his work anyway. A lot of times if somebody has been sent out to do something and what they find is opposite to what they were supposedly looking for or being paid to look for, when they find the opposite, it never gets published. To his credit, he still published it, and his book is still available. We keep it available at the Price Pottinger Nutrition Foundation, and the book, which we just lovingly refer to as NPD, is Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, because that's what he was looking for. How nutrition affects, or for that matter, reduces or eliminates physical degeneration when it's correct. So he did not find any vegetarian societies. Even if there were neighboring societies, also still in their traditional diets, that ate lesser amounts of animal proteins and animal fats, they were the ones that were less healthy. So that's the only way you can look at this, and when somebody says this form of vegetarianism is better, that form is better, eat this soy product, eat that, I always say the same thing. If you would like to prove to me that the method of eating that you are telling your patients, students, classrooms, whatever, is truly a healthy method, I will be happy to listen to you. I have a very open mind. I am always learning new things, and I will never stop learning new things. That's what the medical profession likes to do. They leave medical school and they stop. Most often, the better ones continue. Never stop. But what you'll have to do is show me, and I'll settle for one. That'll be enough. Show me one society that for 5 or 6 or 7 generations, or, like Price found, hundreds of generations, have been eating in the method that you are telling me is healthy, and that they have extremely good health in every parameter that we can look at. If you can do that, I will accept that the method of eating that you're telling me is also one of the good methods. That's not what's happening. What's happening is we have people that are pressing the vegetarian button. And we have a lot of different vegetarian buttons. We have strict vegetarianism, which is vegan. We have lacto-vegetarian. We have lacto-ovo-vegetarian, so some have dairy, some have also have eggs. But we have no societies that ever ate that way long term. So even if it made somebody feel very, very healthy, it was doing something their body needed temporarily, and maybe for 2 years or 5 years or 8 years or 10 years or 12 years or 15 years, it was okay for them before their body finally raised its hand and said, I'm missing a whole bunch of things that I haven't been getting, and now I'm going to show you a problem. So I do get patients that come in to see me that have been vegetarian of various types or vegan, and the really, really knowledgeable ones, which is not too many, because most of the vegetarians are eating lots of flour and lots of sugars. And that's vegetarian with, excuse the expression, lots of crap added on top of it. But some people, have a good knowledge, and they've managed to be healthy for maybe 15 years of being strict vegetarian, or maybe even 20, and now their body's starting to fall apart. And so they come to me, and of course, I tell them on the phone beforehand that I won't work with them if their vegetarian diet is more important to them than getting healthy. I'm a health practitioner. I'm here to help you get healthy. So my first question is, which is more important, your way of eating or your desire to turn your health around and get healthier? And maybe one person every 3 or 4 years has said, oh, I could never eat anything of animal origin. And I go, well, then I respectfully decline to work with you, because if you handcuff me and then tell me to help you, I can't help you. The majority of them say, you were recommended so highly, and I'll do whatever you want, but I'm warning you, I'm only going to do it for 6 months. And if I don't feel better within 6 months, I'm going to go back to what I was doing. Well, within 6 months, they feel so much better than they felt in years and years that their vegetarian friends are getting angry at them. Because they go out to a restaurant that has both regular and vegetarian cuisine, and they order a bunch of eggs, an omelet, they order a piece of medium rare beef, and their friends who maybe haven't seen them do this yet go, whatever their name is, Lily, and mostly women, but not all, Amy, Linda, whatever, what are you doing? And then they come and they tell me these stories afterwards in my office on the next appointment, so I get to hear this, and the answer is almost always, I'm feeling better than I felt in the last 25 years, why do you ask? And so then they get into a discussion. So basically you must look at multi-generational eating habits to be able to determine what's going on, and that's what Price did. Meanwhile, what Dr. Pottinger did, and we're going to be going over both of them, is he did a study which also couldn't be done today. And the reason the Price study couldn't be done today is because if you go around the world to where all of these different tribal populations are, most of them have now had civilization encroach on their areas so closely that a lot of the things that the civilization has brought, white flour, white sugar, all sorts of processed foods, which can then be kept forever, some of those are now being consumed and they're losing their health. So finding these populations that actually are still eating the same way that their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were eating is becoming much, much more difficult. So it's very hard to do that research today. Well, Dr. Pottinger's research, which we're also going to look at, it can't be done today because of, and I'm not saying this is a put down, but because of animal rights activism. You can't take hundreds of cats and feed them various different ways and watch them get sicker and sicker on some of this stuff and continue to feed them that way and then sacrifice them. I love that word, sacrifice them. It's called kill them. To take a look at their bone structure and their different organs and everything else would be very, very difficult because we don't want to raise animals for the purpose of killing them. It's sort of like we can do that with mice, and we can do it with rats, but we don't want to do it with cats because those are our friends. And I can't be against that because I don't like the way we treat animals either. I love my cats dearly. They're part of my family. And I actually go so far as to say if somebody has cats or dogs, and this could go to other pets, but those are the ones that I think of. If you don't treat them like your kids, don't have cats or dogs. Because if you're not going to treat them as well as you would treat your kids, why do you have the animals? I mean, heck, they give you unconditional love. They give you something you can't get anywhere else. Let's treat them in the same way we would others. So let's take a look and go through here. Dr. Price, again, as we went over, traveled around the world studying these populations. And one of the things that was interesting is, which of course makes perfect sense, different parts of the world, you don't have the same foods. You don't have the same birds, you don't have the same fish, you don't have the same mammals, you really don't have the same of anything. So they weren't all eating the same food, and yet they had perfect health into old age. They had no arthritis, they had no cancer, they had no heart disease. They had a full set of teeth because the jaws were large enough to accept them all. They weren't falling out, they weren't misshapen or in different places. They didn't need something that they had never heard of called orthodontia. They didn't need to use something which hadn't yet been invented called dental floss, and they still had perfect teeth. So we're taught, well, if you don't floss your teeth all the time, you're going to lose it. No, they didn't lose it. There was no dental floss. So therefore, what he was showing was that all of this health had more to do with diet than any other single thing. Now, that's what's promoted by the book. I have to add something to that because it's not 100% true. There are two things that are super, super important for long-term health. One of them is what you eat or don't eat. The second is your body's ability to eliminate all of the tremendous amount of toxins that we are exposed to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 and a quarter days a year. And our bodies weren't designed. Whoever designed them, I try not to get into that. Let somebody else talk about that. How we were put on this planet, I have no idea. Maybe it was aliens. But whatever it was, however we got here, that's not important. From that point on, for the first millions of years, all of the chemicals that we're exposed to every day, the chemicals they use to purify our water, the chemicals that they use to clean our clothes, the chemicals they use to put stain-resistant things into the carpets, the chemicals they're used to make our paints. I mean, you name it, none of them existed. So we were never originally designed by whoever to be able to eliminate the humongous plethora of chemicals that we now have to get rid of, and so toxins start to build up. So it's both foods, which we need more of the right ones and less of the wrong ones, and some ability to get rid of all sorts of chemicals. So we'll be going over that later in the lecture, having to do with, you need to support your liver and kidney function so you can get things out. But as I say up here, all of these were whole foods, unrefined, unpackaged, full fat. Well, I think it's very, very interesting because we always talk about low fat this, low fat that. Nobody ever says full fat. Well, really, if it weren't for the fact that we're trying to be manipulated, that's called marketing. That's what they do. They're trying to get us to buy what they want us to buy. That's marketing and salesmanship. If we weren't trying to be manipulated, then we wouldn't have anybody talk about things in the current ways they use. In other words, we would have natural milk and cooked milk. Instead of making pasteurized seem that it's better, it would be natural milk and cooked milk. We would have standard natural chicken and reduced nutrition chicken. And that could be boneless or boneless, skinless. They're pulling things out that are part of the nutrients. Nobody ever says that. And it's very peculiar that the way we've been trained, we don't understand some of these things that are going on. So if somebody sends you to the store and they want you to buy milk, today they're usually going to have to put some designators on there. Right? They want you to buy whole milk. They want you to buy raw milk, pasteurized milk, homogenized milk. I mean, somebody has to say something. Nobody goes to the store and please buy me some raw carrots and some raw broccoli. That's understood. If somebody says bring home some broccoli and cauliflower carrots, it's going to be raw. The other thing is that we accept that nature, who may be perfect, is not invariable. Things change. So if somebody brings back a bag of carrots and no two carrots look alike, that's okay. Wow, what a peculiar thing. But if you were to open up 4 containers of the exact same brand of yogurt, and one of them was much of a different color, and another one was much thicker, and another one has a bunch of wateriness on top, oh, there's got to be something wrong with quality control because we're manufacturing those. And so they have to do things in the manufacture of foods to make them worse for us. So you can't buy raw yogurt in any store. You make it yourself, but you can't buy raw yogurt. Why? Because the first step in the process of manufacturing yogurt is to scald the milk. You have to kill every single bacteria that was in there, even if they were good ones, because you need to introduce exactly the right amount of your bacteria, and then keep it at a specific temperature for a specific number of minutes to make certain that every one of those is going to look the same. Well, you might almost think, well, okay, how can we tell if a food is really healthy? One way that nobody's ever said in any lecture that I've ever heard is that if you have 4 of that, they shouldn't look the same. If you have 4 eggs, you should be able to tell some differences. If you have 4 chickens, they shouldn't look identical. If you have 4 cattle, somebody that knows them and raised them would be able to know which one was which, just like people and cats. If they all look exactly identical, much less likely that they're as healthy for you. Because nature doesn't make identical very well, with the exception of identical twins, which is about as close as you can get. So we have unpackaged, unrefined, full fat, and raised by nature. Well, why is raised by nature important? Because the only thing, if you want to call it a thing, that knows how to eat what it was supposed to eat is that species itself. With the exception of humans, because we've been given so much erroneous information, we no longer know what we're supposed to eat. Which is one of the reasons that you're in this lecture, so you can learn a little bit more. So if you want the healthiest of any species, then you find the one that's out as far away from people as possible, so it's not also eating our non-organic produce and gardens and things that we've got, but is instead eating what it's supposed to out in the wild, and you watch and see what does it eat. And that's how you learn what that species is supposed to eat. And if anybody here can find me any form of wild cattle that are going to the store and buying bags of dried corn and putting them in a trough and eating them so we can say corn-fed beef, then I will be very surprised, and I'd like to know where it is because I want to find these cattle that can go to the store, pay for stuff, and do that. So therefore, we don't want corn-fed beef, we want grass-fed beef. I like to just say nature-fed, because if nature's feeding them, it's correct. And always be careful, anytime you're listening to somebody tell you how an animal was raised, if they're not the group that was raising it, in other words, you're at a store, good store, Whole Foods, they've got lots of garbage and lots of good stuff, because if they didn't have the garbage, they'd be out of business. Because, you know, people go there, and if somebody had to go to 5 different stores for shopping, they're not going to go to all of them. So every store that has good things, also have some of the bad ones, so they can make enough money. But if you go in there, you will find hormone-free, antibiotic-free beef. And all the fatty acids inside it are wrong, because it was hormone-free, antibiotic-free, grain-fed beef. So you have to say, where's the grass-fed beef? They'll show you, that's over here. And then if you want to make certain that it's really, really healthy, you've got to find out from somebody that knows, that isn't just making it up to tell you something. Grass-fed for what portion of its life? The proper answer is birth to death. And for example, there is a grade of beef, not a grade of beef, but a brand of beef in Southern California. And I try not to, I mention the brands I like, because nobody will sue me for that. You've got an interesting society here, and of course this is the Freedom Law School, so a lot of you already know some of that. But nobody ever sues you for complimenting them. So I don't give the brands that I don't like, I give the brands I do like, but I still talk about them. And we have a brand in Southern California which says on it that it is hormone-free and antibiotic-free. They even give out bumper stickers, hormone-free, antibiotic-free, and it's got the name of that particular beef. Well, I mentioned this once to one of the other hormone-free, antibiotic-free companies, to the owner of the other company, and he started laughing. I said, this is not a good sign. Why is that funny? He said, yeah, hormone-free, antibiotic-free, you know, but after, that's for the last like 90 days before they slaughter the animal. I went, wait a minute, only 90 days? How about the rest of his life? Oh, no, they put a hormonal time-released implant under the skin of the animal, which makes it grow faster than nature wants it to, which makes it get sick all the time, so they have antibiotics in its food. And then 90 days before they slaughter the animal, they remove the implant, they stop feeding it antibiotics, and that's what they're labeling hormone-free, antibiotic-free. I said, and this is years ago, I mean, now I've known this stuff for a long time. I said, excuse me, but how is that hormone-free and antibiotic-free? He said it's not, but it meets the United States Department of Agriculture standards for that claim. So I went into one of the health food stores that carries that brand, and I said, I need the phone number for this ranch. They gave it to me. I called them up, they picked up the phone. I said, can I talk to somebody about the way your cattle are raised? And she said, sure. She transfers me, and this woman picks up the phone, nutrition department, can I help you? Thinking, cattle ranch, and they have a nutrition department. That's interesting. You have to be careful when you ask questions. Remember this for the rest of your life. Make sure you ask a question in a way that people can't get around giving you the truth. So if I had said, is your beef really hormone-free and antibiotic-free? Well, they have the government right to say that. So she would say, of course, we couldn't say it if it wasn't true. And then I'd go away without getting the answer that I really wanted to know. So I said, I understand that the U.S. Department of Agriculture allows the hormone-free, antibiotic-free claim if you go 90 days at the end with no hormones and antibiotics. Is that what you're doing? And the woman said, that is exactly what we're doing, sir. Sometimes we go a few days more. So basically, I gave her the rope to hang herself, and she hung herself very nicely. But you have to ask these questions correctly. So you want birth to death as a proper answer. Very often, they what is called finish. That's the last few months. They finish on grain because that quickly puts a lot of fat and marbling in. Because, of course, any farmer knows if you want to get your animals fat, then you simply do what the public does in the United States. You eat a lot of grains. You know, you eat bread, and you eat pasta, and you eat corn, you eat chips, and all these different things. And they know that, so they feed them grains, and they get fat real fast. So we want raised by nature, the way it's supposed to be, full fat, and unrefined and unpackaged. And just a real quick note, if you think about it, if you are packaging something, And what you're doing is basically you're trying to make it last for a longer amount of time. That's really the purpose of what's being done. The vast majority, some of it has to do with taste, if they want you to get your brand over their brand, but predominantly we want it to last longer. Because if things go bad on the shelf, they get thrown out, it costs a lot of money. So the purpose is to add something that will make it last a much longer amount of time. Well, the last time I thought about it, in order to be healthy, we have to chew up, break down, and assimilate all the nutrients. That's the exact opposite of preservation. So anything they're doing to make it last a long time is helping to see to it that you can't get as many of the nutrients that you should be getting from that food, because they're trying to make it not break down. If it breaks down, it's going to go bad. So Dr. Price's book, which we keep in print at the foundation, as I said, it's called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. And we've been keeping this in print for many, many decades. We are the copyright holder. We carry all of Dr. Price's original research. We have all of the thousands and thousands of photographs that he took throughout his life on all of his travels. And so anytime you see them up anywhere, they're actually our photos, and theoretically they should have our copyright on them. Some people violate those, and if they're getting good information out, I like that, but I always like to give credit where credit is due. And this particular cover here, this is the first time, for those of you that, how many people in here have ever, well, not even forget, heard of the book? How many people here have read or have a copy of Nutrition and Physical Degeneration? Okay, good, quite a number of you. We've always just republished the book. I mean, it's his book. But since we have the rights to all the work, and since we have all of his information, we decided when we ran low on books that it was time to republish it again, or reprint it again, that we were actually going to add some more of his information, even though he's not with us anymore. So we put in hundreds of new photographs, a whole bunch more of his additional information. We had the original photographs that when they were first done in the book, which is decades ago, we didn't have technology as good as we do today. So the photographs weren't as crisp as they could be, but we had all the originals. They were all ours. We're the copyright holder. So we brought all the original slides out, located them in his thousands and thousands of slides, and had them re-looked at, cleaned up, and so we've got many more photos, much clearer photos, and some more of his information in the new edition which came out. So hundreds of original photos, descriptions, and he, depicting all the problems that occurred when everybody was switching over to white man's food. And this is just one of the many pictures in the book. Because he was a dentist, what he really, really wanted to look at was teeth. And it's very, very interesting because we now know, maybe over the last 5 to 10 years, it's still relatively new and most doctors are not taught this and they don't know it, but that the mouth is a very good view into the body, because since the tissues of the mouth replace and regenerate more quickly than most of our other tissues. That's the reason you can burn your mouth or have a problem in there, get a sore, and 2 days later it's gone. Whereas if you did that on your skin, it's not going to be gone in 2 days. It doesn't heal as quickly. So things happen more quickly. So sometimes anybody having any kind of problem in the mouth is simply a little mirror into the body saying, okay, there's some nutrition problems here that need to be addressed. So he always looked at that, and he found it fascinating because he's looking at these people that are 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 and more years old, and they have all their teeth, and they're in the right positions, and everything looks great, and the older people are still throwing an elk over their shoulder and bring it in after they've carried it, and we have people 20 years less aged in the United States, and they're already on anti-arthritis drugs. So it was fascinating, and that's what he was looking at. He was looking at that as well as their overall health. He always marveled at their teeth and lack of problems as long as they were eating the traditional diets. Tribe after tribe, full fat, everything was fine. And then he made a point of seeing that in some of the tribes, some of the population, sometimes it was the younger, sometimes it was just one particular person, that went into town and lived for a while in town or was willing to eat some of these other white man's foods. And even in sisters, the older sister had the full face that you normally see on traditional populations all around the world. And the younger sister, you already have a much narrower face, because when you don't have really, really good nutrition, when things are missing for a long enough period of time, you end up with the body not being able to rebuild everything to the genetic blueprint that our DNA has. And very, very quickly, you start having misshapen teeth and needing, of course, they didn't know about this, but with our kids, they all go in for orthodontia. It's really very, very sad. To add to the sadness, we have marketing. So marketing says that Twiggy, is what we're supposed to look like. We're all supposed to be super, super, super skinny. No, we're not supposed to be super skinny. We're supposed to be whatever a normal weight would be, which is very often less than a lot of men weigh, and very often less than a lot of women weigh. But the women who are, let's say, in the profession, such as actress or models, many of them have all sorts of emotional disorders in which it may not exactly be diagnosed as anorexia or bulimia, but they look in the mirror and they don't see themselves as skinny as we see them. So he didn't find fat people, but he didn't find skinny people either. So this is a big difference there that we have to take a look at. He was continually finding deformed and missing teeth as soon as anything was consumed for a while that was a problem. This particular child, we've got a whole bunch of teeth that don't fit. We've got teeth that are totally out of place. And again, Price has thousands and thousands of photographs. We actually have many of them all together on something called Price's 7 Lessons. This is available from the foundation in a PowerPoint. And it has huge numbers of his photographs with his words of the descriptions of what you're looking for. And this was originally done, of course, in writing. And now we have technology, which sometimes even works correctly occasionally. And so the 7 Lessons is on a PowerPoint where you can slowly go through the 7 lessons that he gave decades ago with the photographs explaining what it is you're looking at. And we have the 7 lessons available to the public. He did not find these tribal members only healthy and robust. He also didn't find any obesity. And again, we have different definitions of obesity because in the United States, and actually I guess around the world, we have to define everything. We have this major reason that for some reason everything has to have a distinct definition, especially in medicine. So somebody has to give a name to every single thing, which causes problems because sometimes there can be 10 different causes to something that has one name. And so the name doesn't really help you unless you're prescribing a drug. Because that doesn't tell you what cause it is, it just tells you how to suppress the symptom. Well, so we have obesity, and obesity has to do with the body mass index and a number of different figures. And it's not always accurate. My brother, for example, the body mass index would be totally inaccurate because my brother is, in his retirement, is a personal trainer. He's 6 years younger than I am, 1 inch shorter than I am, and 35 pounds heavier than I am. And yet, he is not obese because his fat percentage is actually below where I would want it to be because it's all muscle. So you have to be careful what you label different things when you're just using something like that. They never found anything with obesity as far as in these tribes, although some people might look and go, well, they can all use to lose a little weight. And I would go, really? Okay. Find somebody in your family that's going to live as long as they will, be as healthy as they are, have no medical or health problems of any kind, and if you can do that, I'll consider that you have some real reason for saying that some of those populations maybe should be a little lower in weight. And again, they're not obese. They simply aren't skinny, because skinny is not healthy. And weight doesn't necessarily directly show health anyway, because I have men and women that I've worked with for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, whatever, who, for whatever reason, may be 30 pounds more than I would like them to be, but because they are now eating super healthy, they're probably 300 or 400% healthier than lots of their friends that are skinnier. So weight doesn't tell you absolutely that somebody is healthy or not, but it does give you a little bit of an indication, and we shouldn't want people to be as skinny as some people want. Well, the United States CDC, Centers for Disease Control, which have the nerve to incorrectly add another designation to themselves a number of years ago. They now call themselves the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which is nonsense, because they don't work on prevention at all. But in any event, they started gathering data to take a look at obesity. And it's really fascinating, and you can all get this PowerPoint if you go to the CDC website, which is cdc.gov, and when it pops up, you go into their little search box, and you type in obesity trends in the US. And it will bring you to their page that has this PowerPoint. This study has been going on for a long time, and every year or so it gets updated. statistics take quite a number of years to be accumulated. So usually, for example, the newest version, which I just downloaded a few months ago, brings it up to, as I have up here, 2007. And we're in 2009 right now. So they're a couple years behind. But I mean, I remember a couple years ago, every year I'll go in and get the new statistics, so I have the most current one. And they're basing it all on body mass index. But it's absolutely fascinating. So what they do is, starting with the beginning of the study, which as it says is 1985, and they're looking at the percentage of the population in that state that is clinically listed as obese based on current standards. And so the area that is in black are those states that they have not yet gotten enough data in to be able to include in the study. That'll change as we go forward. The area that is light blue is where under 10% of the population of that state is classified as obese. And the slightly darker blue is where 10 to 14% of that state is classified as obese. So right now we have a lot of states in 1985 when they started the study that were not yet reporting. So we go one more year, and we have a couple more states that are reporting to 1986. And we go to 1987, now we have many, many more states that are reporting. And you'll notice that many of those states that are reporting are not coming in at less than 10% obese. They're coming in at 10 to 14% obese. That's already a pretty large number. I mean, for 10 to 14% of an entire state to be listed based, even though our standards aren't exact, as obese, that's an awful lot of people. So we start going from year to year here. Now we got 1988, 1989, 1990. We only have about 5 states so far that are not reporting. And again, the vast majority of the United States is 10 to 14% of the population of the entire state is classified as obese. So we go up to 1991, let's go up to 1992. We now have 2 states only that are not reporting. And what just happened? We have a new category. Because we now have a number of states where instead of 10 to 14% of their population being obese, it's 15 to 19%. I mean, 10 to 14% is an awful lot. To say that 10 to 14% of an entire state is obese, and then they need a new category for 15 to 19%. So we keep on going, 1993, and we'll stop on 1994 because now every single state is reporting. So we have no black areas. And what do we have? We have the vast majority is 10 to 14% obese, let's say 2/3 approximately, and 1/3 is 15 to 19% obese. There isn't a single state left which has 10% or less of the population obese. That's very, very scary. And of course that shows what we're eating all the time. So every time we go up another year, what's happening here is a whole bunch of states that were 10 to 14% obese have now switched over to 15 to 19% in 1995. And you get to 1996, now we've got a whole bunch of additional states that are going from 10 to 14 to 15 to 19. But lo and behold, we get to 1997, and again we need another category because all of a sudden in 1997, 3 states came in as having more than 20% of the population obese. Actually, that's the mathematical symbol for equal to or greater than 20% of the population being obese. So here I'm getting upset that we had even 10 to 14%, and now we need a 4th category where we have, the first category was just no data, equal to or greater than 20% of the population being obese. And what's happening as this is going on? I mean, where is this all coming from? Because obviously, people don't want to be obese. I mean, nobody wants to be super, super heavy. It's no fun to be carrying around 20 or 30 or 50 or 200, whatever, more pounds of weight than your body was designed for. And lots and lots and lots of people, including huge percentages of the ones that weigh more than they should, don't want to. And many of them, because I see them in my classes, many of them are working to try and lose their weight. But nobody ever taught them what's correct. And if you take a look at the most ridiculous designation of health, which basically is an exceptionally good way to hurt yourself, that's called the USDA food pyramid. So here we've got a group of people that has nothing to do with being nutrition professionals, putting together something telling the population how to eat, which is totally ludicrous. And what's the largest area on the food pyramid? The largest area is grains. And what did I say every farmer knows if he wants to get his cattle or animals fat the fastest? What do you feed them? Grains. So we're telling everybody what you need to do is eat grains. The only thing that's changed in this new latest food pyramid that they came out with last year, other than they added color to it, is that now they say, well, you should maybe have some of your grains be whole grains. Okay. I always like to tell people that the difference between a whole grain and a processed grain is that with a whole grain, while you are eating predominantly starch, spiking your blood sugar level, reducing your immune function, and trying to get yourself to be more likely to be overweight, even if you may not be at the moment, or if not, at least to be more likely to be diabetic, you're getting a little bit more nutrients. That's the difference between the whole grain and the other grain. But with the whole grain, while you're doing all those bad things, you're getting a little bit more nutrients. That doesn't mean people should never eat grains. We're going to go over that later in the lecture. It's just that the quantity that we're eating is way too high, and our government is pushing that. And they've got this tiny little area we're supposed to eat very little fat. You can't lose weight on a low-fat diet. It's not possible. We're going to go over that. So everybody is pushing us in this direction. And that's my biggest complaint. The reason I started teaching classes 17 years ago was specifically because I knew that only a small percentage of the population really wants to be healthier. It's sad, but the majority of people just say, if I get sick, I'll go to the doctor. And of those percentages that want to be healthier, we reduce that again because only a small number of them are willing to change something to be healthier, other than maybe take a pill. And people call me up and they go, I've been told that you're very good at what you do. I'd like to make an appointment to find out what nutrients I need to make me healthier. And I go, you mean what, supplements? Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I meant supplements. Well, if you're coming to me specifically for me to prescribe a bunch of supplements to you, and you're not willing to radically change your diet, again, I hate that word, but radically change the way you eat, then you're wasting your time. Because 70 to 90% of what will change your health is altering what you eat. And the other part of that was we can speed things up more with different supplements and detox and stuff like that, but altering what you eat is going to be the biggest difference. And people that don't want to do that, they're wasting their time. I mean, I've got people waiting 2-3 months to see me. I'd rather have somebody that comes in that wants to and is willing to make all those changes. So to get up to equal to or greater than 20% of the population of the entire state being obese is rather disgusting, but of course, obviously, as you would figure, as we start going forward, now we're at 1998, what happens is a larger number of states that were 15 to 19 are now 20% and greater. We go up to 1999, and all of a sudden, just in 1 year, it's sort of like somebody came out and said, hey, everybody, eat more whole grains. That could have done this. That could have done this all by its lonesome self. If somebody came out in the public and a whole large group of people said, well, you know, we've been eating this beef and this chicken and all these eggs, but the government's telling us if we want to be healthier, we need to eat more whole grains. Well, you only have just so much room in your stomach. You have so much ability to eat before you're full. And so if you bring in a whole bunch of more whole grains, which are much better than processed grains, don't get me wrong, but you bring in a whole bunch more whole grains, what did you remove? Okay, if you only removed processed grains, then you're doing a good thing. Always remember that. If you're changing a processed grain to a whole grain, you're doing a good thing. But if people instead are looking at these things where you should be eating Cheerios, and you should be eating All Bran, and you should be eating all the different cereals which are talking about we're adding some more whole grain to it. And so a whole bunch of people who were previously having eggs for breakfast, or steak for breakfast, or leftover chicken for breakfast, or fish or something like that, they go, well, yeah, it really is too much cholesterol, we'll go over that, or too much protein, we'll go over that, all of which is wrong. You'd be better off with those things that you were eating before. But maybe we should have a healthy breakfast, which it isn't, of a bowl of some kind of whole grain cereal. And what happens? Well, you know, we get more and more obesity because they're actually going in the wrong direction. So we go to the year 2000, We've got one state left in the entire country, was that Colorado, that is only 15 to 19% obese. Every other state is either, 10 to 14%. Every other state is 15 to 19 or 20% or above. And oh my goodness, 2001, here we go again, we need a new category. So in 2001, we now need a category for states in which equal to or greater than 25% of their entire population is clinically classified as being obese. And this is just getting scarier and scarier and scarier. And what is our government doing? Promoting this. Continuing to promote this. Eat more grains. Fats are bad for you. Don't eat too much protein. Don't eat the way our ancestors ate. Don't eat the way that if they hadn't eaten that way, we might not even be here today. Let's instead do all the things that are promoting the big industry, because that's where the money is. I mean, two people who probably did more to destroy our health than most other people out there. And there are quite a number, I'm just picking on two. Because these people did both exist, although a lot of people didn't realize that these are real people, were Mr. Post and Mr. Kellogg. Now, Harvey Kellogg was actually a health practitioner and knew a lot, but that had nothing to do with promoting all the wrong things. There's a big book, which you can still get for a few $100s. I've got a copy in my library called the Kellogg Report, where a lot of the things are gone over, and he was actually asked at one point, what did he think about the study that was done back then? It showed that if you had, I don't remember if it was mice or rats, and they fed one group nothing. All they had was water. They fed a second group mice or mouse chow, and a third group was given puffed wheat, like one of their cereals. And the group that was given puffed wheat died sooner than the ones that were given water only. Because somehow or other, when you puff or pop a grain in the way that it's done commercially, not in the way we do it at home when you make popcorn, which is another problem, but it's different. When you do it the way it's done commercially, where you put thousands and thousands of pounds of pressure on the grain, and then rapidly release the pressure, and they expand out, it does something to probably the proteins, making them harmful. And therefore, the animals that were eating just that died sooner. And his answer was, well, I didn't ask anybody to eat the stuff. Excuse me, you're manufacturing as a cereal? I mean, you know, people don't usually throw puffed rice on people's weddings. So we go up to 2002, and we now have 3 states that are 25% or above obese, and a little bit more than half the country, not quite 2/3, that's 20 to 24%. We go to 2003, we've got 4 states. We basically don't have too many states left. We have no states that are below 10% of obesity. We have no states that are 10 to 14% obesity. We have maybe a quarter of the states that are 15 to 19, approximately the rest of the country being 20 to 24, and 4 states that shine out as 25% or above obese. And now we get to 2004. And of course the same thing keeps on happening. We keep on going up and up and up and up everywhere. It's really, it never ceases to astound me. Every time I have enough time, if I give a half-hour lecture, I don't put this in, but every time I have enough time, I always like to add this in because it's very important for people to know this. And it's also nice for you to know you can get on the CDC website, download this yourself, and show it to people on your computer. People have no idea how what we are telling people to do, what it is doing to the health of our population. So we go to 2005, we have another category. Okay? We now have the little dotted category, which is equal or greater than 30% of the population of that state being obese based on government standards. And when it popped in 3 states. So again, Colorado, you know, a little bit more people out there in the sun and running around and doing more exercise, often ends up being the lagger, which is one of the places you want to lag, and not going forward. I'm going to hold questions. Any questions you have, please write them down. I don't want you to forget them, but to make it easier whenever we're recording, we do them at the end. So we've got 3 states that 30% or greater are obese. We're now up to between a quarter and a third of the country as 25 to 29% of the population of those states being obese, and pretty much almost everybody else except for 4 states is 25 to 29%. So we go up one more. We've got 2006, the year before 07, because 07 is the last year of the current study. They're busy compiling. And we just keep on going. We still have the same states with the 30%, and we've got a couple more that have jumped from 20 to 24 to 25 to 29. And then the last year that we currently have, one of the things I like about their PowerPoint actually is that it's not downloadable in a restricted manner. A lot of PowerPoints, and they could have done that, it would have been fine also, are downloaded in a way that you can't do anything to them. Whereas this one is downloaded in an open form. So I added this last year of report in there, just that way I always know where it's there and I can change it if I need to, but I mean there's nothing else that's being changed. So, here we've got, I don't know, somewhere getting close to 2/3 of the country is 25 to 29% of the entire state being classified as obese. We've got a couple little states and a few big states that are 30% or over. Colorado is managing to hold only 20 to 24%, which of course looked awful when that was the highest color on the chart. But now that it's the lowest color on the chart, it looks desirable. And, it's just so forceful a method of showing people what's going on in our society, what's happening to the society. When somebody says more and more people are getting obese, or you read it in the newspaper, or you hear it on the radio, it's not the same as seeing it this way. This really, really forcefully shows what's going on, and it's all diet. And that's very important to understand. People do not understand that. It is all diet. Very, very little of anything else. So, for example, how many of you feel that our couch potato lifestyle is the main cause of the obesity trend? Well, it's not our fault we're getting fat. It's not our children's fault that they're fat. There are no specific foods that make us fat. Oh, yes, there are. Just too many calories and too little exercise. That's all wrong. The problem is actually that too many people do, in fact, believe that it's not our fault, and that the largest groups of people that believe that, physicians and registered dietitians, are the two groups, and they believe it because they were taught it. I mean, let's be fair. This is what they're being taught in school, and they're simply parroting back to their population what they were taught. It's very, very sad because those are the two groups in the United States that the population generally looks up to for information on health. And if somebody goes to the doctor and, there's got to be something I can do, well, let me set you up with an appointment with my registered dietitian, and we'll put you on, usually it's a woman, so on her diet, it doesn't have to be. And what I most often find, because I get a lot of people that come into me and they say, I work with this registered dietitian in my doctor's office, and after 6 weeks or after 6 months, whatever it is they decide to do, either of two things generally happens. And I guess it's possible somebody could lose a little weight, but I see an awful lot of patients. And usually what they say is, so I went on her program, and the two things that I get back as feedback is, and I gained a couple more pounds, or it didn't help at all, those two. Why? Because everything they're taught is not what the research shows. They're being taught things based on the fact that the group that certifies dietitians, the American Dietetic Association, the ADA, two of my most unfavorite groups end up having the same initials. ADA, American Dietetic Association, American Dental Association. Both of them have everything wrong. Luckily, all the dietitians don't, because some of them have gone out further and learned more. But the groups that are certifying them have everything wrong. So they're busy telling people stay away from fat, eat lots of whole grains, don't eat too many eggs, all the things that are continuing to push our society in the wrong direction, into obesity. So everybody believes this, and the people that we're going to for help are continuing to say it. So, the well-documented but little-known causes of obesity are the wrong food choices. And if there was one particular thing that you hear the most often, TV, radio, newspaper, whatever, the most often as to the reason that our population is overweight, it's always the same thing. I don't think a month goes by that I don't hear somebody say this, that we are not exercising enough. Now, there's no question that we're not exercising enough. I mean, I'm not going to say that we are exercising enough. We're not, because we no longer have exercise-type lifestyles. Unless what you do for a living is deliver newspapers, and even then, it's your arm, right? They're not on a bike anymore. They're throwing it out the window of the van while Dad's driving. So that's not exercising either, unless you call your arm exercise. If you're a personal trainer or a Pilates instructor or one of those things, then you're getting exercise. If you're a yoga instructor, you're getting some exercise. But in general, we do not get enough exercise. We sit in one place for what most people do. or we then get up and sit in another place. You get up and sit in your car, you go someplace, you get up and you walk all the way, into your office, and just simple little things that some of the better health practitioners will occasionally mention to their clients or patients is whenever you go someplace, please park 3 times further away than you normally would. Don't take the closest space. Park up to 2 blocks away. Unless it's pouring or hailing, even that little is so much more than you were getting that it's a help. But nonetheless, what's important to understand is lack of exercise, which is not healthy, we need to exercise more, is not, absolutely not the reason for the problem. The reason for the problem is food. And there was a study done, my time sense has gone off a little because the wildfires that you were all watching on TV in 2007 that burned down 160,000 acres in Southern California, my home, my office, and my storage facility were among what was destroyed. So a couple things sort of went out. The stories on my website, davidgetoff.com, will redirect you to the website. But ever since then, a couple things as far as when this happened, when, or something else. There was a study that was done, might have been last year, might have been 2 years ago, in which they wanted to see, and I'm glad they did a study, because I've always known this, but it was nice to have a published study verified. They took a bunch of people and put them on an appropriate diet for weight loss. And then they split them in half, and half of the group, they added a good exercise program to see how much more weight loss would be gained when there was an exercise program added in as well. It gained an additional 10% of weight loss. 90% of the weight loss was based specifically on diet. And that's very important for people to understand. So when somebody tells me, there's no sense in my changing what I'm eating to try and lose weight because I don't have time to exercise and so it's not going to help. Nonsense. If you don't have time to exercise, you're not going to get the benefits of exercise. I would like you to get them. However, eating makes so much of a difference, it still matters. And please, just to add a little other extra thing in here, there was a study done decades ago by Nike shoes, and it was done with professional athletes. And what they found in the study was that, and this is only applicable to professional athletes, that the professional athletes, in order to get additional benefit from exercise, had to do 20 minutes of exercise at least 3 times a week to their target heart rate, which has to be determined. That study was picked up by the media all over the place, and they never mentioned that it was only professional athletes. So a lot of people out there who don't realize that they're completely wrong will tell the population, or their clients, or their patients, or in some lecture hall, that don't bother to exercise if you're not going to be able to do 20 minutes, 3 times a week or more, to your target heart rate, because it doesn't do anything. That's not true. That is incorrect information. I try to temper my use of the word lie, because lying is when the person speaking knows they're saying something that is not true. Most of the people that have given you information that is 100% wrong were not lying. They were ignorant. Ignorant is simply they didn't know. So if you say something and you're completely wrong, but you think you're right, it's just as wrong, but you weren't lying. So lots of people are incorrectly educating their patient population that if you can't do at least 20 minutes 3 times a week, don't bother, when that's only true for professional athletes because they do so much exercise as part of what they're doing that to get an additional benefit, adding an exercise program to what they already do that's majorly exercise-like, they'd have to do that much. I have lots and lots of patients that have been totally sedentary. I tell them, go buy a rebounder, buy it with the support bar so they can hold on to it, and move up and down on their legs, never leaving the platform. And generally, within a couple of weeks, they can move up and down a little bit further. Maybe within a month, they switch from their walker to a cane because their balance is so much better. And all they're doing is a couple minutes. Anything is better than nothing, unless you're a professional athlete. If you're a professional athlete, you're already doing so much athletic stuff. Now you need a whole bunch more. So it's important to understand that. Anything you can do is helpful. So let's get back to here, the wrong food choices. In other words, the food choices that are actually going to help promote obesity. And at this point, let me add, because it's helpful for people to understand, the same food groups that cause obesity. And this makes life easy, because, and not easy as far as it's easy for people to totally change their diet, but easy because if you're trying to address diabetes, if you're trying to address overweight, if you're trying to address hypoglycemia, if you're trying to address cancer, almost every degenerative disease that we have, the same incorrect food choices of eating too many of the wrong things are what we need to reduce. So this is not just obesity. So whole wheat, white, enriched, semolina, those are all flour, and they're all wheat flour. And wheat flour is actually the worst of all the flours because the wheat that we have today doesn't resemble the wheat of our distant ancestors. It's been hybridized so much that many people have intolerances to it and don't realize it. So somebody said, no, I'm not allergic to wheat. I go, well, how about if for 4 weeks, that's usually all it takes, for 4 weeks you 100% eliminate wheat from your diet. So no bread, no pasta, no cake, no crackers, no cookies, no soy sauce, because they all have wheat in them. No soups that you didn't make yourself, because they were probably sticking with some flour. So unless you want to make totally sure it's gone. Most people by the end of that month go, darn, I feel a lot better. Huh, that's real interesting, because actually it was a problem that they didn't realize they had. So all the various different wheats, diet sodas, candies, other diet foods, cause obesity, depression, and seizures. The seizures are mostly from aspartame, which is one of the more mispronounced chemicals out there. Aspartame, also called NutraSweet, Equal, Canderel, depends on what country you're in. There's a fabulous video called Sweet Misery, A Poisoned Planet. It's carried in lots and lots of places. We have it at the foundation. And it's a 90-minute documentary in which they interviewed the FDA investigator, 2 or 3 neurologists, a couple of other scientists, and it's very clear that the only reason that NutraSweet was ever approved in the United States is because of money and politics. They managed to push it through. I am not the least bit proud that my father-in-law wrote the patent on it as a chemist for Searle Pharmaceuticals. He has a plaque thanking him for having done that, and so I am not allowed to talk about health on that side of my family because I would be an affront to what he did all his life. But nonetheless, NutraSweet is a major toxin, but there's no reason for artificial sweetener in any event. If you want to sweeten something with a healthy sweetener, we have a couple. Stevia, which is one of the most mispronounced words in the entire holistic area, because if you have a plant, you can look up the botanical name of the plant in a botanical reference and get a pronunciation. And it is the Stevia rhodiola plant. Therefore, the substance that is extracted from it, which are rhodiosides and steviosides. But for some reason, everybody says stevia, and it's hard to change when there are that many people saying it wrong. We got a lot of people saying lots of things wrong. Applicable is usually said applicable. I guess maybe it's easier to pronounce it that way. My mother, before she became a psychologist, was an English teacher, and my father, vocabulary is very important. Anytime we ever pronounced anything incorrectly, we were immediately corrected. So I listen to all the ways newscasters say things on the radio, and I go, geez, it's really sad that our newscasters are mispronouncing things all over the place. It's absolutely astonishing. And some of the terms we use these days. These ones? Excuse me? There's no such grammar as these ones. But it gets used all the time. I heard a physician use it a couple days ago. It's amazing. It's interesting. And then, of course, anytime we have a word which really is either inappropriate or is said incorrectly, give it 10 years. It'll be in the dictionary. Because dictionaries are growing things, and when we mispronounce things long enough, they get put in there because that's the way it's being said. It doesn't matter that it's always been wrong. Like ebonics. Who knows? Okay, so sugars, molasses. Now, actually, let's go over the diet sodas a little bit. Diet sodas, anytime somebody eats a diet food or a dietetic food, usually when we say diet, it's somebody trying to lose weight. When we say dietetic, it's usually somebody with diabetes. But the purpose for a sweetener that is used in that form is generally referred to as a non-nutritive sweetener. So the purpose, therefore, is people are trying to reduce their caloric intake. And interestingly, but very satisfyingly to myself, if there is such a word as satisfyingly, a lot of people in my class know I will make up words, but I'll say I made it up, so that's okay, is that the idea that eating some particular classification of foods, in other words, switching your consumption in some particular food group, such as sodas or candies, from the ones containing sugar to the ones that are instead made with a diet sweetener, that will cause a weight loss, was completely disproved twice. Completely, thoroughly. And And of course, it was the dietetic sugar industry that did these studies because they wanted to show how much they were helping so they could publish this big study. And to their credit, which is not usually true, they did publish the studies even though they showed they were wrong both times. These were large, large studies with thousands of people. And both times they found that the people eating the same amount of dietetic or dietite sodas, candies, whatever, as the ones eating the whole sugar one, there was no difference in weight whatsoever. And nobody has an exact reason. Some people think it's possible that the chemicals used in the diet sweeteners either cause people to be more hungry and they snack more, because the people are not in a cage where they're monitoring every single thing that goes into their body. Some people believe that it actually slows down their metabolism, because these are all poisons. Whatever the result is, whatever the reason is, the result is the same. Two very well-known studies done many years apart very conclusively show that switching over to a diet soda instead of a regular soda, although it will increase your risk of all sorts of neurological conditions because you're now using the poison instead of the sugar that nature knows how to deal with, even though normally you're consuming too much of it, at least your body knows what it's supposed to try to do, you're now consuming the poison instead, then it does not affect any weight loss. So therefore the only legitimate use for it, which I don't like either, is for people that have diabetes, where they're required to control their blood sugar level, and it doesn't raise the blood sugar level. But there are other sweeteners that can do that, and we don't want to bring in poisons for that purpose. So we've got molasses, honey, maple syrup, fruit juice, fructose. All of the natural sweeteners can cause obesity and cancer. And there's a misrepresentation going on in the U.S., and I'd like it to change. I'm not sure if it will or not, having to do with fructose. When a doctor orders a lab test to take a look at supposedly how much sugar is in your blood, that's not what they're looking at. And we know that's not what they're looking at, because if you ate 5 times more fruit before one test than before the other test, it'll be almost the same. Because that's not one of the sugars they're looking at. They're looking only at what they decided to call blood sugar because it's what our brain operates on. And that's glucose. That's one particular sugar. So fructose, for years and years, and still today, has been promoted as a healthy sugar because of 2 things. One is, it's natural. Well, all the sugars are natural. It's the artificial sweeteners that aren't natural. So that's nonsense. And I hate the word natural. Natural is one of my big enemies. Let's see, natural, okay. Snake venom is natural. Lead is natural, arsenic is natural, uranium is natural. Natural doesn't mean healthy. To call something natural and say therefore it's okay is nonsense. So number one, they'll say it's natural. The second is they'll say, well, your body doesn't convert it into blood sugar. That's right, it leaves it predominantly as fructose. So if you check your blood fructose level, it goes up through the roof. What has fructose now been shown in very good research to cause? Something called insulin resistance. In other words, your cells stop properly responding to the insulin the pancreas produces. And therefore, of all the sugars out there, the one that is most likely to push you toward diabetes after years of using it is too much fructose. Well, how is that possible? Let's look at that for a second, because we're talking about price of pot sugar. How could it be that one of the things that our government tells us to eat more of, fruits and vegetables, could possibly be bad for us? Well, wait a minute, I just got through saying the government's telling us to eat more grains, and that's bad for us. But where is it coming from? It's coming from the fact that if you study any traditional population on our planet, unless it happens to be a population that lives in the tropics, where they can be outdoors all year long, and they're out running around, the sun is always there, it's not cold, they don't have to be inside, so they're busy fishing and hunting and gathering everything and using up all their energy. Unless it's one of those places, what percentage of the year do you think, if we didn't have hybridized varieties? Because remember, let's pick strawberries, which is the only berry I tell my patients not to eat, because it's been hybridized more than all the others. It's the only berry that grows on the ground instead of a bush, so it gets much more sprays to keep the bugs off. And we have very early season strawberries, early season strawberries, mid-season strawberries, normal strawberries, late season strawberries, very late seasons, so they can have varieties that they can have for a long, long time. Well, we've done that with a lot of different vegetables. We've done that with a lot of different fruit. Well, the end result is that we now, plus of course we have trains and boats and planes, and freezers and refrigerators, so we can now eat fruit every day of the entire year. What traditional populations were able to do that? Only the ones in the tropics, and they were burning off all this extra because they were outdoors. The amount of time that fruit is available traditionally in most parts of the world varies depending on the climate of the particular place you're in, from 5 or 6 weeks to maybe 3 months. And it's the hottest part of the year when, other than us, where we're inside on a computer, the traditional population would be outside being more mobile because the temperature is good, they can be outdoors, and they're burning off the extra calories from it. But we instead can now eat our fruit, which are loaded with sugar, fructose, all year long because we've got all the different varieties, and because it's being shipped in from other countries that are still growing it, and because we've got it frozen, and so people are eating way more fructose than any traditional population ever ate, except the tropical ones that were outside enough to be able to run around and burn it off. So fructose is not healthy. And to add on to that, one of the sort of newer sweeteners, maybe the last 6, 7, 8 years has been promoted a lot, is a sweetener that comes from a cactus, and it's called agave nectar. But if you take a look at the analyses of agave nectar, you find that the reason it is sweet, depending on how much they boil it down before they put it into your product, because obviously agave doesn't have a nectar. That's a name. That's marketing. Agave is a cactus. You've got to boil it down, cut it, do all sorts of things to it. What they come up with is they named it agave nectar. Agave nectar varies from 50% to 85% pure fructose. So when you are using agave nectar, you are sweetening with fructose. When you are using pear juice extract, you are sweetening with fructose. That's the fruit sweetener. When you are using grape extract, you are sweetening with fructose. When you're having lots of juice, people will switch over and they'll say, okay, the step I'm going to make to keep my family healthier is we're going to reduce the sodas, because sodas we know are bad for us, which is true. They've got lots of bad things, no matter whether they're sweetened with poisons or whether they're sweetened with sugar. And the average number of teaspoons of sugar in a 12-ounce can of soda pop is 10 to 14. 10 to 14 teaspoons. Now, I'm going to be 57 in April. When I was a kid, growing up in the Rotten Apple in New York, somebody would get a can of soda and divide it between 2 people's glasses. So you'd get 6 ounces each. And if you go back far enough, the Pepsi bottles were actually 6 ounces a long time ago. Now, we've got big gulps, these thirsty 2-ouncers, we got 32, 40, 46, 48, forget about 10 to 12 or 10 to 14 teaspoons of sugar. How about a whole cup of sugar by the time you're finished? And because your body, when you're thirsty, is saying, yo, do me a favor, please, will you have some water? And you say, I don't like water. And you have some soda. It doesn't quench your thirst, so you finish drinking it, and you want another one. So we're doing everything wrong, but people trying to be healthy will say, well, let's switch to fruit juice. So let's see, what's the difference? 12-ounce glass of, again, most soda pops, 10 to 14 teaspoons of sugar, 12-ounce glass of orange juice, apple juice, grape juice, 10 to 14 teaspoons of sugar. The same amount of sugar. Now, I'm not going to say that the fruit juice is actually as bad for you as the sodas. That would be silly. That's not true. Because the soda has a whole bunch of other chemicals in it, which make it worse. But sugar, really, I consider to be the dominant bad part in there, and it has just as much. And I cringe when I see kids, well, actually, I didn't mean to say kids, but I could say kids, because we have kids having kids these days. People are way too young having children already. When I see parents pushing their infant and the formula, which they shouldn't be drinking to begin with, they should be drinking breast milk, but nonetheless, it runs out, and so mom takes the container, opens it up, and pours right into their bottle. I've seen this too many times. Some apple juice, some pear juice, I've even seen soda. That's a good way to start the kid off in all the wrong directions. So we really want to greatly reduce the amount of sweetening things that we use, and there are better sweeteners, stevia being one of the best. The next 2 best sweeteners under stevia would be Lohan, which has 2 or 3 different spellings. One of the main spellings is either L-U or L-O, and there's also L-U-O, and then the second word is H-A-M, Lohan. It's a berry, it's a fruit. And the extract of Lohan is a non-converting sugar that feeds the good bacteria in your intestines. And you can find it up there. If you look for it, you'll find a couple. One company is called Sweet Fiber. I believe their website is sweetfiber.net. They use lohan as the sweetening agent in the sweet fiber. And another good one is yacon, which most people have never heard of. That's Y-A-C-O-N as in Nancy. And that is a root vegetable. Looks somewhat like a potato. Grows in the tropics. They're now also growing it in Mexico. And they make an extract from that. And the active ingredient in that is another non-converting sugar, which tastes sweet. It looks sort of like molasses or honey. But it feeds the good bacteria in your body. So if somebody's going to sweeten something, I say stevia, lohan, or yacon are your three top choices. But if you continue to use sweet things, you don't tone down your sweet tooth. That's the most important reason to start reducing the level of sweetness in whatever you're using. Because if you don't tone it down, there's going to be times you want something sweet. And if you want something sweet and there's nothing around, you're going to grab something that's bad. So, soy foods, corn chips, rice cakes. Now we went over popped. And remember to keep this mic a little further from me when I go pop. There we go. Rice cakes and popcorn, or various different other puffed or popped grains. The way that occurs, in addition to causing some problems, is it speeds up your body's ability to turn it into sugar. All grains are turned into sugar. If you grind it into a flour, that makes it able to turn much faster. So that's not a whole grain if it's a flour. If somebody says, well, this is made from whole grains. No, that's a bread. It's made from flour made from whole grains. That's not the same thing. A whole grain is a seed. If you plant it, it will grow. That's my little thing that I go over with when somebody says whole grains. If you can't take it and put it on a piece of blotting paper or between a couple pieces of tissue paper and keep it wet for 4 or 5 days and have it sprout, sorry, it's not a whole grain. It's something that was processed. And you can't grow a pasta tree, and you can't grow a bread bush. So they're not really whole grains. But if you pop it, you make it convert even faster. That's a problem. Soy foods are a major problem. I'm not even going to go over that a lot since Kayla Daniel is going to be here and is going to cover soy marvelously. Her book, The Whole Soy Story, does a very good job. And of course, breakfast foods, if they're cereal, can't really be healthy because cereal is basically 100% flour, and therefore it's going to turn very quickly into sugar in your body. So the healthiest cereal you could possibly eat would be to take a whole grain you like, and the ones that are my favorites happen to be quinoa, teff, and amaranth. And you can ask me again for them after the break if you want. And cook it up and put it in the refrigerator. Tomorrow morning, it's a cold cereal. So you should make your own whole grain cold cereals, and then, put a little bit of fresh fruit on there if you want to. Berries, like blueberries, are the best. A little stevia if you want to make it a little bit sweeter for you. There's enough research on the damaging effects of non-fermented soy foods that I do not promote the ingestion of soy unless it has been fermented. So basically, if we've got, hold all the questions to the end. Please write them down. I don't want them to be forgotten, but we're going to hold them to the end. All of the fermented soy I don't generally find any problem with, and fermented soy means properly fermented miso, M-I-S-O. Properly fermented basically means that I want the container to tell you how long it was fermented. I'm one of these people that I believe something when I know it's true. And that makes things a little bit more difficult. I have to spend a lot of time investigating, but at least I know things are in fact true. So for example, miso technically is a fermented soy paste. Well, but if the bottle or the jar doesn't tell me it was fermented, I don't know what they did. We don't have any truth in advertising laws in the United States. I mean, you're allowed to call something rice milk, and rice don't feed their young. There is no such thing as rice milk. We have no truth in advertising laws. So consequently, just because it says miso doesn't even mean it had to have been fermented. So I want it to say on there. So like South River miso is a good one, Miso Masters, but I want it to say on there that it has been fermented for 30 days. It has been fermented for 90 days. I like the ones that have been fermented for a year or more. They cost a lot more money because it took much more time to use. But I use miso, and there is some pretty decent research that shows that miso is a healthy food, and miso soup has been consumed for a long, long time, whereas all of the other foods that are being promoted in the United States as being both healthy and as having been used in Asia for thousands of years, it's sort of not true, because the amount
For example, soy milk. Soy milk is not used over there except recently after we started making it. Tofu, the amount that's in one tiny little 1-inch cube that somebody in the US might have 30 of on their plate, one of those cubes might be cut up into lots and lots of little pieces and be all they would have in a meal over in Asia. So the only time that in my book tofu would be acceptable is if it's fermented. And there's a very well-known woman who says that there's no such thing as fermented tofu. I'm not exactly sure why she said that, since it's been around for thousands and thousands of years. But you can get fermented tofu, fermented soybean curd, 2 words for the same thing, tofu or soy curd, in almost any good Asian store, but not in a health food store. The health food store will only have the unfermented tofu that you should not consume. But if you go to a good Asian market, they will have non-refrigerated, in glass bottles from China, fermented soybean curd. And there are 3 or 4 different brands I've seen and 2 or 3 different flavors and spicinesses. So it does exist. If you happen to really like tofu, you can get fermented tofu in an Asian market. And then, of course, there's tempeh, T-E-M-P-E-H, which is also a fermented soy food. I don't especially care for it because soybeans basically are very bland, and I like things with lots of spices and lots of herbs. But you know, if that's what somebody wanted to put in, it probably isn't a problem if they don't eat too much of it. And then of course we have the one in addition to miso, which we know is very healthy, and that's natto, N-A-T-T-O, which is where we get the nattokinase from, which is a specific enzyme that helps to make the blood flow more correctly and that will digest blood clots and prevent blood clots. So there are some foods out there, but in general, unless somebody loves soybeans, there isn't any reason to eat soy foods. And if you wanted to, you'd be best off staying only with the ones that have been fermented. And as far as the breakfast cereals, just before the break, what I said is that somebody will ask me, well, if I want to have a cold cereal in the morning, which one is the healthiest? I switch those words around a little bit because I like accuracy in the way I speak. And so there isn't a healthiest. What I say is, what you mean is which one is the least bad for you? So let's make it accurate. The least bad for you would be a 100% gluten-free, packed with nutrients as much as we can get into the grain, whole grain. So again, that's teff, T-E-F-F, quinoa, Q-U-I-N-O-A, and amaranth. Don't like the first 3 letters in there because AMA is not my favorite group, but A-M-A-R-A-N-T-H is amaranth. And the color represents nutrients in nature. So when we have a grain that comes in multiple colors, the ones that are more dense and powerful colors have more nutrition in them. So consequently, there are 3 colors of quinoa. The 3 colors are the standard quinoa, which is a white or ivory quinoa. That's the least nutritious. And then the other 2 colors, which are much more nutritious, are the black quinoa and the red quinoa. Those are the only 2 that I have in the house. If you can't find them around, there's a company I have nothing to do with, but it's a good company. They have a lot of good grains, and it's Goldmine Natural Foods, and their website is goldminenaturalfood.com. They're on Arjun's Road in San Diego County, and they have all sorts of special types of beans and grains. Some things I like, some things I don't like, but they're a good supplier for stuff like that. So I like to promote those few good companies out there that I found that are good at what they do and have good things for us. So what you would do is you would cook up some quinoa, maybe even black or red or a mixture, and when it's the consistency you like it to be, because some people like it more crunchy, some people like it more mushy, so you cook it up the way you want it to be, and then instead of serving it, or you could have some with your dinner as long as it's a small portion, you put it in the refrigerator. Tomorrow morning, it's cold cereal. So that's how we get a really healthy, truly whole grain cold cereal, because the ones that are on the market that are flakes and say whole grain, that's a government allowed statement or a government allowed claim, but I like truth. And like I said, a whole grain is a seed. If you plant it, it will grow. And if you take one of those whole grain flakes and plant it, it will not grow. So therefore, it is not a whole grain. It is a whole grain that was ground up into a flour, that was put into a flake machine, and by the time you're finished, it just isn't a whole grain. The whole grain would be, you take the seeds, you take the actual grains themselves, and you cook them up. Same thing with oatmeal, which a lot of people eat oatmeal these days because it's been promoted incorrectly as a whole food, as a health food. Most of the research on that, really, if it's done correctly, you take a look at, it does not do most of what they claim. So I don't consider it to be a health food in any way, shape, or form. It is a grain, Grains are 75% approximately pure starch. Starch gets turned by the body into sugar, and unless after you finish your breakfast you're going to go on a treadmill for an hour, or you've got a lot of very, very active work to do, like, you know, at the very least using a whole bunch of energy to lecture to a room full of people. So I mean, I could have had oatmeal this morning, I'd be burning it off, but I didn't. I had 3 poached jumbo eggs instead, and that's it. Then what you can do to the oatmeal, because I have people that say, but I like oatmeal. And I go, health is not convenient. Some of the things you like, you're going to have to eat less of. However, if you want to have oatmeal, what you can do to make it a lot less bad for you, and actually turn it into something that becomes a decent breakfast, is per person, 2 eggs. So let's say you're making oatmeal up for 2 people. You make the amount of oatmeal you would normally make for 2 people, but you cut it down by about 1/4 or 1/3, because what you're going to do is, during the last 5 minutes, but it only takes 30 seconds. Oh, you're making the real garbage oatmeal. Okay, if you want it to be healthy, it has to start by being a form of oatmeal that requires a bare minimum of 15 minutes to cook. I don't care what the package says to the contrary about it being whole grain. If you can cook it to a texture that a human will eat it in less than 15 minutes, it's been pre-processed and you don't want it. So you want the whole grain oatmeal, steel cut oats, not pre-processed. The directions right on the box or right on the container say it needs to cook for maybe 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, 25, at least 15 minutes. During the last 5 minutes, you take a look at it, yeah, we got about 5 minutes left, it's going to be done. Crack in 2 eggs per person. So if you've got enough oatmeal for 2 people, crack in 4 eggs, mix it up, and let it continue to cook for the rest of the 5 minutes. And now we've added enough good quality animal protein and animal fats that it will greatly slow down the conversion of the starch into sugar in your body, and you will be astounded at how much more time it will take before you end up being hungry. So if you know that normally you have your oatmeal and you're totally satisfied for 2.5 hours, now we have 2 eggs in it with a little less oatmeal, and the 2.5 hours becomes 4 hours. Because the reason you're hungry too quickly is because the blood sugar is no longer level, and the body says, whoop, we need some sugar in here, or we can't have energy, or we can't think correctly, and that's always caused by starches and sugars, which go up quick and come down quick. So those are the ways that you can make it much, much, much healthier. Let's see, main causes of obesity are also the main cause of overall poor health. I mentioned that before. That's one of the good things, that the same causes. Alcohol, because it turns right into sugar in your body. It's just like drinking sugar. All the different starches, body turns it into sugar. Some get turned slower, that's true. Beans, other than the soybean that I don't like for other reasons, beans get turned fairly rapidly into sugar, but much slower than every grain. Much, much slower. So if somebody said, I want a portion of either a grain or a bean, you're way better off with a portion of a bean than you are with the grain. Just that one little change will be very, very helpful, because the same amount of starch from beans will convert a lot more slowly into sugar in your body than it would from a grain. So again, alcohol, starches, sugars, those are your main enemies of things we want to bring down. And by the way, I don't think I listed anywhere in my PowerPoints. Let me mention something, because I always like to promote this. I want people to understand words so that when you are talking to people and trying to educate them, you can do a better job. So there's one word in the whole compendium of foods and eating and diets that's a very bad word, because it doesn't tell you a blasted thing. Words where when somebody says something, it could mean 5 different things that are unrelated are not good words, because what did the person mean? And that word you hear all the time. That word is the word carbohydrate. And I keep on thinking I'm going to do this, and I just haven't done it yet. I mean, I should just grab my camera and do it maybe before my next presentation. But if I had on the screen here a photograph of a bowl of white table sugar, sucrose, and I had a bowl of what we use in our blood, glucose, and I had a bowl of white crystalline fructose, and I had a bowl of whole raw broccoli, and I had a bowl of white flour, and a bowl of whole grain bread, and a few different carrots, and some beans and some grains. The only thing that all of those that I just mentioned would have in common is they're all carbohydrates. So if a carbohydrate can be a bowl of sugar, and it can also be a bowl of broccoli, how in tarnation can you say carbohydrate and have anybody listening to you have a clue of what you're talking about? They can't. So consequently, this idea that people need to be on a low carbohydrate diet, which some people promote, which basically would be pretty accurate to some extent, or a high carbohydrate diet. Well, people call me up and they'll say, what do you think about the low carbohydrate diet? And I like to say things in a way to make people think. I do this all the time. So somebody will say, what do I think about a low carbohydrate diet? And I'll go, that's horrible. I wouldn't ever want somebody to stop eating vegetables. And they stop and think for a second. They go, well, I didn't say stop eating vegetables. I go, yes, you did. Vegetables are all carbohydrates. A low carbohydrate diet means you barely ever eat vegetables. I wouldn't want you to stop eating vegetables. Oh, well, and then I'll stop and I'll say, you meant a low starch diet. That's what is meant when somebody says a low carb diet. So use the right words, and then when somebody uses the wrong words, educate them, teach them. The more people we have out there understanding things, the better off everybody's going to be. Same thing happens, people come up to me, and obviously you know I'm not promoting vegetarianism because no healthy population on our planet ever ate that way. And somebody will say, what do you think about the raw diet? Every time somebody says raw diet, and I guess there might be some exceptions, but it hasn't happened in my ears yet. Every time somebody says to me, what do you think about the raw diet? What they meant is a vegan diet. So I like to see what kind of interesting expressions I can get on their face. When they say, what do you think about the raw diet? And I go, oh, I love the raw diet. The raw diet is a fabulous diet. All of our ancestors ate that way, and they were super healthy. Raw fish, raw beef, raw eggs, raw milk. And they're going, because that's not what they had anything. They're farthest from what they were saying as possible. And sometimes we have a little discussion, and other times they just walk away from me. But raw is a good way to eat things, as long as you don't pull out a whole section of our foods that are necessary to be healthy. I mean, I eat raw eggs in my smoothie many days of the week. I eat 6 to 8 quarts of raw milk. I try to cook my beef and lamb and everything very, very rare because I happen to like the flavor a little better if it's cooked, but it's rare or medium rare. I eat sashimi, which is raw, ceviche, which is raw, carpaccio, which is raw. These are all traditional foods eaten around the world. Nobody ever gets sick eating those. What do we get sick eating? Undercooked hamburger, which should be called beef burger because it's not ham. I don't know where that ever came from. But that's what happens is if it's butchered incorrectly and we end up with some E. coli on the outside, that would be killed if you made it rare. But not if you grind it up. Now it's everywhere. Now the inside has some of the E. coli. So it's improperly cared for beef that was then ground up, or it could be chicken burger, beef burger, it could be any kind of burger, fish burger, and it's now inside. So if it's ground up and you don't know it's really, really properly cared for, then it would have to be thoroughly cooked. But you will never hear, and you've all heard things, just over the last 5 years, we've had lots of different, I hate the word outbreak, because that's like, outbreak is people transmitting something. You get the flu, the next person gets the flu, the next, but that's an outbreak. It's not an outbreak when a bunch of people get E. coli infections because they ate bad meat. It's a poisoning. But nonetheless, that's always hamburger. You never get people that got sick from undercooked steak. And the best steakhouses around the entire planet, if you go in and they say, how would you like your steak, ma'am? How would you like your steak, sir? And you say, well done, you will get a stare. They will say, are you sure you want it well done? Good quality meat is supposed to be eaten rare or medium rare. They know. Nobody ever gets a problem. Even if it's aged and they've got it marinating in a tank for 3 months. When I worked at a seafood restaurant out in Long Island when I was a kid, we had a big marinade in the walk-in refrigerator out in South Holden, Greenport, and you couldn't pull that steak out with tongs until it was green because that means it had to be in there long enough. Nobody's ever going to get a problem. Any bacteria that might be there, which probably aren't, are going to get killed even if it's cooked blood rare, unless you grind it first. That's where your problems come in. So, main causes of obesity, in addition to all the sugars and starches, are a low-fat diet. I mean, if you want a very unhealthy population, there are a couple things you can do that will promote an unhealthy population. Tell people grains are very good for them and they need to eat a lot more of them, and that fat is very bad for you and you need a low-fat diet. You don't want a low-fat diet, you want a normal fat diet. You want the amount of fat that nature put in every food you are eating. And then you want to make sure you're eating some of them. Because if somebody's a vegetarian, where's all the fat? Where's all the fat in a vegetarian diet? Right, we've got some in seeds and we have some in nuts. But that doesn't have any of the animal fats. EPA and DHA, which are two of the most important omega-3s, are animal fats. Your body may or may not convert them from something else. They're animal fats. They're not there. So almost everybody that's on a vegetarian diet, the only way they're even getting adequate amounts of some of the wrong fats is if they're pouring them on. They're certainly not getting them naturally, because natural fats are only in high quantities, percentages, in animal foods and in some nuts and seeds. So lack of satiety, which means that you're not your switch that says, I'm not hungry anymore. That switch doesn't get turned on, so you keep eating. So if you ever want to do an experiment just to prove that fats are very important to make you feel full, and the reason that it's very, very hard, if not impossible, to lose weight without adequate fats in the diet, because the body never feels full, is take some vegetables you like, take some herbs you like, some seasonings, don't put any fat on it, and just steam a whole huge amount of that up and start eating it. And you eat it and it tastes good, and you eat some more, and it tastes good, and you eat some more, and it tastes good, and you eat some more. And then finally you go, okay, I am so stuffed I can barely move, how come I'm still hungry? Because your body is still somewhat smart and is trying to get in what it needs. So it is keeping you hungry, saying, excuse me, where's the fat? Okay, I'm going to keep you hungry. We're looking for the fat. Now, if you had half as much of all that, but you drenched it in melted butter, or lard, or olive oil, or a huge amount of nuts and seeds, or a gigantic amount, maybe an avocado and a half, so we got enough fat in, you would need much less calories to get full. And there's a statement that may still be being taught today in medical and dietetics school. I hope not, because they've done research on it, published, but that might be. And that statement is, a calorie is a calorie is a calorie. And so they'd say the whole idea is, you want to lose weight, you got to have less calories. Wrong. We know that's not true. There's so much research on it. The calories are very different. And if you were to take 1,000 people and you were to connect up a computer with one of the programs where they can weigh everything they're eating, which I would never have anybody do. People say, how many ounces of this, how many ounces of that? I said, hey, this is life, okay? We're supposed to enjoy things, and we're not supposed to have to weigh everything. But if you did this as an experiment, and you found out exactly how many calories during the course of a month all these 1,000 people ate that were starches or sugars or alcohols, and you totaled that amount, and you said, okay, for the next month, you can't eat any of those foods. We're going to replace them with animal fats and animal proteins. Those people are all going to lose weight. Same number of calories. They're all going to lose weight. Because when you bring in a sugar, starch, or alcohol, the body immediately turns it into sugar if it wasn't already sugar. And if you're on a treadmill, you're using it up. But most of you are not on a treadmill. You're sitting somewhere. And so the body says, I don't need all that, but that's okay. We have this marvelous storage mechanism, which we developed millions of years ago to help us in times of famine. We're going to wear it. We're going to store it as fat. So instead, we want it to come in as fat, because when it comes in as fat, the body breaks it down very slowly and is able to use it at that breakdown speed, instead of breaking it down fast and not having use for it and having to store it as fat. So lack of satiety, overeating, all caused by low-fat diet. Poor hormone balance, all of the sex hormones. So we have 3 estrogens, estrone, estriol, and estradiol. We have testosterone, we have progesterone, we have DHEA, we have pregnenolone, we have a whole bunch of what are looked at as sex hormones and precursors. They're all made from the same molecule, and the molecule is cholesterol. And so if you want to somehow or other make somebody's cholesterol go down below where their body wants it to be, and we're going to cover cholesterol a little bit, that's a very good way to throw their hormones out of balance and to make them need some kind of psychoactive drug because they feel horrible. Inadequate blood sugar regulation, again, if we don't have enough fat, consumption of starches and sugars, poor concentration and energy imbalances, poor skin tone, poor cellular elasticity and early aging. If you don't want to look old before your time, do not go on a low-fat diet. The body uses fat to nourish all those cells. It's one of the reasons all these traditional populations don't look old and wrinkled at the same years and ages that we do, because they're not on low-fat diets. So too much starch and sugar in the diet without adequate calorie burning, and we've got poor blood sugar regulation, which gives you cravings. The blood sugar goes down, and your body says, oh, I need something. And you often go and grab the wrong thing. Weight gain, reduced immune function for many hours. A couple of studies were done where they fed people the exact or equivalent of 4 to 6 teaspoons of sugar. And somebody will say, that's a lot of sugar. I'll go, really? That's a small glass of fresh squeezed orange juice, or fresh pressed carrot juice, or you just have your own apple tree outside and you took your own 3 apples and made 6 ounces. Nobody drinks 6 ounces anymore. That's 6 teaspoons of sugar. And the macrophage activity, your white blood cells, goes down for 4 to 6 hours. Well, then for the next meal, they have a sandwich. So you have 2 pieces of bread. That converts to way more than 6 teaspoons of sugar. For dinner, they either have a dessert or a muffin or something else. That converts to more than 6 teaspoons of sugar. And so your immune system, almost all day long, is not operating as well as it should be operating. And lo and behold, after enough years of that, you get cancer. It's not surprising at all. I mean, people say it's surprising that our cancer rate has gone from 1 in 50 to 1 in 25 to 1 in 10 to 1 in 8, and it's currently about 1 in 2. It's not surprising at all. We eat worse and worse and worse every year, and we have more and more and more toxins that we're exposed to every year that our kidneys and liver can't get rid of. I'm actually surprised that we even live as long as we currently do with everything going on. It's a testament to our body's ability to try its best to handle things, which is why when you start doing the right things, we can still get a huge amount of recovery back again. ADHD and ADD in children and some adults, it's astonishing. I mean, I've got a video that I came out with which is just called Emotional Problems in Children, ADD, ADHD. And if you take a whole bunch of parents and their kids have been diagnosed as having attention deficit or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which by the way is not attention deficit, it's a very inappropriate term. One of the psychiatrists that had worked at the Atkins Center, who is on our clinical nutrition board at the IAACN, he said the first thing he says to a parent that comes in and says, my child was diagnosed as having attention deficit disorder, and I was told that you could help us with diet. He says the first thing he says is, does your child play any kinds of games at all or watch television? And the answer is almost always yes, very often video games. Does he play them for 5 minutes and then he has to go do something else for 5 minutes, then he has to go do something else for 5 minutes? No, he sits there doing the same thing for hours on end. I'm sorry, ma'am, your child doesn't have any deficit in attention. They can watch TV for 2 hours in a row, there's no deficit in attention. If they can play a video game for 2 hours in a row, there's no deficit in attention. Their attention is riveted to what they're doing. It's a complete misinterpreted and incorrectly used term. But that's what they're doing. It's because we can't get them to keep their attention on what we want them to keep their attention on, which is maybe their studies. Why? Because we have fed them foods, basically wheat, pasteurized dairy, and sugars that prevent their blood sugar levels from being able to be held level and are also actual triggers to incorrect activity. So I love attention deficit. It's one of my favorite things to treat because all I have to do is have the people be willing, which some parents are. I can't change my son's eating habits. Well, why not? Well, he's 8 years old. I mean, how am I going to stop him from opening the freezer door and taking out the ice cream 4 times a day? How about the ice cream isn't there anymore? Well, but then my husband and I can't eat it. And I say, well, you know, one of the things about childhood is as we grow up, we would really prefer, we don't think about it as kids, but we'd really prefer that as we become 15 and 18 and 20 and 30 and 40, we would not like to tell people what age our parents died of cancer. So how about you stop too? They don't like to hear that. But I go over that if they'll just do a 1-month experiment where all grains are removed because they turn to sugar, maybe we can use little beans because they don't turn as fast, but usually for the month I cut them out. Again, if you get to my website, there's a 21-day eating program, which basically is how you should eat all the time. But that way it goes over what you should and shouldn't do. You can print it out. And it pulls all those things out. It pulls out pasteurized dairy. It pulls out anything that tastes sweet. I try to make it easy. So somebody will come back in and they'll say, well, yeah, he's only had this and this and this. I go, okay, did they taste sweet? And the mother will say, yeah. I'll say, the sheet I handed you said nothing that tastes sweet. I try to make that easy to understand. That even pulls the stevia out because I'm trying to get rid of the sweet tooth. It's just easier to say nothing that tastes sweet for 3 weeks than it is to try and explain there are a couple things we could use. So we do all that stuff. We pull out all the grains. We pull the wheat out, pasteurized dairy. We bring animal protein in with all 3 meals. We level out their blood sugar, and they have a new child. And then we work on making some additional changes to be able to moderate it in the middle so we can still have some of what the kid likes. But I have to do that 3 to 4 week trial 100% to kick the parents in their head so that they can see they've got a new child in a month and believe it. Because if you don't do it forcefully enough and they don't see the changes, they don't believe it. And to add into that, I had one woman who said they did this, and after a month, she called me up. She said, well, we did your 1 month trial, and it didn't work. So we're going to have to bring in the supplements, which you were going to bring in, anyway, but you wanted me to do the food first. I said, you did the 1 month trial strictly and it didn't work? She said, yes. I said, wow, the first time that's ever happened on thousands and thousands. Excuse me, but I don't believe you. I'm very, very straightforward. I've got plenty of patients. I got big waiting lists. I will treat people in the way I need to get them to understand it. A lot of health practitioners don't do that. I have no problem with that. I'm not going to tell them they're an idiot or a fool, but I'm sorry, I don't believe that you cut everything out. You really and truly, there was no wheat of any kind, no grains, no starches. Obviously, your kids are not drinking alcohol. Yes, we cut all that out, and they ate nothing that tasted sweet for a month. And she thought about it for a second, and she said, well, I mean, we didn't cut out fruit.
Oh, God.
I said, where did you find fruit that don't taste sweet? And she says, well, everybody knows fruit's good for you.
Oh.
I said, yes. And everybody knows whole grains are good for you. Everybody knows pasteurized milk is good for you. And I cut all them out. You've got to cut out everything that tastes sweet. She was so pissed that she said, all right, I'll do it just to prove you're wrong. That's all I want. That's all I ever want. When I want somebody to do something, I am more than happy for a small percentage of them. Most of them are doing it to see if it'll help them. But that small percentage wants to do it to prove that I'm wrong. I don't care why you do it. It doesn't make a difference. Just do it. What's the big deal? She calls me back 2.5 weeks later. She said, thank you for not believing me. Thank you for forcefully telling me that I was wrong. And thank you for not kicking me out of your practice for not doing it the first time. I have 2 new children. My 2 kids, 6-year-old and an 8-year-old boy, she said, I never would have believed that all the fresh fruit they're eating was causing this problem. Thank you very, very much. I just wanted to tell you that, even though we've got an appointment in about 3 weeks, I wanted to let you know immediately that you were right. People don't understand these things. And the other thing that people don't understand is quantity and body weight. So I will have a mother or a father in my office, and maybe they couldn't find a babysitter. I often don't need the child there. It depends, because the parents are doing everything. And kid says, I'm hungry. Mommy or daddy reaches into a cooler and hands them an apple. Kid eats the apple. And we're going over a bunch of different things. I'm going over a bunch of lab tests. We're discussing some different things. Oftentimes, my initial consultations are 3.5 to 4 hours, so they're there for a long time. And maybe 45 minutes, an hour later, since it was sugar and it doesn't hold your blood sugar level very well, kid says, I'm hungry, Mommy. She pulls out an apple. Excuse me, she pulls out a banana. Hands the kid the banana. Banana. Kid peels the banana, eats the banana. So I just wait. I don't want to slap people until enough has been done that I can slap them harder. So she finished those 2, and I go, now we're trying to improve your kid's health with diet. You do understand that, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm here. Would you tell me if you believe that it would be beneficial if your child were to eat, let's say, 8 pieces of fruit within a period of 45 minutes? And she said, well, I might have maybe thought that in the past, but for what I've learned from your video, because I loan out a copy of one of my videos before they come in, so I don't have to spend another 3 hours, it's a 3-hour video, learning that. She said, no, from what I learned from you, that would be way too much. Okay, then why did you just give your child 8 pieces of fruit in the last 45 minutes? I gave her 1 apple and 1 banana. Yeah, and how much does Mary weigh? About 35 pounds. Okay, and how much do you weigh? 140. All right, so how many of Mary's weights are there in you? 4. Okay, so since we're feeding the cells in the body, we're not feeding the air in my room. Therefore, you gave her the equivalent of 4 times more sugar with that first apple than your body would have gotten if you got the apple, because you weigh 4 times as much. and then you gave her a banana and did it again. You gave her body the equivalent of 8 entire full pieces of fruit in 45 minutes. You must look at body weight when you're feeding, or you don't understand what you're doing. Very important other little tidbit. Acne, very, very interesting. Acne, the only study that had been done looking at the association between acne and sugar in the diet, up until a few years ago, was done back in the 70s. And it was very poorly done. They took a number of kids. They never addressed what they were eating. And they had them eat an additional candy bar a day. And it didn't increase the acne at all. And so the medical profession was taught that there's no relationship between sugar or chocolate and acne. Very intelligent PhD that comes to some of our conferences and that is actually one of the experts in eating in the way that I'm describing to you, decided that he would do a really good study because that was the only one that had ever been done. And so they did a study in which they looked at traditional populations, quite a number of different ones. And they actually counted the number of acne, pustules on the head and the back and whatever. And then they brought in, and these were populations where they could converse and they weren't eating totally their traditional foods. So, they were willing to be part of these studies. And they brought in some candies, some chocolate, whatever. But these are people that never had any of this. So when you added in 1 chocolate bar a day, you were taking the amount of sugar that they'd been consuming and ramping it up through the roof. Because what they found was when they went to the other study that most of these kids in that age group, when they take a look today, are eating an average of 3 times more than they were adding. So the small amount they added wasn't enough to make an additional difference. So now they're adding something that made an additional difference, and the huge increase in the number of acne pustules on the body was so astonishing, they published it, and of course I'm sure nobody's ever looking at it. So we know that there's a very, very, very close association with blood sugar and with acne. And I have had many, many children, just in the last couple of years, where either the child, if we've got a teenager that's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and says, I'd love for my skin to be better, or a parent saying, my kid's having a problem, where in as little as 1 month, well, we cut out the same foods again. That's why I say it's so easy. It's the same foods. We don't have to cut out alcohol because the young kids are not drinking yet. So we're cutting out starches and we're cutting out sugars. And in 1 month, they can already tell a difference. I got a phone call from a 17-year-old in New York about 6 months ago. And he got me on the phone, which is rare. I am very hard to get. He said, somebody sent me to your website. And I was looking at a whole bunch of different things. And my big problem really is acne. I mean, I hate the way I look. And nothing seems to work. I've tried 2 or 3 different drugs that my parents have gotten from the doctor, and it doesn't seem to work. And some of the drugs, I don't feel good when I'm on them. Is there something I can do with diet? And I said, yes. You can cut out all starches and sugars. I don't assume you drink alcohol. No, I don't. Okay, cut out all starches and sugars. Do you understand what those are? Well, I'm not sure. So I said, basically anything made from flour, cake, cookies, bread, pasta, crackers, etc., and anything that tastes sweet. That's an easy way to go over it. And we also have to cut out 2 vegetables, because 2 vegetables are pure starch. We have to cut out anything made of potatoes and anything made of corn. So we cut all that stuff out. He said, ooh, I don't know if I can do that. I said, well, that's what you would need to do to be able to determine whether or not it's totally being caused by what's going in your mouth. He said, well, I'm going to try, because I really hate the way I look. He called me back a month later. And all he said, I don't know if you remember me. I'm the kid from New York. They asked you a bunch of questions. Absolutely, I remember you. What happened? He said, my acne is like 90% better in 5 weeks. And all I did was, I really didn't think I could do it, but I just said, I have to do it. And it wasn't easy, but as I've been having less for a while, it's gotten easier. And he said, all I can say is thank you very much. And I've mentioned it to some friends of mine with bad skin. They go, I couldn't eat that way. I said, well, shows you how much better your ability to change yourself for the benefit of your health is than all of your peers. He said, thank you very much. So it's just interesting to see that. Sweet Suicide is a movie that was released 2 days ago. As a matter of fact, it was released so recently that that's not even the cover, because the person that put it together, Nancy Appleton, and we, the Price Pottinger Foundation, looked at it, And she decided, or we decided, I don't remember, to put a sundae on there instead. An ice cream sundae with, you know, chocolate dripping on it and everything. So that's not even the cover. That was one of the previous ones that we were looking at trying to decide what to do. And we've got them at the Price Pottinger Foundation. It's fairly short. It's a 1-hour movie. And I'm just going to show you about a 3-minute clip from it. But what happened was really, really interesting because Dr. Appleton, Nancy Appleton, PhD, she wrote Lick the Sugar Habit, which is one of the better books on sugar. She has another book on sugar coming out, supposed to be out in April, called Suicide by Sugar, which again is about to be released. And she had spent a huge amount of time and money putting together this movie, which never came out. I didn't know anything about it. And I found out about it through somebody else on our board who had been talking to Dr. Appleton, and she had mentioned something about this movie and had given him a DVD to take a look at. So I got a copy of the DVD and I watched the movie and I went, holy mackerel. That's one of the best done, very simple movies showing the hazards of sugar that I've ever seen in my entire life. So I called up Dr. Appleton because she's on our advisory board and she knows the Price Pottinger Foundation very well. And I said, when is this movie coming out? She said, oh, it's not coming out. I said, you're kidding. What do you mean it's not coming out? She said, it's not coming out. She said, it's my movie. I have the copyright on it. It's in my name. But because of a bunch of stuff that happened, somebody took the original film and went off with it, was trying to get it in someplace, and I'd have to do a whole bunch of lawsuits, and I'm too old to do all that stuff. I just don't want to do it. I went, release the DVD. As long as it's your copyright, as long as you hold the copyright. She said, it is my movie, it is my copyright. She said, but that's not a complete movie. You know, I remember when my father was not interested in being anything on the internet because I don't want to learn any about that until he found out he could check his stocks on the internet. All of a sudden he wanted to learn about the internet. Well, you know, so she's not super computer savvy. She's a wonderful woman. And she didn't realize that that DVD could be looked at as a final version. I said, it's got the beginning credits, it's got the end credits, it's got the movie. What do you mean it's not a full movie? I said, of course it is. She said, really? I said, yes, Nancy, really. Well, I'm still not sure I want to go through all the hassle. Let us release it. Let the Price Pottinger Foundation release Sweet Suicide. You do that, we would love to do that. It's your movie, you're getting the credits, let us release it for you. So, you know, we did a little things on the sound, a couple things had to be just changed minorly, just to make things more perfect. And we've been working on it and then working on the cover for the last 5 or 6 months, and it was released 3 days ago. That means nobody owns it yet. I said, bring a bunch of copies in, and we probably don't even have that many here, because it's a phenomenal movie. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you a little tiny clip from the movie, because this little tiny clip is a part that I like a lot.
Dentists who study nutrition know the danger of sugar.
When we were in dental school, there was a great deal of exposure to the research done by Winston Price on the sugar issue regarding tribes all over the world, and there was no question that we were showing how sugar is the probably main cause of dental decay. We even went further, and the reason why people have crooked teeth is because of the refined sugars that we're eating.
A child's dentist back in 2003 would have been informed by the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry that frequent consumption of sugars in any beverage can be a significant factor in the child and adolescent diet that contributes to the initiation and progression of dental caries. And then Coca-Cola gave $1 million to the Academy. Shortly afterward, the statement was changed to say, scientific evidence is certainly not clear on the exact role that soft drinks play in terms of children's oral disease.
That's what ends up happening, and it's very, very hard to do things because money buys stuff. So here Coca-Cola gives millions of dollars to the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry in return for removing the statement that kids shouldn't have sugar. So up until then, they all had it up there. Now it's not on the website. And this movie goes into a number of other areas. They go into Cancer Society, diabetes. They show how sugar is not listed as a problem anymore. It is such a jam-packed 60 minutes. It's absolutely phenomenal. I was so upset when I watched it and was told it was never going to come out that I'm glad I managed to get that changed. So phenomenal movie, very, very well worth getting, and of course well worth showing to people when somebody doesn't understand this. We go past there. Okay, inadequate animal protein, another problem. Amino acid deficiencies and amino acid imbalances often lead to poor emotional and physical health. And one of the things that medicine does have correct, and it's been taught for a long, long time, is that amino acids, and this statement is a standard term taught in medical school and in nutrition school, amino acids are the building blocks of the body. What they don't do, because they don't know enough about nutrition, is they don't go over what that means and what is a complete protein in the way that I'm about to go over it. Because if you take a look at a nutrition textbook and you look up the word protein, you will usually see there's a partial chapter on complete proteins, different amino acids. And it turns out that theoretically, and I hate theoretically, if you have a specific group of proteins which have been dubbed essential amino acids, in other words, those are the ones that your body needs for health. Anytime the word essential is used in either medicine or nutrition in relation to anything having to do with substances in our food, what that means is, this is what it has been originally designed to mean, is that that substance is required for health. They may have the amounts wrong, they may have all sorts of things wrong, but if the word essential is used, whether essential fatty acid, essential amino acid, essential nutrient, that means it's a substance which we cannot live healthily without. So when we have essential amino acids, then if you have all of what they've designated as essential amino acids, theoretically, that means you don't need any of the others, because your body's supposed to be able to disassociate parts of them, cleave the others, and make the ones that you didn't just take, because only the essential ones have to come from your diet. Essential means it has to come from your diet. Not necessarily that you need it, but it has to come from your diet. Your body doesn't make it. The problem is that our bodies disagree with the government. And the government usually wins as far as what we get in our knowledge, and our bodies therefore lose. So they came up with a couple of other amino acids that they decided were conditionally essential, like maybe you might need them. Your body still disagrees with the government. So the end result is, where in our area of foodstuffs that we can consume can we get pretty much a decent complement of all of the amino acids that are out there? And the result, when they take a look at all that, is it's only in animal proteins. There are no vegetable proteins that can manage to do that. Now, the soy industry, of course, will tell you that soy is a complete protein. And that's because just those particular amino acids that they list as essential are all there. The quantities could be way too low for a couple of them, but they're all there. So they can call it a complete protein. Then the vegetarians will again say, well, you can make complete proteins with your meal by mixing a grain and a bean or a legume, because the one that's missing, so you won't have enough, cysteine in one, you'll have it in the other. Again, we're only trying to get the ones that have been listed as essential. There are lots of others your body needs, and it probably can't make them all. So if you really want a complement of all of them, that's animal proteins again. So we need to do that in order to get all the various ones which are necessary for rebuilding of tissues. So complete must be from animal source, and in the eyes of your body, not in the eyes of our government. What we call complete and what your body calls complete are often different. I see when we switched over from the two different forms of PowerPoint, some of my words ended up off the top here. Inadequate nutrients for our toxic world and insufficient detoxification of poisons. This is another interesting thing that's often not being looked at, because people will talk about how much we need, how much protein we need, how many fats we need, and none of the studies are even for a half of a lifetime, much less 5. Can you imagine what would happen if we only looked at things short term? We would never know that pesticides are one of the things linked to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. We would never know that smoking causes cancer. Not in everybody, but that it increases the risk, because those things take years and years and years and years. Well, that's the problem. The problem is, because we're looking at things too short term, there are a lot of links that are not looked at. And then medicine likes to poo-poo things that weren't done with their type of research, because in medicine, there's only one type of research that is supposed to be the gold standard. And that's a randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blind crossover study. And if you don't do all those different things, which I'm not going to go into to explain because we've got lots of stuff to cover, if you don't do all those things, that's not good research. Well, let's take a look at that real quick. Everybody here accept the fact that although it's not going to cause it in everyone, that smoking escalates your risk of lung cancer? Now, how would we do that in a randomized placebo-controlled crossover study? Okay, so half the group smokes a pack a day, and the other half the group is smoking a placebo, so they don't really know that they're smoking. How are we going to do that? And then we follow them for X number of years to find out what goes on. You can't do that. There are a lot of different facts that we have learned that could never be derived from a placebo-controlled study because you could never do a placebo. It's impossible. Everybody in here accept the fact that probably the best treatment for dehydration is water. But I don't think a doctor would be allowed to tell you that because there's never been a single research study on that. Randomized, placebo-controlled, or otherwise. There are other things from our history that are simply very well known because anybody that tries them, they always work. So for example, it is an absolute fact that prunes and prune juice are laxatives. You can't take anybody and give them enough prunes or prune juice and have them not find out that it's a laxative. But if a company that sold prune juice wanted to put on their bottle may be used as a natural gentle laxative, the FDA would say, you can't do that. That's not an approved claim. There's no research to prove that, just like there's no research to prove that water can be used to treat dehydration. So we got an awful lot of stuff out there that's real nonsense, and a lot of the people saying it must be a randomized, controlled, placebo-controlled crossover study. Those people don't realize how much of what they're telling people to do are not based on that, because a lot of stuff we know does not come from that. Now, we've got a huge level of toxins in our environment, especially in our homes, and I wrote that on purpose, especially in our homes, because the EPA has done a number of studies in different parts of the country, and they always find the same thing. Unless somebody is tarring the street in front of your house, or tarring the roof across the street, or currently spraying a bunch of pesticides on the lawn right outside your house, unless one of those things are being done, there will be a higher level of toxins inside your house than immediately outside your window. Because dilution helps bring things down, and there's no dilution going on in your house. Your house is semi-closed. And all of the chemicals coming out of the foam rubber in all of your furniture, all the chemicals coming out of your carpet, all the chemicals coming out of all the plastics, all the chemicals coming out of every cleanser and various different cosmetics and soaps, they're all concentrated in your house. Outside, of course, we have a lot more fresh, don't know how we should use the word fresh air anymore, but fresh nonetheless. And so it's always worse in the house. So you're always better off, unless there's a specific pollutant outside that you're allergic to. And I mean, I've had people that have told me, yeah, I keep my windows closed all year long because there are 2 flowers that are outside our home that I'm allergic to. And I've always answered that the same way. Ma'am, do you own your home or rent? And they've always said, I own. And I'm thinking, geez, I'm not that stupid. If I own my home and there are flowers I'm allergic to outside, so I have to keep my windows closed, well, heck, if they're just flowers I'm allergic to, make them go away and put a couple in you're not allergic to. So yeah, it's rather interesting, the various different things that we do. But again, the EPA shows that inside it's worse. So you're better off almost always with your windows open. A good website, by the way, for toxicity and poisons, fabulous nonprofit group, is the Environmental Working Group. And it's everything these days is www.ewg for Environmental Working Group. And I'm pretty sure it's .org because they're an organization. Maybe .com, but it's probably .org. Great place to look at a whole bunch of stuff. So we're going to take a look at some of those poisons later and things we can do for kidney and liver. But let's take a little look at Dr. Pottinger's research because we've been talking mostly about prices. So we'll begin with one of the girls that I greatly miss because I'm here instead of being at home, and that's my cat, Kahlua. The Pottinger cat study that was done many, many years ago, and like nutrition and physical degeneration, we have been reprinting all the time. And it always had a sketch drawn by one of the Pottinger family, actually, of a cat. And so people would look at it, and most often A, it wouldn't be attracting for somebody to want to grab the book and take a look at it. B, it looked like maybe it was a book on children's caricatures of cats or something. It certainly didn't look like it had to be a nutrition book. And so recently it was decided a few months ago that when it was time to reprint the book again, we'd put a little bit of additional information in, and we would put something on the cover to make it more attractive. And so the board said, well, David, you've got basically Pottinger cats, in other words, cats that have been raw meat fed for 9 generations. My cats are 9th generation raw meat. Why don't we put your cats on the cover? I love that idea. So I took a whole bunch more pictures of the cats. I'd already taken hundreds, although most of those had burned up in my house. So I took a whole bunch more, and I just gave them in. They gave them to the artist. And so the front cover has Kahlua on it, which is one of my raw meat cats. And on the back cover is a picture of the 2 of them. There are some other pictures of them in my presentation, so you'll see that. But basically, he did a multi-generational cat study. And he was looking at what would happen to the health of the cats if you had some of them fed raw and some of them fed cooked of different types of foods. So, we had raw milk, and then we had both pasteurized milk and condensed milk. There are a couple of different ones. It's all gone over in the book. And he followed what all the differences were. And it was really, really astounding. So let's take a look at a little bit of it. And these are my girls, Tomka and Kahlua, 9th generation, 100% raw meat. They're sitting in my office where they like to be. So he's best known for this book. There's a lot of other stuff he's done. But anytime you ask anybody, do you know Pottinger, is the name Pottinger come to mind for anything? Usually it'll be, isn't that the guy that did the cat study? And yes, it is the guy that did the cat study. So Price was working with humans, and Pottinger found the same things to be true with cats. So let's take a look. Traditional diets with Dr. Price, perfect teeth and jaw structure. The tribal populations were all healthy, happy, well-adjusted. They got along well. We didn't have all sorts of emotional problems like we do here in the United States. They were agile, they were strong, they had good balance. And let me stop on good balance just for a minute. Balance is interesting. Recently, you guys get something that most presenters don't get, because I spend tens of thousands of dollars every year going to different medical nutrition conferences. And every time I learn something else, I teach it if it's something that's important. And one of the things that was very, very interesting, actually, was that there was a gentleman at one of our conferences that was talking about balance. And he said that when you take a look into nursing homes and retirement homes and all the various different places where people are living in, let's say, assisted living, what you find is that the most important thing having to do with how long they're going to live or how soon they're going to die is balance. And for example, I'll lift one of my legs up here, be a little David Getoff crane. What he said was that they started doing an experiment with a whole bunch of different people. And they wanted to see what percentage of people could just lift up either of their legs and stand on one leg. And then they had to decide how long it was going to be. I've already done this for about maybe half a minute. They settled on 15 seconds to at least make sure everybody could do it. And they found that very few people can stand on one leg for 15 seconds. But if you can stand on one leg for 15 seconds, your possibilities of falling and breaking, let's say, a hip, which is what makes many people go into the hospital and never come out on the elderly, if you can stand on one leg for 15 seconds, is tremendously increased. And obviously, if people are so limber that they can move their leg all over the place and not fall down, that's terrific. But balance is something people don't have. So you might want to try that just for fun. I do that in my classes sometimes. I say, try it when you get home. Do it with both legs, because we're usually more supple with one than the other. When I was back in junior high, I was on the varsity gymnastics team. So I'm, not very limber, but I am very balanced. But that's something that you want to promote. That's why I like trampolines, the little mini rebounders, because they help promote balance. So balance, very, very good balance. No reproductive problems, beautiful skin and nails, and of course beautiful teeth, because that's what Price was looking at. Well, we switch over to Pottinger's cats, and in the cat studies, they actually sacrificed the cat. Again, I hate that word, but we have the original skulls, many of them, that haven't totally degraded. And the skulls were examined, and the ones that were eating proper, perfect, all raw or mostly raw, had almost no problems. Everything was there. The teeth were there correctly, the skulls were larger, areas that were supposed to be filled in with bone had been filled in. They were happy, they were playful, they got along with their siblings, they were healthy and agile and strong. If you pick up a cat, you know, it's an old thing, you pick a cat up and you hold it upside down, you drop it, they're going to instantly turn over and land on their all fours. Not after they've been eating incorrectly for a while, they don't do it anymore, but the ones eating correctly, able to fall properly, no mating problems, no gestation problems, beautiful fur and skin. It's funny, as I was writing this up, finishing up a couple days ago, I noticed that I had written beautiful hair and skin. I went, no, we have hair, they have fur. The only animal that has hair that we have in our house are poodles. Poodles have hair instead of fur, which is why many people are not allergic to poodles who are allergic to other dogs, because it's totally different. Well, fascinating. What are we really allergic to? We're allergic generally to the dander and the saliva of the animal. That's usually what we're allergic to, their dander and saliva. Those are both exudates. Those are things that the body is producing. Well, anything the body's producing could change based on what it eats. Nobody is allergic to my girls. It's absolutely and totally astounding. The first time I had somebody come in where on their intake form where I say, do you have any allergies? If so, what are they and to what extent are you allergic? And somebody wrote, cats severely. So I'm thinking, all right, well, let's make sure that my office has been vacuumed the day before, everything's real clean, and I won't let the girls in the office until after this person has left. And so when she comes in, I waited about an hour to see if she's going to react, because again, my initial intake is 3 to 4 hours. No problems. I said, so I noticed it says that you're severely allergic to cats. Give me a little bit of, fill me in. Tell me what you mean by severely allergic to cats. And she says, well, basically, if a cat has been in the room within the last week, I blow up, my nose is running, I'm sniffling, my eyes start to swell, and it's really a problem because my best friend has cats, and she has to change her clothes, put on new clothes, not touch the cats to come over to my house, and sometimes even then I can tell. Thinking, okay, well, how about if she just vacuumed the room up real well and cleaned all the surfaces? She's tried that, doesn't work. So I didn't say anything for about another hour. Now she's been in my office for 2 hours. And I said, so obviously you can tell, for example, then that I don't have cats. And she said, oh yeah. I said, but I do. She said, really? I said, yeah, but I've begun to believe that people aren't allergic to them because we had one woman who my wife was massaging, and one of the girls jumped up on the massage table. This is a close friend of ours. Otherwise, my wife goes to other homes to massage people in their homes. She's been doing that for 25 years. And Nancy said, oh, that's cute. And Linda went to push her off, and she jumps back up, and she says, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to find some way to get her into another room because we don't lock the cats anywhere. They're my daughters. I don't lock my daughters in rooms. And Nancy said, oh, go ahead and let her jump up here. My wife said, but you're severely allergic to cats. And she said, well, so I'll be sniffling and have a problem, and that's okay. When I get home, I'll take something and we'll get rid of it. She never had a problem. That's what made me comfortable with trying to do this. So basically, this was the first woman that I had that come into the office that I knew was severely allergic. I don't know if it was as allergic as Nancy or worse until I read this and talked to her. Majorly allergic. Well, at this point, I have now had close to a dozen people with cat allergies, 6 of them being severely, severely allergic. Nobody is allergic to the girls. It's got to be because they're 9th generation raw meat. I've had a couple people that have gone to Celeste Yarnell's website, celestialpets.com, and are buying some of her cats because they can have non-allergic cats. And I have one woman who comes over, and as soon as she walks in the office, she says, are the girls awake? Because yours are the only cats I can pet, and I'll go wake one of them up and put it in her lap, and Tomka or Kahlua will stay in her lap for the next hour, and she's petting her because she can't even go into a house otherwise that has a cat. And it's fascinating how that can occur just because of healthy eating. All right, and actually, since Payman was talking about ceviche, I always find ceviche is very, very interesting food because we use terms in ways that we're not thinking about when we use them. And so I've had a lot of people, for example, that have said that ceviche is a cooked food. It's cooked in lemon juice. And I go, well, yeah, but it's cooked in your refrigerator. And I'm sorry, but you can't cook anything in your refrigerator. So consequently, it's not a cooked food. It's a partially pre-digested food that the lemon juice helps break things down. But we often think of it as a cooked food. Well, we have a number of foods which are not at all cooked, which are 100% raw. The word cooked is just totally not there. And that is sashimi, which is raw fish, and ceviche, which is raw fish and seafood. We have carpaccio, which is thinly sliced. Usually it's beef, but now there are a whole bunch of top restaurants that have ahi carpaccio and tuna carpaccio and beef carpaccio. It's interesting. So we have a number of different things that actually are raw foods, but almost nobody eats them. So when I will tell somebody that they could possibly greatly benefit by introducing, let's say, raw milk into their diet, they go, why would just one food help? And my answer most often is, well, tell me all of the raw proteins that you're currently eating, and I'll give you an answer. They go, well, I'm not eating any raw proteins. And I go, that's why. Because it will be the first raw protein you're bringing into your diet, and therefore it will be the very first time your body's all finally going to be able to access different amino acids, different essential fatty acids in their completely raw state, because it's the only one you're having. And if somebody will make a smoothie in the morning with raw milk and a couple raw eggs, all of a sudden we've got something nobody's ever had before in their diet. So it really can make a big difference. So let's see, that was a slide that we stopped on. Pottinger cat study, raw meat, fish, multi-generational health, which is what we all have to look at. So let's take a look at that. Let's flip over to the next slide. Okay, so the fur was not as smooth and silky on any of the cooked meats, cooked milk, etc. The cats began to fight among one another, and everything he found, like I said before, this is just Pottinger looking at cats. Everything he found was exactly the same as what we see today with human health, because we are eating in ways that are not similar to what our body would most closely desire. So we've got all sorts of emotional problems today. They didn't have them before. They weren't there. They just didn't exist. If only we could teach our traditionally trained psychiatrists that one of the most important things for them to do is change their patients' diets. But of course, you don't want to do something that gets rid of patients. The idea is you get to see them over and over and over again. My entire goal is to see people so that then they don't need me anymore. Doctors don't seem to understand that that should be their goal. There's something that's usually said as a joke. It's not a joke, it was true, but it was true thousands of years ago, that in China, the doctor only was paid while the people remained healthy. Because as soon as the person wasn't healthy anymore, it meant the doctor hadn't done his job correctly, and he no longer got any money. Well, it would be nice if we did that today. Of course, if we did that today, doctors would not be an occupation people would want, because they'd all be in poverty, because none of them would get paid, because the patients aren't getting healthy. We're just suppressing their symptoms and bringing up additional side effects. The cats couldn't right themselves when they were dropped. They didn't have balance. They developed gum diseases. They developed dental problems. Their offspring became less and less and less healthy. And we are actually a big Pottinger cat study. That's what's going on in the United States. We are going from generation to generation to see just how many generations of eating all the wrong foods and being exposed to all sorts of toxins that we never had in our environment before. How many times do we have to do that before something that has already decreased a lot goes away, otherwise known as fertility? If fertility goes away, then our species ceases to exist. When I was being brought up, there were no fertility clinics. I never heard any advertisements on the radio for different fertility clinics. Now they're all over the place. Obviously, there are some people that understand a little bit about health. And I mean, I'll get a phone call, some other good health practitioner will get a phone call. We've been trying to have a baby for the last 2 years, and my wife can't seem to get pregnant. Do you think you can help her? You mean, do you think I can improve both of your nutrition well enough that all of the problems that both of you have will start to go away so that she might get pregnant? People always like to put things on, and of course, medicine doesn't help. Because the doctor will say, well, yeah, we took an egg out surgically and it was fine, so it's all the man's fault. Well, the egg may be fine, but how about everything else going on inside the human body that's required. So you have to work with both. But so far I've got 100%. I'm sure that's not going to continue. I mean, nobody is perfect. But so far everybody that's ever come to me and has been willing to take the time, that doesn't come in and say, all right, we'll give you 3 months, and then we're going to go in for in vitro fertilization. How old are you? Well, I'm 32 and she's 34. Okay, so you've been doing everything wrong for 3+ decades, and I get 3 months to try and get your bodies to correct it? I don't even want to try. Go see somebody else. But if somebody says, look, we'll be more than happy to do everything you want for a year to see if we'll be able to get pregnant, they get pregnant. Let's see, after a few generations they lost fertility, that's what we were just talking about. And how does this compare to humans? It compares to humans very, very well. It's absolutely astonishing how everything that has been found in the traditional populations and everything Pottinger found with the cats is exactly what goes on now. And obviously, psychiatry is actually just one good example, as is fertility. But somebody will call me up and say, I haven't really been feeling good. I've been feeling depressed. I've been feeling anxious. And I've heard this quite a number of times, so I'll use this as an example. A couple of friends of mine went in to see psychiatrists and were put on drugs. Could be any of a number of different drugs. And those individuals are not my friends anymore, because I don't like what they became. In other words, I don't like what the drugs did to them. They're no longer people I want to be around as friends. And after seeing that happen on these different drugs, I realized, gee, I don't want for me to have those changes. They think they're fine because the drugs are dumbing them down. Let's see if there's some way other than the drugs, and I was referred to you by somebody. And so we change their diet, we bring in some supplements, we do some detoxification, maybe we start pulling out heavy metals, and generally, within a period of most often way under 6 months, could be 1 month, but way under 6 months, they realize they feel fabulous. They feel better than they felt in the last 10 years. They don't need any drugs, and they always tell me that they've now gone to these friends, and they've said, hey, you could get off of these drugs, and you could do this in this other way by helping your body, and the friends are never interested. No, I'm taking the drugs. I'm feeling fine. They don't even realize, we don't realize how much a drug dumbs us down, but the people around us see the new me, and they see what it becomes. And that's the reason that this gentleman that I'm speaking of, and a number of others, have said that's why they came in to see me, or whoever they see, because they didn't like what their friends had become, and they didn't want to go that route, which is a really good idea. So was it reversible, and how long did it take? How reversible things are, obviously, completely depends on what the condition is. Every condition is different. So for example, if somebody's problem, neurological or emotional, because those are two that can be caused by this, are directly caused by their body being poisoned by heavy metals, mercury, lead, you can't pull a whole bunch of heavy metals out of somebody in a hurry. As a matter of fact, if somebody ever developed a way to do that, the first few people they experimented on would be killed. Because if you tried to mobilize the heavy metals that took 30 years to get there, and you wanted to pull them out in a month, that's way too much too fast. You're going to kill some people. So things have to be done at a slow pace, and that's one of the problems with a lot of holistic physicians. Because once you're taught medically, oh, you just give this drug, they don't understand you have to work with this peculiar organism. It's called the human body. And we have to do things the way our body wants things to be done. So some people will go out for the additional information and will learn and do things right. Other people still want to do something just as fast as they used to do it with drugs when they try to do it holistically, and you shouldn't be doing that fast. So his findings are just as important today. And the question is, what types of things were missing from the food? And there's a lot of different answers to that, because the fats that we need are automatically being changed and altered if they get heated too much. Now it depends on the kind of fat. So animal fats, interestingly, are much more stable. So if you heat a piece of beef, you are not hurting the fats as much as if you heat a vegetable fat. But what happens is we end up heating the vegetable fats, which are less stable, even more than we heat the animal fats. So somebody goes to the store and they think incorrectly that soybean oil is good for them, or cottonseed oil is good for them, or canola oil, or corn oil, or all of these oils that were not used in nature, because it's sort of like getting blood out of a rock. You know, you have this little soybean, and it's totally dry, and you have this little kernel of corn, and it's totally dry, and we didn't know that you were going to be able to press them under tons of pressure and get oil out of them until way, way, way later in our history. So they were never used a long time ago. If you take a look at the oils that weren't absolutely natural, in other words, butter. Butter is pretty darn natural. I would love to go back in time in a time machine and see if I could find out in 5 or 6 different cultures at what point somebody found out that if you shook cream up enough, you got a liquid on the side and butter, which of course they had no name for because they'd never seen it before. Could have been that somebody was carrying cream in a little leather satchel on a burro, and when they got someplace, they went to open it up, and the cream wasn't there. There was a big hunk of something and a slightly different liquid. Who knows? But nonetheless, it didn't have to be heated or crushed or pressed to do that, whereas all these others did. So we really only have a couple of fats that aren't part of our food. In other words, there's fat in nuts, there's fat in seeds, there's fat in avocados, there's fat in your beef and chicken skin and all those things. But there's only a couple where the fat isn't obvious to everybody that thousands of years ago were discovered. Olive oil's been around for a long, long time. If you go to Asia, sesame oil and peanut oil have been around for a long, long time. But most of the others have not. They're newer things we found out. We keep on doing new ones. We keep on doing new ones. If you can turn, excuse the expression, shit into gold, that means we take a waste product and turn it into something you can sell. A good example of that is grape seed oil. Because grapes, well, we use grapes for wine, we use grapes for grape juice, we end up with lots of grape seeds. The seeds don't get used, so they're all garbage. Somebody realized, wait a minute, it's a seed. Seeds have oil in them. Let's take all these garbage seeds and press them, and we'll have an oil. We just turned shit into gold. So we've got all these new things that we can come up with that are totally different. And as Dr. Mary Enig said to me once when I was asking her about a particular oil, I think I asked her about hemp oil or something, and she said, well, I don't like to consider myself as a guinea pig, and therefore if there is a type of oil that we have recently discovered can be extracted from something, I am not going to use it and I'm not going to promote it. Because if there's no society on this entire planet, which is rather large, that has ever used it, I don't want to find out or have some ancestor of mine find out 20 years later that those people that consumed it had a problem. I just don't want to consume it if it was never consumed. That's a sort of a nice idea. You know, don't make yourself a guinea pig. Don't use things that were never ever used before. So we take all these fats, and when you end up trying to, again, get blood out of a rock or getting a fat out of some dried seed, you have to put under thousands and thousands of pounds worth of pressure in, and when you're doing that, pressure makes for heat. So you get an awful lot of heat that's developed at the same time. Well, when you do that, the heat starts to damage the fats, and they oxidize. When you oxidize fats, they start to go rancid, and to put it mildly, they stink. Well, instead of doing what would make sense, because let's see, if we have made a food stink, we should be able to say, this is bad, let us not do this. Let us process it in a way that does not do that. Let us not hurt it. But no, that's not the way our entire industry works when it comes to foods, because we have to do things in a hurry. And so if we're pressing these seeds in a hurry, we're going to have a lot of heat build up, and so they're going to go rancid and they're going to stink. So what do? We send that oil to a deodorization plant. At the deodorization plant, they heat it up a couple hundred more degrees and bring it up to 450 or 500 or 550, and they burn off the part that smells. So we have further hurt the fats. We now have made them much more toxic than they were before, but we've made sure nobody can tell they shouldn't be eating them. So I call the smell molecule, which there of course is no such thing, it's just my name for it, I call that the indicator molecule. So the idea is nature was a beautiful lady, and she put these indicator molecules in there to let us know that we've hurt something, and we shouldn't eat it because it smells. So let's, instead of going back and saying, well, let's process it in a way that doesn't do that, no. Let's hurt it even more and burn off the indicator molecule. And then you go to the store, and you buy mazola oil, canola oil, safflower oil, corn oil, all the various different oils, and you can put them in your cupboard, and then 25 years later, your kids can find one there that you used part of and forgot was there. They can open up and smell it, and it has the same smell it had when you bought it, none. And it still seems to be just as good as it was before, because it is just as good, horrible, and nobody ever knew that it was bad to begin with. So we don't want to eat things that can't go bad. We want to eat things that can go bad and want to eat them before they go bad. And of course, if you have something that the reason it can't go bad is because it's already as bad as it can get, that's even worse, and that's what we have with a lot of fats and oils. So a lot of various different types of vitamins are destroyed by cooking. The essential fatty acids are generally the ones which are the most unstable. The EFAs, the most needed and least had by our body of the essential fatty acids are the two omega-3s called EPA and DHA, eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid. And the problem is that they're very unstable, and so a lot of people don't end up getting enough of them. Well, where are they? They're in grass-fed lamb, they're in grass-fed beef, they're in wild-caught salmon, they are not in corn-fed beef, they are not in corn-fed lamb, so we're not getting enough of them. And then a lot of people have learned, well, but how about flaxseed oil? Flaxseed oil is loaded with omega-3s. It is. That is correct. The problem is that the form of omega-3s that are in flaxseed oil, again, write your questions down because I want to go over them all at the end. The form of omega-3s that are in flaxseed oil is not the converted form that your body needs, which is EPA and DHA. There are no molecules of EPA or DHA in flaxseed oil. So when you consume flaxseed oil or any other substance which has plant-based omega-3s in it, your body has to convert them into EPA and DHA. Is your body able to do that? Well, there are some very expensive tests that we could do to find out, but it's going to be different for everybody in here. Some people can convert 10%, some 15, some 20, some 50, probably nobody over 50, probably a few people not at all. And so we're better off if we get them as EPA and DHA, so we know they're there already. They're animal fats. Anybody that is a strict vegetarian gets neither of them at all and hopefully can convert some. So a good way to get them would be grass-fed beef, has the right kinds of omega-3s, grass-fed lamb. You can get them certainly in salmon, and you can get them in fish oil or cod liver oil. My favorite brand, I have nothing to do with the company, my favorite brand is Carlson. I've looked into all of them, and for numerous reasons, I believe theirs is the best, with the main reason being that Carlson cod liver oil is the only one that is being packaged in Norway. They're all Norwegian cod liver oils. Every other one is being shipped all the way over to the United States, during which time they're trying to keep it from oxidizing and being damaged, which is very hard. They package it in Norway. So that's the one that I like best. Antioxidants are being destroyed in cooking. Well, antioxidants are things that are trying to prevent oxidation. So if we're cooking, producing oxidation, the antioxidants get used up trying to protect that. And proteins are denatured. And the reason I put egg white in there as an example is that I noticed about 8 or 10 years ago when I was looking at a college nutrition textbook that they give the egg as an example for protein denaturing. I found that fascinating. So it said the best example of the denaturing of a protein is the change from clear to white as you cook an egg. And as I was watching that, as I was reading that, I'm thinking, okay, so if I had a room full of registered dietitians here, and they're not yet registered dietitians, they're now in college majoring in nutrition to get their dietetics degree. They're probably madly copying this down, so if the test at the end of the month says, give an example of the denaturing of a protein, they can either write in or check the box for the change from clear to white as you cook an egg. What they should be thinking, which is what I was thinking, is, whoa, okay, so anybody that knows that should now realize every single time they eat a cooked egg, they're consuming denatured proteins. I would rather have non-denatured proteins. And therefore I put raw eggs in my smoothie all the time. Amino acids get denatured and destroyed, and some amino acids are a lot less stable than others. Glutamine, L-glutamine, is supposed to be one of the more unstable but very essential amino acids that we need because it keeps the intestines healthy. And if the only proteins people eat are cooked, they're not getting any, which is why often we have people on additional glutamine. So is there research on the effects of nutrients and nutrient supplementation on human health? Because a lot of doctors will say there really isn't any research. So just for fun, I looked at just emotional health. And I went into Medline Medlars, which is the National Academy of Medicine, and I put in the two words, emotion and nutrients, to see if there was any research done. 1,993 citations. I looked at maybe 5 or 6 of them. I put in omega-3s and mood, 796 citations, because we know that when you bring in more omega-3s, people's moods increase. They get better, much, much, much better. Zinc and depression, because zinc is very, very important for lots of biochemical reactions, 520 citations. Phospholipids, those are all of the special fat-soluble portions of the nutrient complex, with the ones that are most well known as far as phospholipids are lecithin, which is phosphatidylcholine, and phosphatidylserine, which is just called PS, both of which have a lot to do with brain function, neurological. 4,545 citations on phospholipids and their effects on mood. Then just for fun, I just put in diet and emotions. Another 1,100 different citations up. And these are all different research studies that you can take a look at. And of course, some of them are not properly done and make it look like there really wasn't an association that we found here, which of course you can very, very often happen. All you have to do is direct the research incorrectly. But if somebody says there isn't any, that's totally ridiculous. And if you really want to take a look, there's an interesting website, which is the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. That's actually called the ATSDR. And it's a division of the Centers for Disease Control. So if you go into atsdr.cdc.gov, and you now have just that division of the Centers for Disease Control, and in their search engine, you type in mercury. I hope you've got a couple of months worth of free time to read how much research there is on the toxic effects of mercury on the human body, and yet if you ask a doctor, they'll go, well, nobody's really researching that because it's not a problem. So, we need to understand how much is in there. If you look for lead, 7,100 articles popped up just for lead, and a lot of them had to do with emotional disorders. So magnesium has a lot to do, mercury has a lot to do. There's lots and lots of research. There's a tremendous amount out there. One of my favorite things that happened in my office was about 2 years ago when a physician came in, a dentist, and he brought his wife in for treatment to me. And the first thing he said is, I've looked through your website, I know a little bit about you, but you were very highly recommended, so I came to you. But we're going to have to agree to disagree about this mercury issue coming out of silver fillings. And so I looked at him and I went, agree to disagree. So in other words, what you're saying is, since I think that the mercury coming out of silver fillings is most likely causing a problem in lots and lots and lots of people, and you know it's not, that's what you're saying we should agree to disagree on? He said, yes, exactly. And so I asked a question that I've asked a lot of people. Very important question. If you're wrong, would you want to know? And there are only a couple different answers I've gotten to that question. One answer is, anybody that says that is just crazy. Okay, we have an ignorant person with a closed mind. Another answer is, well, I'd want to know, but it couldn't possibly be different than what I was told. We have another ignorant person with a closed mind. This is a retired dental professor. He said, of course I'd want to know. I was teaching this for years. I ran one of the dental schools. Of course I'd want to know. I said, good. Then might I lend you, because I've got one here that I can just lend you, a set of 3 CDs of presentations given by 3 different experts at a 4-day seminar I attended at the American College for the Advancement in Medicine, which is a medical college, on problems with heavy metals. He said, do you carry it? I said, yes. He said, I don't need your charity. I'll buy a set. So I sold him a set. And we stopped that topic for that day, and we went on to his wife, because that was who he had brought into me for. They came back for their second appointment. I usually see people about 2 months apart because I need the body to have time to make a lot of these changes. To see somebody closer than 2 months, I guess if you don't have enough business and you got to stick patients in everywhere, it makes sense. For me, the body needs 2 months worth of time to act on all these things I want done before I want to change anything. So he came back in for 2 months. He walks into my office. And he walks in, he says, I want to let you know I am furious. I don't think I'd ever had anybody say that as they walked in my office door. I said, I hope it's not at me. He said, oh no, it's not at you. I listened to those 3 CDs. And I even looked at some of the websites they talked about that are government websites. He said, this is nonsense. And I'm still not sure what side he's on, even though I know what he was listening to because I know the CDs. I said, what's nonsense? He said, we're teaching people lies in dental school all day long. He said, we're teaching people that there has not been any research that shows that there's any problem with amalgam fillings. And there are copious numbers of research studies. There are hundreds of studies that show problems. I said, yeah, I know that. He said, plus we're teaching people that the only research that's ever been done shows that amalgam fillings are not any problem. And there isn't any such research. I said, that's right. You're telling people that the research has shown they're fine, and there is no such research that's ever been done. He said, I know, I found that out. He said, this is ridiculous. I said, well, now you know what I'm up against. What else do you have? And I recommended a couple of DVDs from the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology, really good one called Smoking Teeth, and a couple of others. And he started absorbing all this, and the next time I saw him, he said, we have to get you in as a speaker in some of the dental schools. Right, that's what I did. I laughed, exactly. I said, you know, you get me the place, I'll be happy to be there, but the dental schools get millions of dollars worth of funds from the organizations that you're asking me to educate them to help put out of business. So it's never going to happen, and of course it never did. But it was interesting, so there are some people that actually are open-minded. So these are all treatable disorders that this stuff causes, and that's where people need to understand there's a difference between what I call treating and what medicine calls treating. Medicine says you have an emotional irregularity, we have a drug for you. We can make that emotional problem be pressed far enough away. We can dumb down all of your emotions so the bad ones won't be as bothersome, and then you'll feel better. For me, treating means helping the body reverse the problems so you feel fine and don't need any drugs to suppress anything. And all conditions are treatable, all. The question is just, is there enough time for your body to do what's necessary to reverse it, which of course the only answer comes from your body, from trying it. So let's take a look here. Standard medical tests are another problem that doesn't make it any easier for the doctor. And I sometimes often feel sorry for the physician, because how bad can it be when everything you were taught about diet, of which there was very little in your training at all, is wrong, about everything you were taught about nutrition, that you actually get everything you need from your food if you're eating a well-balanced diet, when every research study ever done shows the opposite, so it's wrong. And so you're busy telling your patients things based on what you were taught, and what you were taught is wrong. Which gets back to my lying thing, earlier. The doctor isn't necessarily lying to you. The doctor is simply ignorant. You don't know what you don't know. I mean, if you want to take a look at some fun quotes, you'll enjoy this. My new website, which is nutritioneducationdvds.com, or you can go to my regular website, davidgetoff.com, and you go down the side to where all the buttons are, and you click on the one that says videos, and it'll bring you there. I don't care if you look at anything else. Just click on the button that says quotations. Just my favorite quotations. You're going to love a bunch of them, because there are a whole bunch there. A couple of them are mine, but others are by different people. One of them is something like, it's very difficult for you to believe something if your salary depends on your not believing it. That's just one, but there are a whole bunch there, and they're really, really good. You'll enjoy them. So medical schools do not teach that lead and mercury are possible causes of any kind of health condition, even though we now know that there's so much mercury in so many fish that some of the real mercury experts out there, one of the top mercury experts I would have to say would be Hal Huggins, who's a dentist who was really the first one that got out the idea that, hey, lots of these emotional conditions, lots of these neurological conditions, ALS, MS, Alzheimer's, etc. A lot of this stuff is all caused by the mercury coming out of your silver fillings in your teeth, because they're 50 to 52% mercury, and it leaches out all day. Well, I've spoken to Hal a whole bunch of times on the phone, and as far as he's concerned, the fish that is acceptable for you to eat doesn't exist. That's his answer. And I said, well, but Hal, wild-caught salmon has been shown to be very, very low in mercury, and it's filled with omega-3 fatty acids. His answer was, so David, what you're saying is you don't want to jump off a 50-story building, but it's okay to jump off a 5-story building. I said, you really don't like fish. He said, there's too much mercury in all of it. So that's his opinion. I do promote the use of the low mercury fish, and you can get on various different websites that will show you charts. I've got one on my site under mercury of the charts of the ones, everything that says excellent, those are the low mercury ones. But it's true, there is some in all of them, and so it's helpful to be taking supplements that help pull out the mercury. But if you tell a doctor that I'm convinced from these 2 books I read that the reason for some of my problems may be mercury. I think I'm being mercury poisoned by my silver fillings. First of all, they'll think you're crazy. So now they're going to send you to a psychiatrist. But if you insist, I really, really think that, a number of doctors will say, well, all right, I mean, you're wrong, but I'll be more than happy to do a test. And what they do is a blood test. Well, henceforth, from now on, I need you to understand that if you're looking for heavy metals, don't look in the blood. It's the worst possible place to look. This is very, very well known. It's been very well researched. If you're exposed to a toxic metal, I don't care what it is, lead, cadmium, mercury, arsenic, it will remain in your blood for somewhere between 2 days and about 4 or 5 weeks. And then your body does its job and gets it the heck out of the blood where it might be hurting you even more and sequesters it into different body organs and tissues where it will continue to hurt you for the rest of your life. So if the doctor finds a bunch of heavy metals in your blood, that means we've got a current exposure. You are being exposed right now, which most people only have very little of, but it's been building up in the rest of their tissues with tiny amounts coming out. So he'll never see any in the blood, and that doesn't mean that you're not majorly toxic. It's the wrong place to look. We look in urine, we look in stool, we look in hair, and even those are not accurate because they only show what's coming out. So if your body is really locking the stuff up, it's not coming out. It's just doing damage all day long, all week long, all year long, and we look to see what's coming out. It's not coming out. As a matter of fact, some of the experts will tell you the lower the number you see, the more dangerous that person is. They're a ticking time bomb because their body isn't able to get any of it out on a daily basis. Experts in this area know the body rapidly removes it, so as I said, it's not in the blood. And there goes our quick, okay. Multiple sclerosis, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Alzheimer's. Professor Boyd Haley at the University of Kentucky has done a lot of research, and he has found that as far as Alzheimer's is concerned, the only toxic substance that he can find that does the exact same degrading to the brain cells and neurological cells that are seen in the patient of an Alzheimer's, the brain of an Alzheimer's patient, is mercury. He's looked at lead, he's looked at aluminum, he's looked at cadmium, nickel. Only mercury makes exactly the same thing happen that you see in the Alzheimer's brain. And of course, you know, we've got a mercury production factory pretty darn close to your brain because it's in most people's teeth unless they've had all of them taken out. How many people in this class, since this is not majorly a specific health conference, although, hey, I say it in the health conferences, I get the same low number. How many people here have paid to have all of their silver amalgam fillings removed? Fabulous. More than half the class. I love to see that. And hopefully by somebody properly trained so that they didn't release even more into your body while they were doing it. So a couple other different things. What are the vitamins which would be helpful in addition to a better diet? And what are the macro minerals? What are the trace minerals? What are the fatty acids? Do we need to take enzymes? You know, there's so many different things that we have to do, and I love this one. Plus, once you see the results, a lot of people say, is this going to become so complicated that it's not possible to do? It's not complicated. It's different. I have to admit, I've got a lot of people that say, I would love to do all the things that you're talking about, but I can't afford organic, and I can't afford grass-fed, and I can't afford much supplements, maybe a multi. And I always just tell people, every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction, so don't ever not do something because you can't do as much as you'd like to, because everything is beneficial. So once you start seeing results coming, that's what often makes it easier. A lot of people, after they see a couple of things happening, they go, wow, I'll make some differences. Okay, So let's go over just a couple of basical, that's a good word, I like that one. We'll make up a couple new words tonight. Basic principles of a healthy diet. First of all, the fresher the food, the healthier it's going to be. So the word fresh is a peculiar word, and people often don't understand, and they confuse a couple different words. For example, I will get people that will come into my office, and they'll say, there were 3 brands of raw milk in the store. I live in San Diego County, and I'll say, no, there were not. There was 1 brand of raw milk in the store, Organic Pastures. If you're up in Orange County, you have both Organic Pastures and Claravale. But down there, we have only Organic Pastures. No, there were 3. No, there weren't 3. There are only 1. You're looking for the wrong word. The word you're looking for has 3 letters, and it's R-A-W. You were misrepresenting organic or non-homogenized, but not raw. And they're convinced I'm wrong, so they go back to the store and find out I'm right and call me back up and say, yeah, I was thinking of organic. So that's one place where people get things mixed up. Raw is raw. Of course, raw is raw only if you leave it raw. That's really important. I mean, I've had a couple people that have said, ever since I switched over to raw milk, it's so terrific. My kids are not having all these problems that they were having before. They all went away. And then last night, both of them got their problem back again. I go, well, what did you feed them that was cooked dairy? Well, no, we didn't. No, you had to. What do you have for dinner? Oh, we had New England clam chowder that I made myself at home with the raw milk. Exactly. And I said, so you made New England clam chowder, but you cooked it in the refrigerator. No, I cooked it on the stove. Okay, you cooked it on the stove, but you cooked it without it ever getting any hotter than it came out of the refrigerator. David, I don't understand what you're saying. Now I want to say, yeah, that's obvious. If you take raw milk and you cook it to a temperature that's hotter even than the pasteurization temperature, you just ultra-pasteurized it on your stove. Oh! And I have to try to be nice to people, you know, but it's amazing how we don't think. We just don't think. And the other one that's come up very, very often is somebody will tell me, Whole Foods just got in wild-caught salmon. And they're just mentioning it to me because I don't always keep track of what month it is and when the wild-caught stuff comes in, and I won't buy the farm-raised. And I'll, you know, I was at Whole Foods that morning. I go, no, they only had farm-raised. No, they had wild-caught. No, I was at Whole Foods this morning, and they only had, you must mean fresh. And I've gotten that one back and forth a bunch of times, where, you know, they go back the next day, and the same sign they saw was there, and it says, fresh salmon. Fresh doesn't mean wild-caught. So I try to say, well, now let's see. What would be the opposite of fresh? Old. Rancid? Old? Spoiled? Rotten. So you really think that the reason they're telling you it's fresh is because they're no longer selling the spoiled, rotten stuff? Of course it's fresh. But it's fresh out of a tank, and we wanted it fresh out of the water that isn't a tank, where it's swimming by itself. So again, people get all these names confused. It's ridiculous. So fresher it is, the better. And obviously, anything that will last a long time is not as good for you as something that doesn't. So if there's a particular brand of whatever, I don't eat bread because I don't eat flour, but if there's a particular brand of bread that when you get it, within 3 days it starts molding over, and so you buy another brand that keeps 2 weeks, you just did the opposite of what your body wants. Your body wants the stuff that's so nutritious that all the other organisms, the mold and the bacteria, they like it too. And so it starts to go bad the fastest. You want the food that goes bad the fastest, and you want to eat it before it does. Very simple. Varieties are developed for shipping. They're always less nutritious because all they care about is that they look good and that they continue to look good and not bruise easily as they're being shipped across the planet. That's not what you want. You want the ones that taste good. Can you imagine if every time a store were to bring in produce, the produce manager or the taster, we had tasters back in days of kings, right? Somebody would have to taste the food to make sure they weren't poisoning the king. But you know, the taster tastes it and says, oh, this isn't any good. We don't want this stuff. They had to send you one first. Most of the produce we get would never be shipped because everybody would be calling up, don't ship me this, don't ship me that, don't ship me something else. I mean, it's hard to find produce in a regular store that really tastes like what it's supposed to, so you go to the farmer's market, you get much better stuff because it's local. Numerous studies. There have now been a lot of studies that have confirmed that organic food has a lot more nutrients. All the different minerals they look at, much more nutrients. If somebody says there really isn't any difference, they are not keeping track of the research. There is quite a bit of research that shows the difference, more and more all the time. Foods that last forever cannot be as healthy as foods that go bad quickly. It's not just what you eat, it's what your food ate. That's where people fall short. Now, we've already gone over a bunch of that because we've talked about grass-fed beef, we've talked about wild-caught salmon, wild-caught fish. But people need to understand that. I mean, it's very simple. You just have to think about it. If, in fact, it's true, which it is very true, that what we eat will affect our health, well, then it has to be true that whatever we're eating, what it ate affects its health. And if it didn't eat the right things, then we're eating something that didn't eat the right things. Now, I don't care if that thing that we're eating is a fish, or as a plant, or as a bird, or as an egg. Makes no difference. It needed to have been eating the correct types of natural substances for it to be healthy in order for it to have all the nutrients that we want to get from it. So you always have to go one further back. What we eat had to also be eating what it was supposed to eat. And I went over that, what fresh does not mean properly fed. Carbohydrate, we went over all of that already, which is very, very important. So I want you all to teach lots of people that you know. If anybody says, what do you know about the low carbohydrate diet? Or I'm trying the low carbohydrate diet and I'm starting to lose weight, this is pretty good. And the first thing you should say is, why did you stop eating vegetables? They're good for you. And they'll say, I didn't. And you'll say, then you're not on a low carbohydrate diet, and explain to them to stop misusing the word carbohydrate. What nutrients have been shown to be essential, and what does that mean? Well, we went over that a little bit. What's interesting, and this is actually very interesting, is if you ask almost any physician and almost any dietitian, are grains necessary for health? They were taught that they were, and they will say, yes, grains are necessary for health. Then what you want to do to try and educate them, and if you can do it nicely, they're less likely to be really angry at you, is, do you know, and depending on how long ago they were in school and what their knowledge is, they may understand this. Do you know that the word essential is used in biochemical nutrition to indicate things which the body requires that it cannot make itself and which we have to get from our food? And many of them will know that. I would hope that most of the doctors will know, yes, essential amino acids, essential fatty acids, that means we have to get in our food. They think that we get plenty of it in our food. They're wrong about that, but that's okay, just that they know what the word essential means. Then what you can do is, so you understand, for example, that there are essential amino acids. That's proteins, certain ones that we have to get. There are essential fatty acids. This is taught in medical school, it's taught in dietetic school. There are essential minerals, there are essential trace minerals, there are essential vitamins. All these things are listed as essential. There is one food group for which the word essential does not exist in any of the textbooks because they're not essential. There is no such thing as an essential carbohydrate. So when somebody tells you grains are required, not that they might not be good and some populations eat them and are healthy, that's different, but that they're required, the answer is essential is what we have determined is required. And there are essential fatty acids, minerals, vitamins, amino acids, but please, sir, please, ma'am, find me a textbook that lists the essential carbohydrates. I've been told there aren't any, and if you say there are, I would like to look at them. They won't be able to, and we've got a break. Oh, I like that. That's one that I've always liked a lot. You know, how we tell Mother Nature that she's a fool and why doing so destroys our health. One of my favorite places to give a little lecture is in a house of worship. You know, synagogue, shul, church, whatever you want to call it. Because I will start out by saying, okay, how many people here believe in God? And of course, everybody's hand goes up and they're starting to get angry. What the heck is this person up at the podium asking stupid questions in a house of worship? And I'll say, all right, well, so everybody's hand went up. That sort of makes sense considering this is a church or synagogue or whatever it may be that I'm in. How many people here believe in God, but believe that, of course, they know a lot more than God? And no hands go up. Huh, interesting. So everybody believes in God and doesn't believe they know more than God. And again, this is when I'm giving a lecture in a church usually, or synagogue. And yet, almost every single time you sit down to eat your meal, basically anybody watching what you're eating would say, you're telling God God's a fool. and yet you just got through saying that you believe in him or her or it or whatever, and that you think they know more than you. Well, now the congregation would like to know what idiot asked me to speak, and who's going to pull me off the podium and kick me out. But so now I'm going to go over the reason why, and I'll say, for example, that's what I've got on the slide here. We tell her that she should not have put skin on her chickens. Why did she put skin on the chicken? Don't you know that the fat in the skin on the chicken is bad for you? God, why did you do that? And we pull the skin off the chicken, so we have skinless chicken because people incorrectly think that the animal fats are bad for you. So we're basically, if you believe in God, saying that God's a fool there. We tell her that she should not have put yolks in her eggs, and so we remove them. Or we have egg beaters, or people will have an omelet made with maybe, 3 whites and 2 yolks. Actually, if somebody insisted, David, we're going to make you an omelet, but you are not allowed to have the same number of whites as yolks, I would say, well, I really don't want to do that, but if you insist, give me 3 or 4 yolks and 2 whites. Because then it's going to be healthier because the yolk has a lot more nutrients than the white does. But they do the opposite. So we tell her that she shouldn't have put fat in her dairy products, and we end up with low-fat and non-fat dairy products. So basically, people don't understand that everything needs to be the way it's supposed to be. We tell her naturally occurring fats in beef and lamb and chicken and turkey and eggs and milk and butter, that they're all bad, and so we're not going to use any of those. But we're going to take unnatural things. We're going to concentrate fats out of all sorts of different seeds, and we're going to take the fats out of sesame seeds and corn and cotton seeds and sunflower seeds. Then we're going to genetically alter some of the foods and make canola oil and a whole bunch of other things that can kill animals in laboratory tests, but we don't want the ones that nature put there. So just remember, whatever nature is giving us is more likely to be correct in the way she presented it than in what we think is going to make it better as we pull something out of it. It just doesn't work that way. We really need to leave stuff alone. These are 2 of the many books that are pretty important for people to take a look at. Seeds of Deception, Jeff Smith is going to be lecturing here. A really good man. He's one of the world experts in the problems with genetically modified foods. One of his first little CDs that came out a long time ago, I loved. I bought hundreds at a time. I bought and handed them out free to my students in class. And the title of that first CD was, You're Eating What? And I thought that was a very good title for a CD. He now has another one out there which he gives permission for people to duplicate, so I've got it on my website. But that is a very good book, as is his new one, which I believe is called Genetic Roulette or something like that. Also very, very good. And then Dr. Mercola put out Sweet Deception, which is one of the better sugar books. Lick the Sugar Habit, of course, I mentioned. And Dr. Appleton's new book that's supposed to come out in April called Suicide by Sugar. And then, of course, the Sweet Suicide movie. So general principles of healthy eating. I've heard this one over and over again with slightly different words back and forth, but I like it. If your grandmother would not know any of the ingredients on the label, don't eat it. So if you take a look at the label and you go, geez, there are 5 or 6 ingredients there, my grandmother wouldn't know what the heck they are, you probably would be better off not eating it. Now, I will put one little caveat in there, and that is that a lot of companies are now putting in some vitamins into their foods. And so a lot of people will look at a label and not realize that the 2 or 3 things they don't identify might include a vitamin. So, that's a little bit important. I mean, if you take a look at a, Frito-Lay or, any of the various different chips, the really good quality ones have 1 or 2 ingredients. Ground up cornmeal, which is still pure starch and not good for you, but at least it's one thing. And hopefully it's organic, because otherwise it's genetically modified cornmeal, which is even worse, and maybe salt and a little bit of some kind of fat. And it might not be a fat I like, but it's liable to have 3 ingredients. Then you take a look at Doritos, and they've got 30 ingredients, and you can't recognize almost any of them. But again, sometimes you take a look and something will say, let's see, what are some examples? Pyridoxine, or cyanocobalamin. Well, it's vitamin B6 and vitamin B12. So, sometimes if you don't recognize something, it actually is a good thing, it's a nutrient, but usually it's not. If anything which occurs naturally in a food has been reduced or removed, don't eat it. So if it says lower in this or lower in that, if it's got reduced fat, reduced cholesterol, we want it the way nature presented it. That's the way our body is designed to take it. if it was fed differently than it would have fed itself. That's a real big one. That's hard. It's really hard because you go to the store and most of the foods we're getting aren't really fed the way they would have fed themselves in the wild. All you can do is the best you can. But that's something worthwhile looking at. We do want to try to do that as much as we can. So for example, you go to the store and the health food store has omega-3 eggs. Now, how do you have eggs with more omega-3s in them than an egg would normally have? It's very, very easy. You feed them flax meal or flax seeds. I don't know if there's any part of this planet that any hen would normally have in its environment enough flax seeds to change its omega-3 fatty acid content. So I don't buy the omega-3 eggs. However, in that particular aspect, it probably isn't a problem because we are giving it a seed. It is a healthy seed. If it's organic, that much better. And I don't think it's probably going to hurt the yolk, because that's where they're going to be, the omega-3s. Probably not going to hurt the yolk to have a little bit more omega-3s in it. But nonetheless, we are giving it something that wouldn't be normal, and I would rather have something just eating totally what it's supposed to. If it's been genetically manipulated or modified, I certainly don't want to eat it, which is interesting because if I go back, I don't know, 8 years, I like Mexican food, and I don't eat the rice because it's all white rice, and I don't eat very many grains at all, but if I'm going to eat some rice, there are only 2 rices that I have in the house if we're going to have rice. I have black rice, and I have red rice. And actually my favorite red rice is from Thailand, and it's called Thai Red Cargo rice. I'm not exactly sure why it was named that way, I didn't look into it. But if you take a look at some of these countries where some of these whole grains are, you will find, because of, again, ignorance is the most appropriate word, the citizens are eating the refined white rice, and the low-level people or the animals get the whole grains. Well, that's good because, of course, they don't have any health insurance, so let's keep them healthier. At least the people have health insurance. But I remember being at a Thai restaurant in San Diego about maybe 2 years ago, and I asked them, do you happen to have Thai red rice? Because a couple of the restaurants do, very, very few. And the woman was from Thailand, and she said, red rice. Red rice? And I pointed to the tablecloth, which was red, and I said, red rice. And she got this big smile, beautiful lady. And she said, oh, Thai red cargo rice. We feed that to criminals and hogs. So here she's telling me that in their penal institutions, they serve red cargo rice and they feed them to the pigs, and she's basically making fun of me that I would ask for something so stupid that they feed them to the criminals and they feed them to the pigs, but without realizing, of course, that this is just her ignorance. It's much healthier than the white rice she's eating. So, you know, ignorance is an interesting thing, what it does. Fed differently, modified, don't eat it. If it will sit on your counter for a month and not go bad, don't eat it. Well, now let's see, that's going to include the vast majority of every single food that is not in your refrigerator. So if you think about it, all the food in your cabinet, all the stuff in there, well, what does that include? That includes all dried beans and all dried grains. Now again, I'm not telling people never eat any beans, never eat any grains, because we actually do have some very healthy societies on the planet that were some of the ones that Price studied that did eat some grains. It's just that they also had enough animal fats and animal protein coming in that it wasn't a problem. And they weren't exposed to all of our chemicals, and they weren't eating anything but whole, and so there are a lot of other differences there. So again, grains aren't toxic. They're not going to kill you. It's just that the percentage we eat is way too high. The starch content is way too high. We're not eating them whole, and we're eating the fastest converters. Rice converts into sugar in your body faster than every single other grain. Barley converts the most slowly. But some people can't eat barley, which is otherwise a very healthy grain, because it does have gluten in it, and some people are gluten intolerant. So, we'll have some barley occasionally. We'll have a little bit of red rice or black rice. Goldmine Natural Foods or goldminenaturalfood.com has both red and black rice, and you can find it on the internet. And then, being and getting healthy are not convenient. So people will often say, geez, this is not easy. I go, what is there that's good for us that's easy? I mean, learning isn't easy, going to school isn't easy, building muscle isn't easy. Why should getting and being healthy be easy? The only way it can be easy, and this is the parents' job, is if they start with the kids as soon as they're born doing everything right. Now it's easy because what is easy? Is easy doing something that's simple? Easy is doing something that's the way you've been doing it over and over again. It's very easy to continue to do something the same way. That's what makes something easy. So when somebody tells me something isn't easy, it just means they haven't been doing it long enough for it to be second nature. Somebody says it's impossible to eat the way you eat when I'm out of town. Wow. I go out of town all over the country. I give lectures all over the place. I have no problem at all. The principles are there. The quality is not. So other than conferences like this one where he's getting us organic food, which is phenomenal. I mean, thank you, Painman, for some of the foods he's serving here. But otherwise, I'll go someplace, I'm still eating animal proteins. I'm still eating animal fats. Almost always my breakfast in a hotel will be 3 or 4 poached eggs. Why do I do poached? 2 reasons. Number one, they were cooked in water. Therefore, they didn't get above the boiling point of water, which is 212 degrees, and therefore they weren't hurt as much as they would have in a pan. Second of all, I know they weren't sitting out for hours and hours and hours in the big place where they cracked 15 dozen eggs in the morning and mixed them up so that every time somebody wanted scrambled eggs, they could just pour some in. They had to crack mine right now and put them in the poacher or put them in the water. So I always get 3 or 4 poached eggs, and that's my way of doing that. And I don't usually have anything with it except maybe a small amount of water to help me take all my supplements, which of course I don't take with water anyway. I take them with food because it's a lot easier. So being and getting healthy is not necessarily the easiest thing or convenient. Animals in the wild eat better than wealthy humans with stores and refrigerators. That is very sad. That is really very, very sad. I mean, it's rather amazing that an animal can eat much better than we do when we've got so much more knowledge. And the problem is, instinct is often better than knowledge. And there's no correlation between intelligence, which is what is tested on an IQ, and common sense. No correlation between the two. Common sense is what we need. If you had a choice between getting a large amount of common sense or a large amount of intelligence, the person with a large amount of common sense will live longer, be healthier, have more fun, and in general have a better life. There was actually an article about 20 years ago in the International Mensa Journal of common sense versus intelligence. And the article was talking about how many Mensans were out of work because intelligence and common sense don't come together. So it's much better off for people to be taught common sense and things they need to know, much more important than intelligence. Breakfast cereals, like I said, were developed by the millionaires Post and Kellogg, and they destroy our health. They do a very, very good job. How many different animals out there have determined that the time of day or what their wristwatch says is going to alter what they want to eat for that particular meal, which, by the way, also gets a different name depending on what the clock says? 0. So there's no such thing as breakfast, lunch, and dinner except to humans. There's no such thing as breakfast, lunch, and dinner foods. There sure as heck isn't anything called dessert. So we have all sorts of problems that were all formed by some really good marketing experts that are making lots of companies a lot of money while we stay sick. We need to understand that. So people will often ask me, and it's always so funny, people will say, well, what should I have for breakfast? Healthy food. No, but what should I have for breakfast? Healthy food. Well, after they ask 2 or 3 times, I realize they're not going to get an answer from me. They give up. All right, David, what should I have for lunch? Healthy food. Well, what's the difference between lunch and dinner? Time of day. And don't call it lunch and dinner. Call it I'm hungry. So, we have to learn these things. We have to learn these things. It's very, very important. When I was being brought up in New York, my father had this thing that the first meal of the day needed to be a breakfast food. Luckily, thankfully, he loved eggs. So if he was so busy in the morning that he never got around to eating, and all of a sudden it's 1 o'clock and he hadn't had anything to eat, well, first meal of the day is breakfast. So we'd have eggs. Well, good. You know, now lots of people are scared to death of eggs. They're going to give them heart disease, which of course they're not. It's going to raise their cholesterol. No, it usually lowers it. And all sorts of other ridiculous things out there. So it's just so much nonsense. So stop thinking about the idea of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and instead think that as much as you are able, eat healthy foods when you're hungry. And if you eat foods which are good amounts of animal protein, good amounts of animal fats, and lesser amounts of starches, sugars, and alcohols, then you start to attain a very important uniformity, which is you stop getting hungry prior to the next meal. There's an experiment that I teach in all my classes that I want people to do whenever you have time. It's very well worthwhile, because no amount of my telling you something is the same as you're experiencing it. So for those people that generally, for one of your meals, I don't care which of your meals it is, could be breakfast, could be lunch, doesn't make any difference, but for one of your meals that you usually have either a bunch of starches, most often it's breakfast because people have some kind of breakfast cereal or oatmeal, or some kinds of sugars, because for some meal everybody either has a big dessert or they have a large glass of juice. Maybe they have their own tree and they squeeze their own orange juice, or they have a big muffin, so they have a bunch of sugar. So in other words, starches or sugar, something in there. For some meal that you normally do that, I want you for 2 days in a row to eat the exact same food and just write down how long it is, write down what time you finish the meal, when is it that you first get hungry, how many hours does that meal take you. Now for the next 2 days, I want you to instead have a high protein, high fat meal. The easiest for most people is eggs. But make absolutely sure you eat enough, because I'll have somebody that was generally eating a big bowl of oatmeal, a bran muffin, and a glass of juice. And then they go to do my little challenge test and they have 2 eggs. And they say, I was hungry even sooner. I go, well, what did you replace the 2 eggs from? Oh, a big bowl of oatmeal and a muffin. And oh, wait a minute. You just reduced the quantity of food by 90%. You were eating so much more before. I want you to still be, nice and full. So if you had that much before, have 4 eggs. Oh, okay. So now we have 4 eggs or 3 eggs, depending, and see how long that holds you. And you will see that you are held for much longer before you get hungry. That's part 2. Part 3, which is the part that really gets people to go, wow, the aha moment, is to have the same high-fat, high-protein meal that you just had for 2 days in a row, but add in one of these bad foods, which I call sabotage foods. Those are my terms. Starches and sugars and alcohols are sabotage foods. So if you were having 3 eggs or 4 eggs, go ahead and do that for 2 more days, but pick one of the foods that you were otherwise having. So let's say you usually have a piece of bread or 2. Go ahead and have your piece of bread or 2. Or somebody else has a muffin. Go ahead and have your muffin. Somebody else doesn't have breads or muffins. They have a glass of orange juice. Have your glass of orange juice. Bring in the full amount of some of these other foods, which I call sabotage food, that you would have otherwise had. So then we're adding additional food, additional calories on top of what you already had, and see how much faster you get hungry, even with all these extra calories, because you sabotaged your body's ability to hold your blood sugar level. And then you understand why the things we're doing are really dependent on the foods. And all the people that have asked me questions at the breaks, well, how about if I, in addition to my oatmeal, have this? How about if I, in addition to my bread, I add that? Will that take over the difference? It'll help, but it won't make the problem go away. And this gets to show you, because when you bring in the sabotage food, even though it's more food, bingo, all of a sudden you are hungry sooner, because it sabotages your body's ability to hold it. So cholesterol has been completely vindicated by those who have looked at the research. Drug companies are still teaching the hazards of this humongously beneficial substance. You should really be eating eggs for breakfast. So let's take a look at a little bit about cholesterol, because cholesterol is very important. So cholesterol is our friend. There's no question about it. It's our friend. Reducing cholesterol actually causes dementia. There's an extremely important research study which they are doing everything they can, they being the pharmaceutical conglomerate, to not allow out. Beatrice Golem, MD, PhD, UCSD Medical Center, has been doing a very long-term research on cholesterol-lowering drugs causing memory loss. for many years. She has even gotten information from the manufacturers of the statin drugs, where they admitted in Freedom of Information disclosures that they've known this for a long time, that it destroys memory and causes memory lapses, and they're just not telling anybody. And they are still succeeding, because they have so much power over all the medical journals, in preventing her from getting this published. And it's phenomenal information. The study was almost completed basically a few years ago and still hasn't come out. Little trickles of it are coming out. So if you want to reduce your memory, it's very easy. Get on any type of cholesterol-lowering drug. Guaranteed you are going to reduce your memory slowly over time. No question about it whatsoever. You may or may not also have some of the other effects, including various things going on with your muscles, but you will reduce your memory because you need cholesterol in the brain for memory. The way I like to put it is, telling your body that it's wrong is not a good idea. So if you take a drug that is there to kill a bacteria, an antibiotic, okay, they save lives, I understand that. Taking a drug for thyroid, somebody's thyroid is not doing what it's supposed to, and they don't know anybody that can work with them for a couple of years, because that's what it might take, to get their thyroid working correctly by pulling out the toxins and everything. So they take a thyroid supplement to supplement what the thyroid's doing. Okay, I can understand that. I'd like them to take the natural one, not the synthetic, but okay. But the cholesterol is a different issue. Cholesterol, somebody has arbitrarily, with no legitimate research to back it up, first decided, a number of years ago, that if your cholesterol was over 240, it was probably unhealthy and we should lower it. But when they did that for a number of years with a bunch of thousands of people, it didn't do anything beneficial, so they figured they must have been wrong. The number wasn't low enough. So they changed it and they said, well, if it's over 220, it's probably a problem. And they started lowering that. Again, they didn't get any benefit. So then they said, well, probably has to be 200, which is where we are now, where they're telling people anybody over 200, it's supposed to be lower than that. You don't tell the body that it's not working correctly and win when it comes to specific things where the body is manufacturing a protective substance. See, with thyroid, your body isn't manufacturing enough of a thyroid hormone, so we bring it in. That's different. With cholesterol, cholesterol is a repair substance. It's an antioxidant. We're going to go over some of that. And you don't want to tell the body it's wrong. Cholesterol in foods, we now know from at least 30 different research studies, does not affect your cholesterol level. Starches, sugars, and alcohols do. I have lots of patients where I quadruple, 4 times more, I quadruple their cholesterol intake. So instead of having no eggs because the doctor said don't eat any eggs, I say I want you to have 3 eggs every morning. Instead of cooking in some kind of toxic garbage, otherwise known as margarine, I say, no, use ghee, use coconut oil, use butter, melt butter over your vegetables, make them taste better, leave the skin on the chicken, but stop the whole grain bread, stop the whole grain pasta, stop all the cookies and crackers, stop the extra grains, and let's do all of that for a 6-week trial and see what happens to your cholesterol. And then their doctor has a little bit of a heart attack because the doctor sees the cholesterol move down faster than they've ever seen it move down and asks my patient what I have them doing. And so the patient says, well, he told me to stop eating the whole grain breads that your dietitian put me on. He told me to stop using the margarine that your dietitian put me on and use butter instead. He told me to start melting butter over all of my vegetables if I thought it tasted better. Instead of 1 egg a week, he wants me to eat 3 eggs a day. He told me to start leaving the skin on the chicken. Usually the doctor cuts them off before he's even said as many as I've just said, and looking at their tests. And I've had so many patients tell me this. It's so much fun. I wish I was in the doctor's office with a video camera. He said, they're looking at my tests saying, everything you're doing is wrong, but for some reason with your body it's working, so keep doing it. And do they ever call me up and say, teach me some of this. Let me try it with another 25 patients and see if this particular patient is an anomaly and it'll never happen again, or if it happens with other people? No. Nobody ever calls me up. They keep on prescribing their drugs and doing all their nonsense. So we know that there's no connection between cholesterol in foods and cholesterol in the blood because your body has decided how much cholesterol it wants to make based on what it's doing. but it's being thrown off in its abilities by too many foods that turn to fats in the blood. Not that are fats, that turn to fats. That's starches, sugars, and alcohols. So we reduce all those, everything normalizes out to where your body wants it to be, which may still not be where your doctor wants it to be, but you know, I don't want any of my patients' cholesterol levels to be where their doctor wants it to be. I want them all to be where their bodies want it to be, because cholesterol is very, very important. It is used to make all the sex hormones. So lowering it can cause all sorts of emotional problems, which low-fat diets cause. Cholesterol is very well known as an antioxidant. Why would you want to force your body to make less of an antioxidant that it inherently makes, that it needs, rather than us even having to take it? It needs it for something. It's a repair substance. I never want to force anybody's body to stop making a repair substance that it can tell by all of our body's marvelous feedback mechanisms that it needs more of. It carries and distributes many of our fat-soluble vitamins, including CoQ10 and others. I don't want to stop that. And due to all the above, it works to help protect us from toxins such as chlorine, fluoride, and a number of others. So we want it there to do that. It's there for a reason. Our toxic load gets higher as we age, okay? We live in a society where the exposure we have to toxins continues. Every year they produce more chemicals than we've never had on this planet. We keep on having all this exposure, and so our body gets more and more and more toxins, and therefore to protect us, we require a higher level of cholesterol. That's the reason the cholesterol goes up as we age. Cholesterol does not go up as we age in the traditional populations, those few that have been studied, because they don't have all these toxins. There's a specific reason for it. So I can help somebody's body not need as much cholesterol. I don't mind doing that. So we bring down the starches, sugars, and the alcohols, so there's not so much fat conversion. We support the liver with different nutrients that help the liver do its job better because it's been overloaded for so long. And maybe I'll start somebody, which I usually do, on a detoxification program. I've got a 2 or 3 hour video on detox because it's so important, so people can learn how to start pulling things out. And when we get those low enough, all of a sudden the body says, I don't need so much cholesterol. I'm not going to make so much anymore. That's the way to lower the cholesterol, not to tell the body it's wrong. So we don't want to make it make less. We want to have it need less. Some of the best information you can find on cholesterol is, and I love their name, THINCS, THINCS.org, the International Network of Cholesterol Skeptics. This is a group of medical doctors, PhD research scientists, professors. These are not the public. These are absolute experts in the field of cholesterol. There are currently about 70 of them on there that have signed on to the fact that what Dr. Uffe Ravenskov has gone over, having to do with everything we're knowing and telling people about cholesterol being wrong and that we need it, is something that people need to get out. It needs to get out to the public. So there's a whole bunch of experts. His book, Cholesterol Myths by Uffe Ravenskov, is currently out of print. We're trying to get it back into print, although it is still available in some used book places. Cholesterol Conspiracy is also hard to get, but is still in print. Cholesterol Hoax by Sherry Rogers, we actually carry at Price Pottinger. Malignant Medical Myths is actually one of my favorite books. Joel Kaufman, who worked in the drug industries, it talks about him on the back of the book for years and years. He learned about all the things he was saying and doing and telling people that were totally wrong. And unlike some people, he said, this is ridiculous. Let's talk to the public about this. And it's a very, very appropriate title. Malignant, meaning things that really hold on and are hard to get rid of, medical myths, including that cholesterol is bad for you. That's a malignant medical myth. So he has got a great book. Lipitor, Thief of Memory. Dwayne Graveline was a NASA flight surgeon. He lost his memory when they put him on Lipitor. He went back off it because he said that's the only thing that ever changed. Everything was fine. He got another episode of it going away called TGA, Transient Global Amnesia. He said, now I'm sure it's the Lipitor because I brought it back in again and it happened again, and he started to do research. And he met Beatrice Golem. He's the one that told me her research was going to come out 5 years ago. I spoke to her, it never did. They're suppressing her information, even though it was done correctly at UCSD Medical School. We got a lot of stuff out there. Lipitor thief of memory. Peter Langström is a medical doctor who's one of our world experts in cholesterol and statin drugs, and CoQ10 actually, those three. Jonathan Emord is a constitutional attorney in Washington, D.C., and he interviewed him on his Health, Law, and Politics show. And I got permission from them to take the interview, turn it into MP3, and stick it on my website. Every time I find something that I just go, wow, this was really done well, the information is terrific, it needs to get out there, I contact the people and I say, can I have your permission to put that on my website? So on my website there's an area that says MP3 lectures and recordings. And if you get into that area, there's the one on cholesterol with Peter Langström. Now I warn you, I don't like, how many of you have ever heard any kind of recording or lecture that somebody gave you and the quality stank? It is really, really bad. And what happens is, in order to make it a small file so it can fit on websites and download fast, people do that. I decided not to do that. So every time I make a recording on the website, if it's really good quality, that one wasn't perfect, most of the others are perfect. If it's really good quality, I compress it as much as I can up until it starts to lose any audio quality, and then I stop. Because of that, when you click on the download, instead of immediately getting it, you're sitting there waiting and going, does this link work? Is this happening? And then you go out to the bathroom and you come back and, oh, there it finally is. Geez, it took 3 minutes. It takes a while because they're very high quality recordings. Just to let you know that beforehand, because otherwise people have said your link doesn't work. I said, how long do you wait? Well, I waited 30 seconds. They usually take 10. You're going to have to wait a while, but the quality is going to be really, really good. So there's a lot of good information on that. How high is too high? And I always like to spend a little bit of time on cholesterol because of all the different things that are out there. There probably isn't another drug that as many people are on. I don't like to embarrass anybody. I'm not going to show a show of hands. I guarantee there are people in this room that are on some type of statin drug. And people need to understand this. So it's worthwhile, because if you're not on it, somebody you know is on it, or some doctor is trying to convince them to go on it. So desirable cholesterol numbers should always be determined by your body. Gee, what an interesting thought, especially since it's a repair substance and an antioxidant. Current desirable, no they're not, numbers were produced without any basic research by statin drug manufacturers because they're making lots and lots of money. Many of the current experts out there say that a healthy total cholesterol generally, because we're all different, ranges from somewhere between, this is the total number, from somewhere between 180 and 270 for adults that are about 40 and over, and gets higher as we age because as we get older, our body needs more cholesterol. Research, and I love this one because the research is very clear, shows that those people in the US over 65, and I think one of the research studies showed over 70, live the longest and the healthiest who have the highest total cholesterol with no reference to how high that is. 65 and 70 and over with the highest cholesterols live the longest and the healthiest with the highest cholesterol. You got a 70-year-old that has a cholesterol of 180 and a 70-year-old that has a cholesterol of 310. The 310 person is likely to live the longest and be the healthiest because his body has recognized properly all the poisons that have been coming in all this time and is doing its darndest to protect him or her from them. And that's published research. When that research came out and then a second research study validated it, I said, oh good, finally the doctors are going to stop prescribing these blasted statin drugs to the 70 and 80-year-old population. No, hasn't changed. What it will take, see we have, and you know that because this is the Freedom Law School, what it will take would be a class action lawsuit of a whole bunch of people whose grandparents died of side effects that are now known from statin drugs and lowering cholesterol at the ages of 70, 80, and 90 that never should have been put on the cholesterol-lowering drugs, and they make all the research come out. And so instead of the doctors being worried that if the person has a heart attack and they hadn't put him on a cholesterol drug, that they could get sued because, quote, standard of care is to have put him on one. So no matter what he dies of, And no matter, even if he would have died 2 years sooner on the statin drug, if he didn't put it on it, you could say, you didn't try the statin drug, because that's accepted. We need to get it accepted that the research gets looked at and that you're less likely to die if you're not on the statin drug, really almost any time, but certainly 65 or 70 and over. And if they win the lawsuit, then the doctor will no longer have to cover their butt, so to speak, and license by prescribing something that's hurting people. So we have a big, big problem, and of course it's our legal system. So are there healthy ways to lower your cholesterol? We went over a couple of them. Support liver and kidney function with a good quality supportive herbal product. Years ago, a woman who was looking at all of my videos and everything and said, well, where can people buy some of the stuff that you talk about in your classes if they're not your patient? I go, well, they can hunt for it on the web. Well, what if it's 15 different companies' products they want to look at? Well, yeah, they'll be hunting all over the place. She said, well, how about I carry a lot of the products you talk about in your videos and lectures? I said, well, if you want to. I mean, that's all right with me. I don't care. So she started carrying a lot of the things I talk about, and it's elitealternatives.net, and that way, at least you can find some of these various different things that are on my videos, that I have in my lectures, so she makes them available. I have nothing to do with that. This is just a separate company. Consume much less sugar, starch, and alcohol. That's a good way in many people to lower the cholesterol because it throws off the liver's ability to do its job correctly, and we reduce all of those, it starts working better. Drink adequate amounts of high-quality water. When I say high-quality water, I want water, if it's not coming out of a really good filter, and we may have time to go over water filters, but if it's going to be one of the bottled waters, and I wish we still had glass bottled waters, we have almost none, I want it to be at least one that says it is from deep artesian wells, and I would like it to be one of those few, and boy it is few, that list the pH on the label, and that the pH is 7.0 or above, so it's not further acidifying your body. So a couple good ones would be Fiji, Volvic, V-O-L-V-I-C, and a high pH water is called Evamor, E-V-A-M-O-R, but if you drink too much of that and you're too toxic, it may give you a healing reaction, so you'd have to drink it slowly. Work with a good health professional to reduce your body's toxic load slowly for a year or more, so it doesn't need the extra cholesterol. That's what we just went over. If your body is producing all this repair substance and all this protection because there's a whole bunch of garbage in your body, we need to reduce the level of garbage. But it takes a while. That's the entire reason I did a DVD on detoxification, because everybody was telling people to do it wrong. Oh, and yeah, nutritioneducationdvds.com. That's just a new site that I put up just for my videos, but you can get it from the other website. So the components of a healthy meal include animal fats and proteins, some form of animal-based protein with its natural fats intact, and we already went over a whole bunch of different examples. I don't really care which ones. That's totally personal preference. There's really only one animal protein that I don't like, and that's pork. And I am not a religious Jew. I'm Jewish. My parents were, therefore I am. I'm actually a Kohen. I'm a high priest. But that has nothing to do with it. It's because 3 separate scientists, none of whom had ever met one another or communicated with one another, all found the exact same thing in independent research when looking at live blood and people eating pork. They found that if you took an individual, after you found one, whose blood looked healthy, and then you had that person eat some pork, whether it was free-range pork, organic pork, overcooked, undercooked, whatever you want, it didn't make any difference, that most often within 45 minutes their blood changed and began to look like the blood of a cancer patient. So we don't know exactly what's going on. It's not just the nitrates, because they use some nitrate-free pork. We don't know what's going on, but there's something going on. And as much as I like pork, we used to have bacon and eggs all the time. After all that research came out with different people verifying it, I went, I can stop eating something that I like when it's that bad. So I probably have bacon 2 or 3 times a year at some conference, but otherwise I no longer eat pork foods for that reason. We want 1 or more non-starchy vegetables of different colors, because colors contain nutrients. That's something that people don't understand. Every color is made by different chemicals. Those chemicals are nutrients. So if you're going to have 2 or 3 different vegetables, pick different colored ones. Don't make them all green. Chlorophyll is great for us, but don't make them all green. Bring in a yellow vegetable, bring in a purple lavender vegetable, bring in a red vegetable. And a couple things that I always like people to understand, and I teach this in my class, certain types of fruits and vegetables we are eating unripe, and we don't realize it. And the best examples are peppers and limes. There is no such thing as a ripe green pepper, and there is no such thing as a ripe green lime. Every species of lime will ripen on the tree and turn yellow, and every species of pepper, hot pepper, sweet pepper, serrano pepper, bell pepper, habanero pepper, I don't care what it is, every species of pepper, as it ripens, turns from green, which is its unripe form, to one of the many colors of a ripe pepper, depending on the variety. It may turn purple, it may turn brown, it may turn red, it may turn orange, it may turn yellow, but it will not remain green. Green is its unripe stage. We got enough people in here, usually I can get an answer to this that shows this. Anybody in here that when you eat a green pepper, it disagrees with you a little, but the colored ones don't? That's the reason. You're eating an unripe vegetable, or actually technically a fruit, but that's not important. Whatever real herbs and spices you enjoy are fine. That means I don't like the powders which have a word anywhere on the label that signifies more than one substance. So if it's a good powder or a good granule, I want it to say dried onions, dried pepper, dried parsley, dried fennel, dried dill, maybe a little bit of salt. Okay, fine. What's that last word? Spices? No, you can be hiding MSG in the word spices. You can do all sorts of things. I don't want a word that indicates more than one thing. So I don't want it to say herbs. I don't want it to say spices. I want them all listed individually. Then I know what's in there. And of course, a lot of things, if you've never had them fresh, you don't know what they taste like. A very good example of that is dill. The aromatic products, volatile aromatics that are in dill, cannot be held onto when you dry it. It is physically impossible. I've discussed this with a food chemist. So if you want to know exactly what a food tastes like with a bunch of dill in it, do something radical. Go buy a bunch of fresh dill and chop it up and throw it in your soup, and you'll see what it tastes like. I love dill, but you won't know if you just put in dill powder or dill seeds or dill weed. The best starchy foods, if you're going to have them, again, the top grains, teff, quinoa, and amaranth, barley if you don't have a problem with gluten, and other than soy, the other beans. Those are the starchy foods that are the best ones for you. However, we also have different types of, I'll put it back up so you can read them. We also have different types of potatoes or root vegetables that aren't as bad as potatoes. So all the colors of potatoes, you might as well just put sugar in your mouth. But yams, sweet potatoes, and winter squash are predominantly starch and therefore not great for you, but they have a lot more other nutrients. So if somebody says, at least one meal every other day, I have a big, huge potato, what can I do to still have some of that starch? Well, switch it to half as much, good beginning, and make it a sweet potato or a yam. And so we've reduced the amount and brought in a better one. And then put a whole bunch of butter on it to slow it down, because the butter is very good for you. Or you could throw in some olive oil if you want, or you could throw in any number of other things. You could mash a whole bunch of avocado in there, but you want to do something. Good fats, butter, olive oil, and I mentioned brands to a couple people at the break, but we should put them on the tape. There are only 3 companies that I know of that are multiple oil companies. What I mean is there are lots of companies that make one oil. So like, for example, Bariani is my favorite US-made olive oil, B-A-R-I-A-N-I. But that's all they make is Bariani olive oil. You know, there are companies that only press avocado oil. As far as companies that make multiple oils, there are only 3 that I've identified in which all of their oils are pressed at temperatures 120 degrees and below. And those 3 are Omega Nutrition. They're available online from the company. Flora, F-L-O-R-A, Flora Incorporated. And they're available in some health food stores, and if you look hard enough, you can find them online. And Rapunzel, let down your long hair, Rapunzel Organics. So Omega Nutrition, Flora Incorporated, and Rapunzel Organics, All of the fats that they press are pressed at healthy temperatures. The two companies out there which do not press at low temperatures, but the wording that they use, although it isn't a lie because they are allowed to use it, therefore it's legal, once you learn what's really going on, it feels like a lie. And those two companies are Hain and Spectrum. Both of those press their oils in a hurry, and so their oils are all pressed at high temperatures. It took me 5 years to determine with Spectrum, which is a little bit better than Hain, although we were just bought out by Hain, that the only fat that they press below 200 degrees is their extra virgin olive oil. So actually, if the only extra virgin olive oil you see in your store is Spectrum's extra virgin olive oil, the organic one, that's a decent oil. But all of their other oils are pressed to hit temperatures above 200 degrees. So we've destroyed them all. Whereas the three companies I gave you are pressed at 120 and below. So what else do we have up here? Best brands we just gave you. Coconut and palm kernel oil. There are a couple of different brands of coconut and palm kernel, and most of them are pretty good. I use Tropical Traditions, but there are a number of other good ones. The problem with snacking and snacks in general. Well, first of all, people need to understand that if, and for kids this is different because children have a much faster metabolism, so they may need to have more meals a day. But if you want to be as healthy as possible and live as long as possible, then you don't want to eat multiple meals. That's a big myth that came out because we were trying to promote, we, not me, the government, was trying to promote that grains are great for you. Well, if you start eating a lot of grains, people are hungry all the time. That fruits are good for you. People are hungry all the time. Fruit juices are good for you. People are hungry all the time because they're not good for you. Not in the amounts we're consuming them. So therefore, well, what can we do? Well, let's just tell people it's healthier to eat 5 or 6 times a day. That way, you think that they're still healthy because they're not throwing off the way you should be eating. But it's not. It really isn't. Because if you're eating the right amounts of animal proteins and animal fats, and you're eating the right amount, namely very little, of starches, sugars, and alcohols, you're not hungry in between meals. You have a good breakfast at 7 o'clock, and you're not the least bit hungry until it's time for lunch, 3.5 to 5 hours later, because you don't have any of the sabotage foods in there. So we really want to do that, and every time you eat, there's some type of an insulin response, and insulin is an aging factor. The more times during the day that we produce insulin, one of the things, there are many, the faster we're going to age. So we don't want to age faster, and therefore we want to produce insulin 3 times a day when we eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Some people, because of their lack of activity or their age, do very well on 2 meals a day. But when somebody says, I do very well on 4 or 5 meals a day, it's because they're eating sabotage foods all day long. So we really want to eat less of the sabotage foods so we don't need to snack because we're not hungry. Healthiest snacks, raw nuts is definitely one of the healthiest snacks out there. There's a new bar, and I hate bars, I really do. People come into my office, what's the best bar? Well, what do you mean? I don't drink. Oh, no, not that kind of bar. Protein bar. Oh, and of course I knew that's what they meant. But what's the best protein bar? Well, the best protein bar is the one you didn't have to eat because you ate real food instead. Because the protein bar can sit in your cupboard for 2 years. But I did just find a bar that's fairly new, about 1 year old, and it's made out of buffalo and cranberry. I'm trying to remember what the name is. I just ordered them. I believe it's called Tonka Bar, T-A-N-K-A or T-A-N-K-A-R, buffalo and cranberry, and that's about all that's in there, a little bit of salt. And so you're eating meat. You're basically eating a very healthy buffalo jerky with very little sugar, lots of good protein, but not as protein powder, it's the animal, lots of good fat from the buffalo. So I was thrilled when I tasted it. It tasted delicious, and I'm going to bring that bar in, and I will probably list it on my website for people just so you can find it. But I believe it's Tonka, something like that. We'll have the information at Price Pottinger within a couple days, so people will be able to call us if you can't find the bar and get the information. Because it is a bar that I do like if somebody has to. But otherwise, raw nuts, fabulous. Raw cheese, fabulous. I mean, those are the things we want because almost all of the other snack foods are actually sabotage foods. What are the least healthy snacks? Probably the least possible healthy snacks anybody could conceivably eat would be chips or rice cakes or popcorn. Because puffed and popped grains Okay? Puffed and popped grains turn into sugar faster than almost anything else you can conceivably eat. So there are two foods which are often taught to be good snacks for people that are overweight, but which in fact are excellent weight gain foods, sugar conversion foods, diabetes promoting foods, cancer promoting foods, and those two foods are popcorn and rice cakes, because they are both popped or puffed. They turn right into sugar. So if you're going to have popcorn, which I don't eat, put a huge amount of butter on it. Absolutely huge. Drench it in butter. Otherwise, you're better off without it. Sabotage foods, we've already gone over. Snacking and eating before bedtime. There's also some good research that shows that, interestingly enough, when we are asleep, there are thousands of things our body is supposed to be doing for regenerating and rebuilding. Now fancy that. And one of the things it's not supposed to be diverting its energy into is digestion. So in order for it not to be diverting its energy into digestion, we want to not have had anything to eat or drink other than water within about 2.5 hours of getting into bed. 3 might be better, but at least 2.5. Now, somebody will often tell me, well, but I get a headache if I don't have something to eat soon before bed. That will stop happening if you pull the sabotage foods out of your diet. That's being caused by a blood sugar dysregulation. As soon as we have enough proteins and enough fats, that's going to go away. So make sure that the last time you eat will be at least 2.5 hours or more before bed. And if your dinner is so early, for whatever reason in your family, that by the time you finally get to bedtime, it's like 5 hours later and you're starved, then 3 hours before bed, have a healthy snack. So that 2.5 hours, there isn't anything. So you want to do that. And you'll also find for people that snack closer to bedtime, when you stop doing that, you'll wake up a lot more refreshed because your body is able to divert all the energy to regeneration that it's supposed to. Also for weight loss, they did a marvelous experiment where all they did was take a number of people who had set fixed weights that had not been varying and who always had their last food consumption at least 2.5 hours before bedtime. And they told these people, we want you to eat the exact same foods you always eat, not make any changes. However, your last meal of the day must be closer than 2.5 hours to bedtime, just to see what it would do with the calories remaining identical. And they all gained weight. Because a calorie is a calorie is a calorie is a myth. It's not true. Different calories make a difference. When you eat them, make a difference. So if you want to help lose weight, and you normally eat within 2.5 hours of bedtime, that's one habit you want to make go away. Food combining and blood type myths. I always like to talk about that a little bit. Food combining, which has to do with people that say, well, I can't eat a vegetable at the same time I eat a meat because it doesn't work well in my stomach. And then I read this book on food combining, and I found out that nobody's supposed to eat those two things together. And that's the reason. And so I split them apart, and now I feel much better. So David, what do you think about food combining? Well, food combining is for people who have gotten so unhealthy, they may not realize it, that their digestive juices and their digestive fire is so bad that it can't digest whatever healthy foods you give them at one time. And so it causes a problem. And so with those people, if they split the foods up, they will be able to take their unhealthy body and make it feel better. But if we can get them healthier, they won't need to do that anymore, because food combining was never done in history and is not required with a healthy person. And if somebody says that there's a big difference, I'll say, well, I also want you to take a look at the fact that it has to do with the fact that your meat was cooked. And people will, look at me quizzically, and I'll say, well, for example, do you ever have a big salad as a meal? And many people do, especially the ones that are somewhat health conscious. And I'll say, okay, do you have any garbage on it, like croutons? He said, yeah, I used to, but then I learned bread was bad for me. So they pulled the croutons off. And so they just have a big salad with all sorts of different mixed greens and reds and oranges and whatever you put together. And I say, good, now what I want you to do is an experiment. Because you know that if you have any meat with that, you're not going to feel good. So I want to prove to you that the meat is not what's doing it. It's the fact that it's difficult to break down cooked meat. So I want you to take whatever you like, a piece of filet, a piece of ribeye, a piece of, I don't care what it is, cut it up into a bunch of little pieces, take a good portion, take 4 ounces, squirt some lemon or lime on it, leave it in the refrigerator, let it marinate a little bit just so you like the taste of it. And then when you have your salad tomorrow, for whichever meal you have it in, throw 4 ounces of raw meat on it. And I get all these stares. Raw meat? I go, yeah, raw, like ceviche, steak tartare, carpaccio, sashimi, all sorts of things that we eat that are raw. Just, get some good grass-fed stuff. It won't have any bad bacteria on it. And they always call me up amazed that they didn't have any of their digestion problems. Of course not. Raw meat is one of the easiest things for the body to digest. It's easier to digest raw meat than it is to digest salad. Because the most difficult thing for your body to digest is fiber. And salad is loaded with fiber and meat has none. So the only way you can make the meat difficult to digest is by cooking it. Now you make it harder to digest. So all those things are important for us to know. We went over sabotage foods, protein bars, again, the ones that I do carry in my office, which I hate to do, and again, oh, thank you, let me hit the blood types. The protein bars that I like best, Designs for Health makes a line called paleo bars. The paleo bars are only sold to health practitioners, but they have promised me that if people get on the Designs for Health website and call them up and want to order any of their paleo bars, I think you have to order a whole box of 12 or something. If you say you heard David Getoff in a lecture say you could order it, they will ship them to you. So the paleo bars from Designs for Health, they use the less harmful sugars like erythritol and xylitol. They use good quality whey proteins, good quality fats like coconut oil. There's another company called Biogenesis, and Biogenesis has a number of different bars. The only ones of theirs that I promote are the ones that are called ultra low carb bars. So they've got 3 or 4 different ultra low carb bars. Those are pretty decent. And then of course there's this new one called the Tonka bar, something like that, which has the buffalo, which I really like a lot. So the other thing I just said is the blood type. Well, the blood type diet was developed originally by the father of the naturopath Peter D'Adamo. And he used it in his practice for a long time. Now, from what I've been told, he never put any of his patients on the blood type diet until after he got them well. Peter D'Adamo, his son, decided he was going to write a book and make a lot of money. He wrote a book, made a lot of money. And his book is on the blood type diet. And then he came out with 2 or 3 different ones. The problem is that I have a number of people that have told me that when they went on the blood type diet, they made them feel better. Just as many people made them feel worse. And more importantly, there isn't any research that's ever been done on his blood type diet. When I was flown into the Southwest College of Naturopathic Medicine a number of years ago to give a 9-hour class, similar to this, an all-day class on Weston Price and Pottinger and eating habits, I mentioned something about the blood type diet not having any research. And one of their professors said, we are going to do some research on Dr. D'Adamo's blood type diet, so we'll be able to see if it's valid or not. I said, fabulous. That was about 6 years ago. It never got done. So, I am still not for it in any way. I find that most people need more fats, most people need more proteins, and I actually had one physician who, as an experiment, took a whole bunch of patients and purposely put them on the wrong blood type diets. And they all felt better than they had felt before. And he said the reason, which makes perfect sense to me, is that Peter D'Adamo is an educated person. He learned quite a bit about what foods are bad for everybody, etc. And therefore, all of his diets are healthier than what most people in America eat. So a lot of people will say, oh yeah, I read that book and I got on that diet and I felt so much better. And they might very well switch over and purposely go on a wrong one and feel better yet. So there isn't any research that I have yet seen on his blood type diets. I do not use his blood type diet, and yet I've got a thriving practice with people waiting forever to see me. So I don't believe in it, and if somebody does a really good research study, properly done, I will happily look at it and see what I think. But in order, this is important, this is Weston Price, in order to validate that the blood type diet really is necessary, essential, or even provable, the easiest way in my eyes, and this is per Weston Price, would be to go to a couple of these societies, find the few that you can still find that are still eating traditionally, and check all the blood types in this particular tribal community. Okay, they're all eating exactly the same foods that they've been eating for 30 million generations. So unless you go to do these, and you go to, let's say we pick 3 different societies, and unless every single man, woman, and child in each of these societies all has the same blood type, we've just disproven the whole idea. So if somebody wants to do it, to me that would be the first way to do it. So discuss the best sweeteners. All right, so best sweetener, in my opinion, number 1 would be stevia. There are lots of brands out there. My personal favorite happens to be the Stevita Corporation, but there are quite a few out there. Next best after that, as I mentioned a couple hours ago, is a tie between Yacon, Y-A-C-O-N, which is a syrup, and Lohan, which is usually a powder. Those are both prebiotics. In other words, they feed the good bacteria in our body, which is very, very good, and the body can't utilize the sugars of the types that they are, which is inulin and fructooligosaccharides. And then the next below that would be xylitol and erythritol. Now, there's a lot of people promoting xylitol and erythritol, and they're not natural products. I mean, your body actually makes a small amount of xylitol every day, but nowhere near the amount that you would find in the substance you buy. Plus, it's not the same as what they're making it from, because they're making it from whatever garbage they can make it from, corn, you know, etc. And so we're eating much larger amounts of these than any traditional population would ever eat. So I'm sure they're better than other things that are out there. But the first most important thing that people need to understand is tone down all of your sweet teeth. I wish people had a sweet tooth. People have 26 sweet teeth. Sweet tooth would be a pleasure to have just one. So we need to get rid of always loving everything so sweet. And if you do that, all of a sudden, less sweetness tastes okay. Agave nectar, as I mentioned, I do not like because it's mostly fructose, and that's not a good idea. And there are a whole bunch of others in there, none of the artificial ones. My God, you couldn't pay me enough to use aspartame in whatever name they have it under, NutraSweet, Equal, Canderol, or sucralose, acesulfame K. Let's see, we got cyclamates, which were banned here but are used in Canada. We've got sodium saccharin, which from the research studies is probably the least bad of all of them. But who wants the least bad? What's the purpose of using a sweetener that had to be manufactured in a laboratory? It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, those are the order of the ways that I like them, but I don't like any of them. I'd rather have the natural ones in lesser amounts. Meals for improving long-term health and blood sugar regulation. Meals with full-fat animal proteins. Meals that have not been overcooked. Makes a big difference, especially the meats. Meals with multicolored vegetables. That's always fun in PowerPoint. You can change the color of every letter if you want to. So multicolored vegetables and ripe ones. So we pretty much don't ever buy green peppers anymore. We buy yellow and orange and lavender and brown. Much, much, much better. Meals without flour products. And of course, we already went over that because there's no such thing in my mind as a whole grain if it's a flour. It's a whole grain flour then. That's not the same as the whole grain. If you're going to have a whole grain, make it a whole grain, not a flour from a whole grain. My favorite bread, and I don't eat bread. So all that means is that if somebody said, you're going to have a party at your house and everybody wants you to have some bread there, which one are you going to get? I'm going to call up the Julian Bakery. Their website is www.julianbakery.net. And take a look at each of their breads. And you can click on the bread and it gives you all the ingredients. They're whole grain, they're organic, they're sprouted, and I would only choose those 5 or 6 that do not have any soy and do not have any regular wheat. It's okay if they have spelt or kamut as long as there's no gluten intolerance. If there is, you have to have those out also. So that's the healthiest of all the breads. And how about a little bit of a dessert here? So berries with full-fat yogurt and stevia, or berries and cream, not berries and pastries. Berries are actually very good for you, and cream makes them taste better yet. And if it's good quality cream, hey, if you can afford the Claravale, and of course for people listening to this that are outside of California, you may not be able to find raw dairy, but if you can afford to get the raw Claravale or the raw Organic Pastures cream, that's fabulous. There's another company, Grays and Acres, which is not on the web. I'm going to have to get their information up on Price Pottinger's website so you can find them. But there is a Gray's and Acres on the web, but it's not this company. Gray's and Acres in Wisconsin, they've got a heavy cream where when I turn the heavy cream upside down, nothing happens. That's how thick it is. Unbelievable. If you're going to use a grain, quinoa, teff, or barley, all grains are whole, not flour. And a little bit about beef and lamb and eggs and dairy products. Well, we've actually covered quite a bit of that. I like to give people a couple of different brands. I already gave a couple of brands for beef. TexasGrassFedBeef.com is a good company. TallGrassBeef.com is a good company. Again, I'm going to have to get the Grays and Acres in Wisconsin because they've got good stuff. Trader Joe's sometimes has some grass-fed beef. Whole Foods does. You just want to check that it's grass-fed birth to death because places change. You want to check and make sure that's true. There are a number of different types of lamb out there from different places in the U.S. and from New Zealand and from Australia. You just want to find out, is it birth to death and how are they fed? And eggs. Eggs, very, very interesting because eggs are a super healthy food. One of the healthiest foods up until recently, over the last few years, when they found out that whey protein might be even better. I love the word better. Okay, so something that's processed down to a powder in a can is better than a fresh whole egg. Not quite. But, they're looking at it in their own ways to decide what they make is what they call better. But for a long, long time, an egg was listed, even by the American Dietetics Association, as 100. And all other proteins were compared to the egg to see if they were as good, which of course they're not. So eggs are really, really very, very good. Free range, organic, as long as we eat them whole and don't overcook them. But be careful about the words free range, cage free, because they're always changing. You'd have to get on the Department of Agriculture's website and take a look and see what are they currently calling free range, what are they currently calling cage free, because as of right now, cage free is a big cage. Caged is a small cage. And free range or free roaming means they have access to the out of doors and can actually walk outside. But the it's free range versus cage free. I don't know how we can say a large cage is cage free, but I guess it's the hens are free of the small cage. They're in the big cage. Very, very, very strange. So a couple of brands. Shelton's has good eggs. Organic Valley has good eggs. There's actually a company that makes, that imports eggs or exports eggs from New Zealand to us in these tiny little packages of 6. I can never remember their name. I believe it begins with an F if anybody has it in their top of their head. But it's a 6-pack of eggs from New Zealand. They're the most expensive eggs you can find in certain health food stores, such as Whole Foods. And I think they're like $5.35 per half dozen. But I have requirements that you can use fairly simply without doing all sorts of analytical chemistry to find the healthiest eggs. You want, number one, how hard is the shell? Because if the hens are being fed all the different minerals and nutrients they need, it should be a pretty hard shell. If all the shells in that box crack really easily, you just touch them, they cracked, that's not from as healthy a fed hen. So number one, and there's no particular order when I say number one is a harder shell. Number two is the color of the yolk. We want a deeper color, getting more toward orange and less toward yellow. Number three is the way the yolk sits. So we want a yolk that isn't flat on top, but instead is really standing up, it's domed. And number four, which is often the hardest to get, is you want the largest amount of the white, which of course is not white because it's raw. But if I say the egg clear, nobody will know what I'm talking about because we call it the egg white, even though it's not. We want the largest amount of the clear portion that's going to be turned white if you were to wreck it by cooking it, to be in a little island with the yolk in it and with as little of that white running away as possible. So if you take a plate and crack the egg into it, we want the better egg to have a larger portion of the white, which is really clear, sitting there as a little island, and a lesser amount of it running away and sitting flat on the plate. And you can take a look at a couple different ones, and you'll see that very, very easily. It jumps right up at you. Dairy absolutely needs to be discussed a little bit, so let's go over dairy a little bit. One of the things I hear about dairy is nobody should have dairy. Next thing I hear about dairy is mucus producing. Next thing I hear about dairy is why would anybody eat dairy? There's no other species on the planet that consumes dairy after it's been weaned. So let's take a look at a couple of those. First of all, is dairy mucus producing? Well, a lot of people are allergic to dairy, no question about it. And they're allergic to dairy because in most cases the dairy wasn't raw and the dairy wasn't grass-fed. Now, how many people here, either yourself or somebody else in your family, I don't care, is allergic to cats or dogs? Nobody. Wow, okay, that's better. 5 people. Very often when we're allergic to something, it either stuffs us up or makes our nose run. So therefore, you could say it's mucus producing. But I never hear anybody say, oh yeah, cats are mucus producing, dogs are mucus producing, peanuts are mucus producing. No, they're allergenic. So if the reason that somebody has more mucus when they consume dairy is because they're allergic to it, dairy is not mucus producing. Dairy is an allergenic food, and they're allergic to it. And a lot of people are allergic to poor quality dairy. So dairy is not mucus producing. Bad quality dairy, a lot of people are allergic to. That's what's going on. Well, let's get rid of this really stupid idea that we shouldn't drink milk because we're the only species that does. That's one of my real favorites. I mean, every time I hear that, somebody will raise their hand in my class and go, well, but no other species drinks milk after it's weaned except humans. And so my response is, let me make sure I understand this. What you're saying is that because no other species drinks milk after it's weaned except humans, we shouldn't do it. Well, yeah. Ooh. We shouldn't do anything that no other species does. Wow. Our houses are gone, our cars are gone, our planes are gone, our tables are gone, our electricity is gone, our cameras are gone, our tape recorders are gone, our soap is gone, our clothing is gone. I mean, basically, if we don't do things because it's obvious that if we're the only animal that does it, it must be bad, that's ridiculous. But nobody thought about how stupid that statement was because they never looked at it. Somebody just said it to them and they repeated it to somebody else, they repeated it to somebody else, and somebody asked me in my class. So it's a totally ludicrous statement. We have learned lots of things and we've learned lots of foods that we can eat that other species don't know they can eat, and as long as they haven't caused any problems, and there are milk clinics that they used to have, I don't know if there are any right now in Europe, where they bring people in with all sorts of different illnesses. And for months and months, the only thing they eat is raw grass-fed milk. And it has cured so many different diseases. Well, how many foods on this planet, think about this, how many foods do we have on this planet that were obviously manufactured for a very specific purpose? I don't know of any except milk. I mean, who says that peppers or tomatoes or grains or anything are for us to eat? I mean, how do you know they're not for the fungus gnats to eat? Only milk has a set purpose. It was made to be a complete food for a species, which for humans, if you go to the tribal populations, sometimes the infant is not even an infant anymore when they're still getting nothing but milk, exclusively for, a couple of years. I won't work with a parent that is thinking of getting pregnant or already pregnant if they don't promise me that the child is going to be exclusively breastfed. That's no drink and no food except breast milk for a minimum of 12 months, because that will produce the healthiest child growing into adulthood. That's very, very clear. The largest study ever done was 9 months. And when I spoke to the doctor who formed the study, and I said, how come I've heard a number of people say the healthiest children are the ones that are exclusively breast milk fed for 9 months? He said, it's the longest study we were able to get done. He said, I'm sure if we did 12 months, it would be better yet. So I insist on 12 months. So it's totally ridiculous. Now, are some people allergic to milk? Of course. There isn't a food on the planet that some people aren't allergic to. But usually, they're not allergic to the raw. If you're truly allergic, you could be allergic to casein. Some people are. You could be allergic to whey. Some people are. But the largest number of people don't have the enzyme. Their body is not making lactase. That's the enzyme that the body needs to digest lactose for milk sugar. We don't need that enzyme. Mother Nature put plenty of it in the milk. And we destroy it all when we homogenize it and pasteurize it. As soon as we pasteurize it, we kill all the lactase enzyme. So with the raw, if that's the problem, lactose intolerance, the problem goes away. So I find between about 65 or so and 80% of people, if they have a problem with dairy, have no problem with good quality grass-fed raw milk. And the others are truly allergic to something in the milk because you can be allergic to anything. As far as cheese, I promote the use of raw milk cheeses, and the big problem that I see is that our government, you can tell how much, well, I mean, just this conference itself, because of what we're doing here, obviously loves our government dearly, but one of the problems is that we allow the term raw for dairy products up to about 160 degrees. All the enzymes are killed by about 135. So you buy raw milk cheese in the store and somebody says, well, how come when I eat some raw milk cheese I react, but I eat other raw milk cheese I don't? Because some companies really make raw milk cheese, and the cheese never gets brought above the temperature the milk was inside the cow. And other companies, it says raw milk because they're allowed to, but it was heated up high enough that all the enzymes are dead. So you have to do some experiments and you have to ask the companies. Again, Grays and Acres and a bunch of others on the web you can call up, and you will find there are some really raw milk cheeses out there. Yogurt, as I said earlier, you're not going to find raw, and I drink 6 to 8 quarts of raw grass-fed milk a week. I don't drink any when I'm out of town because it's not available, and I really miss it because I love milk. So let's take a look at some nutritional supplements, because that's a little bit important, and I don't ever want to not go over some, because although I would really, really, really like it if I could just say, if you want to get well, take a vacation. Live for 2 years with this tribal population that I've made an arrangement with. You know, you can live with the Pacific Islanders. You know, you guys can live in Hawaii. You can live in this place in Africa. But we can't do that. So what happens is people come to me, and especially because I'm with Price Pottinger, they'll say, can't we do all this with food? And I go, well, I don't know. We might be able to do all of this with food. I might be able to get you in 20 years to the same place I could get you in a year if we just do food. You want to try that? Oh, well, why would it take 20 years instead of 12 months? Well, because you've been deficient for anywhere between 1 and 7 or 8 decades, and there isn't enough of everything we need in regular food to get you healthy super fast. There's enough in there to keep you healthy if you'd been eating it from the beginning. So the food is more important than the supplements, way more important. Oh, I hate it when somebody says, give me a pill. I go, no, you're not going to change your diet, I don't want to work with you, because the food is more important. But the supplements can help things happen faster. So let's take a look at a couple of them. First, I always like to start with are they safe? Safety has to be examined by comparison, because if somebody says, are they safe? Nothing is safe. Everything can be hurt. I mean, people can die from drinking too much water. People get oxygen toxicity in premature oxygen tents in the hospital because they give them too much oxygen. All sorts of things can be made to be a problem. Every year, according to the CDC, 3,000 to 5,000 people die as a direct result of aspirin. About the same number from Tylenol, which destroys the liver. All sorts of liver transplants. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, as many as 20,000 people a year. We lost a whole bunch of people to Vioxx, and a whole bunch to Baycol before they outlawed it. This was something in the Seattle Times on liver toxicity from acetaminophen, which was by far the most common cause of acute liver failure in the United States, according to the researchers. People don't even understand this stuff. There's so much stuff out there. The data suggested that consistent use of as little as 7.5 milligrams per day of acetaminophen could lead to severe liver injury, according to one of the studies that was done. People don't have any idea of what's going on, and then somebody will say something about nutritional supplements are a problem. No, sorry, wrong. You're looking in the wrong place. This is one of my favorite papers that was ever run. This is under articles in the article section of my website, and it's called Death by Medicine. I love that title. Really good title. It was written by a whole bunch of MDs and PhDs, all together collaborating. And they were looking at the condition, such as adverse drug reactions, how many deaths it was causing, the cost to the public, and the author of the various different studies. This is just one little part of the paper. But you're better off just getting on the website, going into my article section, and downloading the entire article, Death by Medicine, taking a look at it. So in comparison, you're much more likely to be struck by lightning or eaten by a shark than you are to die from any kind of problem with a nutritional supplement. So when a doctor says, be careful about those nutritional supplements, I go, where is he or she getting his information? There isn't a drug that they have in their office that isn't more dangerous than every nutritional supplement on the planet. And the ephedra is the only time they ever had a problem, and that was because they concentrated the ephedra, they turned it into a drug, And ephedra is an asthma herb. And it got used as a diet herb. So people do things for all the wrong reasons, and the wrong reason, of course, usually is making money. And so it ended up killing 1 or 2 people. We don't have any drug on the planet, none, 0, that has killed as few people as ephedra. But ephedra was a dietary supplement, so they came running after it immediately. MDR is minimum daily requirement. RDA is recommended dietary allowances. They keep on changing the initials that they're using for all these various different things, but it's important for people to just understand that supplements are extremely safe. If somebody wants to try some particular supplement to see if it's going to help them, or if their body disagrees with it, they don't like it, I don't usually worry about that, although in my lectures I train people specifically on supplements. I've got a video, one of the last videos we did was actually on supplements. And when the videographer asked me how long it was going to be, I said, Dwayne, you know the answer to that question. You've shot 11 videos of mine already. This is number 12. Dwayne, what's the answer to how long is it going to be? He said, I know, as long as it takes for you to cover everything you want to say. Exactly. So it ended up at 3.5 hours. 100%. Very often we get this thing that says 100% of the recommended dietary allowance. How did they develop that? Rough guess. Well, what happens if they found out they were wrong? They left it that way. What was the amount looked at? Well, sort of the amount that would, if it was lower than that, people would be so bad off they'd actually have symptoms of a deficiency. Well, so you're just slightly above the amount that gives a symptom of a deficiency? That's not the amount you need for health. Well, but that's what they call it. And to show you how stupid some of our councils can be when they're figuring things out, a big study was done a bunch of years ago on the amount of vitamin E that is normally brought into the human body in America from food. And they got real worried because they found out that although the amount that they listed as being necessary, which was like, 30 or 40 units, some tiny, ridiculous amount, was so small that nonetheless the amount people were getting was half of that. So instead of coming out and saying, oh my Lord, we're going to have to tell everybody they need a supplement on E because even the little amount that we say is necessary, the population is getting half of that. Instead, they looked at it in the normal governmental ridiculous way. And they said, well, is everybody falling dead of a vitamin E deficiency? No. Okay, redo the standard and drop it to half. So they just dropped the standard to half because that's what they found people were getting. That's not research. That's totally ridiculous. So then they do this research study recently, which was not a research study. It wasn't a study. It was not research. They brought together a whole bunch of studies that had already been done. And if you do an analysis where you're trying to look at different research, and you get on to Medline, Medlars, National Academy of Sciences, and you say, okay, I want all the research studies on vitamin E. Well, there are thousands. They didn't want to review thousands, besides which they wanted to prove that vitamin E was bad for you because the group was doing this, was trying to get people to stop taking vitamins. It's infuriating. So what they did was, in the parameters of the search, they asked for only those studies in which the people on the vitamin E appeared to live not as long as the people in the other study, for whatever reason, whether it was because the study was done wrong, because they used synthetic vitamin E, because they used a esterified vitamin E, whatever it was, those were the only ones they wanted to look at. And then they put all those together and they published this meta-analysis, which means they looked at existing research and said, you don't want to take vitamin E, you're not going to live as long. So all of my patients that are medical doctors, of which there are quite a number, immediately I start getting these phone calls saying, okay, I saw that last study, so I've stopped my vitamin E. Is that right? No, that's not right. Get the heck back on it again, and I'll discuss it with you when you get in the office. And we've got a long-term joke in my office, but it's only a joke because it's funny. It's also 100% true. And that is, a lot of people will ask me, how often do I see a doctor? And I remember the first time I answered that question many, many years ago, and sometimes you don't hear something until you say it. So you say it and you hear your answer and you realize what you just said. And the answer was so appropriate, so honest and so true, but so funny that I said, okay, that's the answer. From now on, that's the answer. And so when somebody says, how often do you see a medical doctor? I say it varies from year to year, usually anywhere between 14 and 25 times whenever they come in for their appointments. Can nutrients be used to actually treat diseases? Absolutely they can. There's no question that we have nutrient needs that vary and they can be used for treating a disease. We have a problem. The problem is the Food and Drug Administration. They are not doing what they were empowered to do. They are doing what they are being told to do by the pharmaceutical industry with whom they are in bed. And so what goes on is that if you have any amount of research, let's pick vitamin C. Vitamin C is a good example because it's got over 10,000 research studies. Let's say you were a manufacturer of vitamin C, of some supplement, whichever company, I don't care. It could be a major one, Twin Labs, Solgar, American Nutraceuticals, anybody. And you wanted from now on to promote your product in a slightly better way. So every time you were sending your product out, you sent out reprints of 5 or 6 research studies on vitamin C that the authors had given you permission, copyright permission to send out. And then when you go to the store, you go in and you say, I'd like some vitamin C, but is vitamin C really helpful for diabetes? And the person in the store says, oh, absolutely, sure. The manufacturer sent us these 3 research studies on how well it helped regulate blood sugar. And they give them to you. They're out of business now. FDA will just close them down immediately because you're making a treatment claim. And the FDA says, we don't care how much research is on. We don't care how much research is published in peer-reviewed journals. We don't even care if those journals are the big 4, which are the New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of the American Medical Association, the British Medical Journal, and the Lancet. We don't care where they are. You cannot make any claim that any substance treats a disease because only drugs can treat diseases. And so if you say that this vitamin can treat a disease, you just instantly reclassified that vitamin as a drug and it gets pulled off the market because we decide what drugs can be sold. That's what's currently going on. So if you were to tell somebody that broccoli can help them in some way for a disease, they could pull broccoli off the market. It's really a little bit peculiar. So we can't get the legitimate research that's been done out there. And a good website, emord.com, I mentioned Jonathan earlier, www.emord.com. Jonathan Emord is a constitutional attorney. He's got a whole bunch of good stuff on his website. What I suggest is, I'm sure it's still up there. I don't think he would have taken it down. There's a video called Freedom on Trial, which you can watch. And it's very important. It's probably the only video on there, in case he's changed the name of it a little bit. It's the only video you can download and watch. And what he's showing is what some of the facts are having to do with what's going on with the FDA. He's the only attorney who has successfully won multiple lawsuits against the Food and Drug Administration. But of course, they are continuing to do all of those things that they have been banned from doing. They just keep doing it. I don't know what we're ever going to be able to do to stop it. Physicians in other countries are taught a lot more about nutritional supplements. Part of that, especially in Germany, where they have the Commission A standards, is because they're drugs. So you go to Germany, 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C, that's a drug. You need a prescription. So therefore they taught about it. So it costs a lot more money. You can't buy it in the store. That's too much vitamin C. 1,000 milligrams is too much. Geez, I take 4,000 3 times a day. But in any event, a lot of other countries, they are taught more and they are used as drugs. American Botanical Council, the ABC, is a great reference for all sorts of different herbs. And there was a study done a few years ago where it was the most properly, thoroughly done study I had ever seen on echinacea, except for one thing. And what they did was to make sure they really wanted to see if this echinacea preparation they were using was working. They actually isolated the people they were testing it on into hotel rooms. They took live strains of influenza virus and they were dropped into their nose with droppers to make sure they were all given the same amount. They had first been on a certain amount of echinacea that they had made up for a certain number of days, and they wanted to see whether the group on echinacea got over the flu faster than the group that was not on echinacea. And the study showed absolutely no difference whatsoever. And I looked at the study and I went, they made up their own echinacea tincture? What kind of idiots are these? They wanted to show echinacea doesn't work. We have 50 or 60 studies that were done in the US and Germany that shows how well echinacea works. We know which products are some of the best. If they wanted to validate that, they would do what they did, drip the influenza virus in, segment the people into the different rooms, do everything to make sure it's really, really good study, and then pick one of the 2 or 3 firms that have made echinacea that's proven to work and give them that. No, they made their own formula up, the people doing this research, which is ludicrous, and it didn't work. So I'm saying to myself, Well, they proved they don't know how to make an echinacea tincture. That's about the only thing the research proved. And they asked Mark Blumenthal, who's the president of the American Botanical Council, would he comment on this study? And it sounded like, and I know Mark, he's a nice man, it sounded like I was listening to myself. He said, well, it was a fairly well done study. They did things in a very accurate, controlled way, and they managed to prove only one thing, that the particular preparation that they manufactured, however bad that was, doesn't work. Echinacea is a phenomenal product, and if you take the right product at the right dose, it works very well. So I might as well throw a couple names at you as long as I mention echinacea. Probably the 3 best echinacea products on the market that I can think of are made by either Herb Farm, Farm is spelled P-H-A-R-M, and it's available in the health food store, Herbalist and Alchemist, which you'll be able to find on the internet, also tincture form, and MediHerb, M-E-D-I space H-E-R-B. Those 3 are some of the top forms of echinacea that you can get. But of course, if the dose isn't high enough, it's never going to work. And the dose of a tincture for an adult is a teaspoon 3 to 4 times a day. So when you buy a 1-ounce bottle of something that you're going to have to take for 4 to 6 days, and you just bought a day and a half worth, it's not going to do very much. Where do all the medical journals get their funding? Well, the medical journals, of course, get their funding from the pharmaceutical full-page ads, and therefore it's not in their best interest to do things that are going to get them upset. How much can we trust the published research? Well, independent studies, and this was actually published in a journal, they managed to get this published, independent studies that were not funded by the drug companies have been shown to find problems with drugs 4 times more often than the ones that the manufacturer funds. And actually the way that they wrote it up was even more correct. What they said is those studies on a specific drug funded by the manufacturer were 4 times more likely to show the drug worked than independent studies. We should not even be allowed to fund our own studies. If somebody has a drug and you want it looked at, they should have to pay an independent organization to set the study up. Drug companies can, and do, very often stop most studies which are beginning to show major problems and restart a new study with a different design without ever giving the other study evidence to the FDA. One of the issues I once got from the Canadian Schizophrenia Association, I'm a member of a lot of different organizations, it's actually the Orthomolecular Medical Society of Canada, showed that with 2 or 3 of the psychoactive drugs, Prozac, Ritalin, a couple of others, they did like 7 to 9 studies before they were able to finally get 2 that showed the drug worked better than a placebo, so that they could submit those to the FDA for approval. The public has no idea of any of this. This is just something I always throw in my classes, and I thought it would be appropriate to throw in here. Give an example of bogus chemotherapy study. We had a gentleman who's a PhD who basically looks at research to see if it's valid or not. And he came to a medical conference. He was at one of my medical conferences, although of course it's a nutritional medical conference where I get more legitimate information because not being funded by pharmaceutical companies. And he had, it wasn't done in PowerPoint, this was a number of years ago, and he had slides that he was showing up on the wall. And he was showing the actual study done on a chemotherapeutic agent for cancer. And he showed the graphs, he showed the information at the beginning, and what he was showing was that in this study, it appeared, from what was published, that those people taking the chemotherapy lived an average of 4 to 6 weeks longer than the people not taking it. Now that's very standard, that they end up with results like that, and the public doesn't get told that. So the public often doesn't know that feeling worse than you felt in your entire life, throwing up all the time, losing all your hair, possibly dying from side effects of the chemo might get you an additional 5 or 6 weeks. Is that worth it to you? It wouldn't be worth it to me. I'd rather feel better for my last times of my life. But nonetheless, he showed us how many people it said had been enrolled in the study. And then toward the end, where it went over how the people taking the chemo agent had gotten an additional 4 to 6 weeks, that how many people had ended the study. And there was like, an 8-person difference. And nowhere in the study did it say why there was an 8-person difference. Sometimes they tell you, sometimes they don't. So he called up the research scientists. He introduced himself as, the PhD researcher that he was. He said, I need your raw data. And I need to find out why all of the different people that didn't continue the study didn't continue the study. And so they had this nice discussion. And what happened was a couple people went away, people left the area, stuff like that. But 5 or 6 people were killed as a direct result of the chemotherapy. In other words, the chemotherapy killed them. And their death certificate says death due to side effects of chemotherapy. And they're not in the study. And he said, how did you manage to publish a study in which 5 of the people were killed, or 6 or whatever the number was, by the chemotherapeutic agent, and that if you incorporated that into your statistics, that would have shown an overall that the people that did the chemo lived like 6 months less than the people that did nothing, and that would have been accurate. How did you manage to pull them out? And the study scientist said, oh, very easy. The study was written up that no person shall be included into the final statistics that does not complete the study to its end.
Oh my God.
So you can write a study in such a way as to purposely lie to the public. And to their credit, the physicians that are out there prescribing chemotherapy don't know as much about some of these things as I've just taught you. So they don't even realize this. Very, very, very sad. And then the other thing, where I just go over this little Russian-US race, somebody told this joke a long, long time ago, probably 25, maybe 35 years ago when I was in New York. And it sticks in my head because it's the best example I've ever heard of how you can say the truth while you're lying through your teeth. And it's a very good example of how what you say and what you mean and what people hear have nothing to do with what happened. So the joke is that there's a race that's going to be run. And the race is going to have only 2 participants, United States, and back then it was called Russia. And it was advertised everywhere. This big, huge race is going to be run, and 2 of the groups that are going to be in it, it's going to include the US and Russia. Nobody ever said that nobody else was going to be in it. They just left that out. It's going to include the US and Russia. And then the race finally gets run. So in the United States, all the papers, all the media get this big plastering that the race, that this big, huge international race was finally run, and the United States came in first, and Russia came in last. Now in Russia, they also hit the media all over the place. And what they said, which is just as accurate as what we said, is that the race was run, and Russia came in second, but the United States came in next to last. That's true. First is next to last, but there are only 2 people running. So we can therefore use words that totally lie to everybody. We can have a study that shows that the people lived a little bit longer, not much with chemo, when in fact they lived a lot less, by just incorporating a statistic into the study that we're going to look at it in a specific way, which is so biased that it shouldn't even be allowed to be printed. And so we have a big, big, big problem. And it's not about to go away soon. All right, most important first supplements. We'll go over a couple, then we're going to have a break. A good multi is really the best thing people should start with. Often people start with calcium. Some people start with beta-carotene. Some people start with vitamin C. Really the best thing to start with is a multi, because a good multi covers lots of things all at once. And that's what we're all deficient in. Every research study that's ever been done to try and find one person that doesn't have multiple deficiencies failed. Every research study done in the US, every single one, looking for people that don't have multiple deficiencies, were never able to find a person. They all had multiple deficiencies. So first thing is a good multi. I have a number of favorites. Again, I'm not selling them here. They're available in the health food store. Super Nutrition makes a vitamin I like a lot, and they make 3 or 4 different ones. They make something called the Perfect Blend for Everyone, which are pretty big pills, and for an adult, it's a 4 a day, so like 2 with breakfast, 2 with dinner. And please, when you take vitamins, take them in the middle of the meal, and then go back to eating, so they're really mixing in with all your food. If somebody wants a lower dose one, they have what's called the Easy Swallow Perfect Blend, where each tablet is half as much, so people can start with less, or if it gives you some indigestion, start with a lesser amount and bring it up. For people that want a really low dose multivitamin that's totally made from food but has much, much less in it, LifeStar makes a good one, lifestar.com. They only have one multi as far as I know. It's just their multivitamin. But that's very, very important, and a good multi cannot be a 1-a-day multi. It is impossible. Not because things like Centrum and Centrum Silver and 1-a-day have so little they won't ever help anybody very much, which of course is also true, but instead because water-soluble nutrients, which is what all the B vitamins and C and things are, don't stay in your body at a decent level for 24 hours. So if you take them once a day, You get to flip a coin. Am I going to take them with dinner and be deficient all day long when my body needs them for thousands of things it's doing? Or am I going to take them with breakfast and be deficient all night long when my body needs them for thousands of things it's regenerating? So basically, you always want a multi that gets taken with breakfast and with dinner, and a good one's going to have way over 100% of everything, usually 1,000% or more of a whole bunch of different nutrients taken with the meals, and then we're going to go over a whole bunch of extras because right now we're coming right into a break, so we'll break now and start up right after the break. So let's see, what do we have there? Good multi, vitamins should be taken during meals. Next is extra vitamin C. The research on vitamin C appears to show that most adults would be better off if they were getting somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. So that's either 1,000 milligrams with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or if they're getting a multi, a really good multi that has 1,000 milligrams in the whole full day's dose, then an extra 1,000 with breakfast, extra 1,000 with dinner. And I have most people taking that. They've actually found that if people take too little C, it can actually be worse than not taking any, which is really peculiar. So people taking like 300, 400, 500 milligrams of C, sometimes the C becomes a pro-oxidant, but as long as you get it up to a couple thousand or more, that problem doesn't happen. There's a huge amount of research on vitamin C, absolutely huge. Vitamin E, there's only one vitamin E product on the market that I have endorsed and that I love, and it's really easy to remember. It's called Unique E. Can't forget that one, by A.C. Grace. It used to be only available for health practitioners, which bothered me a little bit, and finally they got smart and realized that they were missing the boat because there are lots of people out there that had heard about it or that their doctor was prescribing it for them, but they couldn't tell anybody else to get it because it wasn't carried anywhere. So as of about a year ago, it's now available in the health food stores, certain health food stores, and you can get it online. And it's just called Unique E, and it's unique because the capsule looks like about the size of a 1,000 unit of everybody else's E, even though there's nothing in it but E. Because E is actually alpha tocopherol, beta tocopherol, delta tocopherol, gamma tocopherol, and when you pull all of those out in an equal, proper percentage, you get lots of gamma because there's more gamma in nature than there is alpha, and therefore really a good E has lots of gamma, lots of alpha, small amount of delta and beta, and the Unique E does that. So I take 3 of those with breakfast because the original research was done by the Shute brothers at their hospital in Calgary. And this was specifically for cardiovascular disease. This was a heart disease hospital. They put every patient on 400 units of mixed tocopherol E for every 40 pounds of body weight. I don't usually need to go that high. I have most adults take 2 Unique E with breakfast. I happen to take 3. I often take more than I prescribe for people because I'm not trying to overload people, but I keep on looking at all the research, and I take a lot more than I have a lot of other people on. Vitamin A, which I make a point here, next is vitamin A, which is not beta-carotene. Vitamin A is way harder to overdose than most people think. Vitamin A is not beta-carotene. That's very important to understand, because if you take a look at 50 different multivitamins in the store, almost every single one, because it's in alphabetical order, the very first thing will say vitamin A. And then if you take a look, it'll say as beta-carotene. Well, you can't have vitamin A as beta-carotene because vitamin A is an animal molecule and beta-carotene is a plant molecule. Your body's supposed to make a little bit of a conversion there, but that's sort of like somebody dumping a bunch of bricks on your lawn and say he just delivered a doghouse. We don't know if it's ever going to become a doghouse, but the right person might be able to turn it into a doghouse. Well, beta-carotene is not vitamin A. And so if you want vitamin A, you really want to get preformed vitamin A in a little gel cap, looks like a vitamin E cap, but smaller, and it says on the label, from fish oil, because that's usually what it's from, or from cod liver oil, because that's usually where they pull it out of. They pull most vitamin A from cod liver oil. And most people seem to do best with somewhere around 10,000 or 15,000 units of vitamin A a day. Very hard to get an overdose on vitamin A. It is possible if you took 100,000 units a day for many, many months, but pretty difficult. If you get onto Price Pottinger and you go into our new, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, Price Pottinger has a new area called PPNF Speaks Out. It's going over very, very well, and I'm recording little different things on there, and there's one recent one having to do with vitamin A and vitamin D. So by all means, get on PPNF Speaks Out, which is ppnf.org, and just go into the Speaks Out section. Trace minerals would be next, and we need generally a lot more trace minerals than we're getting because they're not in the soil anymore. We keep growing our food in the same place over and over and over again, And we're only putting back what's called the NPK. We're putting back extra nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, but we're not putting back all the trace minerals that the plants are bringing up. So pretty soon, after 2 or 3 or 4 crops, a lot of the trace minerals are not getting into the plants, and so the plant looks fine, but we don't have enough of what the plant needs to have for us to be fine. So we bring in some extra trace minerals. I've only found one trace mineral product that I really like. Most products I have multiples of in my office, and it's real hard to remember because it's called Trace Mineral Tablets from Trace Mineral Research. Most people can figure that one out. And dose I have most people take is maybe a tablet with breakfast and dinner. Cod liver oil, very, very, very important. Most people are getting way too little of all of the essential fatty acids that we need. We went over before EPA and DHA, those big huge names, eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid. And the cod liver oil is the easiest way to take it in. And again, for most adults, I have people take a tablespoon a day. The Carlson brand lemon flavored actually tastes quite good. Tastes like a little bit of olive oil with lemon squeezed into it. I put it into my smoothie. I tell people take it in between mouthfuls of food during a meal, so even that itty-bitty, teeny-weeny taste of fish that's left in it, because there's almost none, goes away immediately. And if it repeats on you and you burp up a little bit, then take a half a tablespoon twice a day instead, so you're just giving the body a little less to make it easier to absorb. Almost everybody is deficient in magnesium, not calcium. That's the big thing out there. They've been trying to stop osteoporosis by giving people more calcium now for the last 50 years. They've never been able to do it because that's not the nutrient that everybody's deficient in. So they give 500 milligrams, 1,000 milligrams, 1,500 milligrams, 2,000 milligrams, and we still don't have a research study published in which giving calcium has reversed osteoporosis. Heck, I don't even think we have one in which it stopped it, much less reversed it. But magnesium is one of the ones that we're often deficient in. And so if you're having any kind of lab test done, insist that your doctor order an RBC magnesium. RBC stands for red blood cell. And I usually tell them, mark it down as RBC magnesium and then in bold type, not serum magnesium. If you just say RBC magnesium, they get it right 10% of the time. If you also say not the serum magnesium, which is what they're normally going to do, then they get it right 80% of the time. But that's what you want, and then you want to be in the top 80% of the max reference range. So if it says that you wanted to be from, let's say, and I'm making these numbers up because I don't have a reference chart in front of me. If it said the RBC magnesium you wanted to be between 3 and 6, then you want to be between 5.5 and 6. You want the top end of the reference range. If you're a little over, that's fine. Take too much magnesium, same thing happens that if you take too much vitamin C. You get loose stool, and you back it off a little bit. Phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylserine. Phosphatidylcholine is lecithin. Lecithin is very, very helpful, even though it comes from soy, because it's not the soy, it's just the lecithin, and it helps emulsify fats, and it's a good brain nutrient. So you can pick it up. An inexpensive way to do it would be NOW, big company, NOW, Now Foods. They've got a big 2-pound jar of non-GMO lecithin granules. And if you took 2 or 3 of those tablespoons of that a day on your salad, in your food, in your smoothie, in your mouth, whatever, that will be very, very beneficial in helping your body to emulsify fats and help support brain chemistry. And then the other phosphatide, this is phosphatidylcholine, which is actually lecithin. Phosphatidylserine is another phenomenal brain nutrient. That one's a little costly. Jarrow is one of the best brands, JARROW, very good company. Again, I have nothing to do with any of these companies. I get no money from them. Jarrow has a PS100. Actually, to be confusing, they have 2 PS100s. You want the one that's PS100 soft gels, not the one that's PS100 powder fill capsules. Soft gel is a different form of PS100, much better. And minimum dose, just as a preventive, I take 2 of those a day. If I was treating somebody with brain problems or kids with attention deficit or emotional problems, they'd be on probably 4 a day. Everybody needs to get a 25-OH vitamin D test. The OH is the hydroxyl radical. So the way you read this actually is 25-hydroxy vitamin D. That's the name of the test, but it's written 25-OH vitamin D. And there's been a big problem recently with Quest. They have been doing the test wrong. So if you've had the test done in the last 6 months by Quest, you cannot trust it. LabCorp is doing it correctly. So if you've had it done by Quest, it may be wrong. So I tell people, get the 25OH vitamin D test done by LabCorp, and optimal levels appear to be somewhere between 50 and 70, and NG/mL means nanograms per milliliter, which is simply the reference we use in the United States. In Canada, it's a different reference. You need to check your vitamin D level. You cannot just say, oh, I'll take 1,000 units a day. Oh, geez, I just read something. I should be taking 1,500 a day. Oh, really? Somebody told you should be taking 2,000 a day? Test it. If you don't test it, you don't know where it is. If your level came back, instead of 50 to 70, where I normally see it come back from people, which is between 18 and 32, which is what you will probably come back at, then you might need to take 5,000 a day for 3 months and retest it to see if you finally got it up to where it belongs. If it's still on its way up, keep going for another 3 months. If it's gotten there, then you could drop it down to maybe 2,500 a day to hold it there. You have no idea where it is unless you test it. Vitamin D is super, super, super important. We're doing more and more research on it. I don't mean me because I'm not a research scientist, but they've already found 7 different cancers that it reduces your risk of, diabetes that it reduces your risk of, some heart disease that it reduces your risk of. It's a whole bunch of different things. We were meant to be in the sun. We were meant to be making lots of vitamin D. 20 minutes in the sun at the proper time of day when the doctor who is ignorant and doesn't know this is telling you to not go in the sun and lather on toxic cancer-causing sunscreen is between 11 and 1. 11 and 1 during the time of year that there's good quality sun out there, that you're getting nice and hot. 10 minutes on each side, we fry you up a little bit, okay? You're wearing a bathing suit, so you're mostly exposed. 10 minutes on each side, your body manufactures approximately 10,000 units of vitamin D. So if your doctor says, oh my God, you don't want to be taking 2,000 units of vitamin D, then your doctor doesn't understand that your body would be making 5 times that if you just got the sun that you're supposed to be getting. So you definitely want to take a look at that. A couple of the 12 DVDs I've put out are on detoxification and nutritional supplements because what I feel is the most important things for people to know. The things, and maybe we'll put them together as a set at some point or something and give a special price on them, is healthy eating, nutritional supplements for all the things we're not getting enough of from our food, and detox. There aren't any other 3 things that are as important. Sure, if somebody's got cancer, they want to learn about cancer. Diabetes, about diabetes, attention deficit. But everybody, to be healthy, needs to eat healthy foods in all the different ways that Dr. Price found around the country, take whatever supplements we need to bring it up higher because we have a higher exposure to chemicals and just eating well isn't enough, and then work on detoxification. For those people that are interested, my entire course that I've been teaching now, this is the 17th year, is on 14 audio CDs, 17 hours of instruction. And actually, you guys have got a phenomenal benefit because you guys basically just got a mini course. I mean, there are a lot of things I haven't gone over, but I went over way more than most people get, which is really, really terrific. You got way more than anybody ever gets of me, and of course, that's Paymon, so we thank Paymon for that. Some books of special interest. These are some pretty interesting ones. Your drug may be your problem. Dr. Bregan is a psychiatrist, and it's nice to have a psychiatrist that tries to get all of his patients off of their psychiatric drugs. So he's got a whole bunch of different books out there. This is just one of them. Your drug may be your problem. Excitotoxins, the taste that kills, that's Dr. Russell Blaylock, and he's busy talking about, monosodium glutamate and aspartame, all of the nerve poisons that are legal. Thank you, FDA. You're protecting us very well. Our Toxic World, a wake-up call. Doris Rapp is a semi-retired physician that specialized in pediatric medicine. Very, very nice lady. I love her. Her sister actually took my class a couple semesters ago in San Diego. That's a fabulous book. She goes over things very, very well. Sweet Deception, Joseph Mercola. It's just one of the many books on sugar. Lick the Sugar Habit, The Sweet Suicide, which is the movie that we just came out with. Some of you have already bought a copy in the other room. Malignant Medical Myths I mentioned, as I did Lipitor, Thief of Memory, and Dr. Graveline also did Statin Drug Side Effects, which is another good one. And a couple other different things. There's a book that came out a long time ago. Somebody brought my attention to it about 6 or 7 years ago, and they really did a good job. It's called Trust Us, We're Experts. And it's a book exposing the ways in which the marketing establishment is making us all believe what they want us to believe, even though the facts are elsewhere. So, you know, you've got a bunch of people that are on TV and they're wearing doctors' uniforms and stethoscopes, and it says so-and-so MD and RN, and they're actors and actresses being paid to say what we told them to say. And I don't mean we, I mean the companies that are doing it. So they go over very, very well how all sorts of things can be made to appear other than what they really are. Dwayne Graveline has his own website, SpaceDoc, because he was a NASA flight surgeon, spacedoc.net. And I already mentioned THINKS, which is the International Network of Cholesterol Skeptics. A couple of things I want to make sure to go over because they're really simple. Most of us use soap. Most of us use laundry detergent. Most of us use spot removers. I hope enough people in here are educated enough, but I don't usually find that to be true, that you don't own a microwave. Microwave is good as an anchor for a large boat. That's about it. And so we got rid of our microwave when the very first double-blind placebo-controlled crossover study was done by Hans Hertel many, many years ago. So I haven't owned a microwave now for close to 20 years. When you cook something in a microwave, you actually alter the molecular structure of the foods, turning it into something that is not good for you. You can actually monitor the blood chemistry of people and watch those indications that your immune system is having a problem increase the more you eat the microwave food, and they start to slowly go back down again when you stop. So we know this very, very well. Hospitals are not allowed to microwave infant formula because it either killed or almost killed a child years ago, and they found that it changes the amino acids in the protein into a toxin. Hospitals are not, but they don't tell us this, right? Hospitals are not allowed to thaw or heat up blood plasma or serum for an infusion in a microwave because that did kill somebody a number of years ago. So a lot of these things are known, but there's so much money in the microwave establishments that somehow or other it conveniently doesn't get to those of us which might have microwaves and might realize that we shouldn't be using them. But like I said, I don't own one. And for those people that think that you can heat up, for example, a cup of water to make the coffee that maybe you shouldn't be drinking even faster in the microwave than you can on the stove, that's not true if you have a gas stove. That's only true because you took a glass full and put it into the microwave. You don't have a glass full in your tea kettle. If you take an empty tea kettle and take the same glass full you would have put in the microwave and put that in your tea kettle, so you're still only heating up one glass full instead of how much was in the kettle, you'll find that the kettle on a good gas stove will heat it up just about as fast as the microwave without causing any problems. So you're much better off without it. I actually gave a lecture to 600 people on the harmful effects of cooking or heating or thawing food in a microwave in Washington, D.C. a bunch of years ago, and I was amazed. I thought I was not going to be able to find any research on it, and I was just going to have to go over hearsay beliefs and not have any science. I was very pleasantly surprised to find scientific documents in the medical journals going over things we already know and that the public is conveniently not being told. Folex, very, very interesting product, totally non-toxic spot remover that does a better job of getting stains off of your carpet than almost anything else and causes no problems whatsoever. It's available places like Home Depot and online. I would get rid of all of your nonstick cookware if you care about your health, because nonstick cookware is basically made with polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFE. If that PTFE was sold by the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Corporation, then it gets called Teflon. If it gets sold by some other corporation, it gets called Tefal. If it gets sold by some other corporation, it gets called Silverstone. But it's PTFE. So people will often say, well, there's no Teflon on my pots and pans, and I'll take a look at the gray color and they'll go, yes, there is. Oh no, they assured me it wasn't Teflon. Okay, well, it wasn't a DuPont product. If you go into a store and you see Kleenex, and you say, excuse me, do you have Scotty's? And they go, it's right over there. And you go, no, that's Kleenex. Well, it's the same thing. Oh, the trademark office would disagree with you because that's a registered trademark. Well, that's where we get problems with things like nonstick surfaces, because Teflon is a registered trademark. And so if it's made by DuPont, it can be called Teflon. Other companies call it differently. If it contains PTFE, then if you have a PTFE nonstick in the kitchen and you put nothing in it at all and you put a high heat on it, just like what might happen if you forgot and boiled all the water off and it was starting to burn but you didn't realize it yet, and if you have a bird in the kitchen, the bird is now dead. because what comes out will kill the bird. The bird has a faster respiration rate and is much more sensitive than we are. This is very, very well known by DuPont, but we're not birds. Yeah, well, yeah, actually, seems like we are with all the different things we've been getting recently. As far as soaps, Zetoon, and I believe it's probably zetoon.com, Z-E-E-T-O-O-N. This woman makes a really high-quality extra virgin olive oil bar soap. That's all it's in it. It's extra virgin olive oil. Everybody seems to love it. 2 or 3 different flavors, including unscented. There's a company online called Solutions, and then number 4, Y-O-U, that makes a very good quality non-toxic liquid soap that you can dissolve and dilute into all sorts of different amounts, depending on whether you're using it to clean yourself or clean a counter, or really, really strong to clean your car. Very, very good product. And laundry detergents, very, very interesting, because I've been looking for years. Linda's a massage therapist, so she's always cleaning massage sheets. And she's tried everything out there, and none of them work. The only thing that really does a good job is Tide. Every time you take a look at Consumer Reports and they rate all of them, the same one always wins as the best detergent for getting out grease, Tide. So she's always used Tide. I spoke to the owners of the big linen factories, and they said, yep, Tide is the best, and boost your water heater up to 160 degrees instead of what they're telling us to do, for conserving energy. So we've had to do that. But every time somebody tells me about a non-toxic detergent that's better for the environment, I want to use it. I want to try it. So we've tried, Planet Solutions and grandmas and grandpas and all sorts of different things. And she does them for 3 or 4 loads, and the smell of rancid oil starts coming because it's not getting anything out. And she stops. And then I found this company that takes soap nuts from the soap nut tree, and they make a laundry detergent out of it. Or you can actually buy the nuts themselves, but people like them. They're new liquid. And we tried that. And she said, I'll be darned. This is a really good detergent. So I finally found a detergent I liked. It's made by Maggie's. It's Maggie's Soap Nut Detergent. And wherever you can find it, it's a great detergent. It really does work, and you don't need much. 1 tablespoon per load seems to work very, very well. So it's a pleasure that there's finally a good one out there. So these are my girls. And they come into just about every single position you can possibly be in. They always go, they just love to find ways to make it so that when I walk in, I can say, okay, I've only got 453,281 photographs, but I don't think I've seen them look that way yet. So I go and grab the camera and do it again. But that was just one of them. And let's see, can I even tell from the background what they were on? Have no idea. But they love to get in those positions. So I'd really like to try and answer a whole bunch of questions, because that's very, very important. And here comes Painmon to say something. Mariam?
Related question. How about cast iron cookware?
Sure. Cast iron, of course, has been used for a long, long time. My first worry about cast iron is that a lot of the cast iron I've seen in the United States is now being imported from China and India and other third world countries, where some of the iron that comes in has been found to be filled with toxic metals, has been found to occasionally be radioactive. So I would want it to be U.S. Cast iron, and which is available. And the second problem with cast iron is that a lot of people have now found, it's pretty well known, although not by traditional medicine, that iron is one of those things that we can have just as much of a problem with having too much of as we can with too little of. So if a family is going to be using cast iron cookware, I would like everybody in that family to get a ferritin, that's F-E-R-R-I-T-I-N, ferritin level done, to see how much iron storage they currently have in their body. And as long as their ferritin levels are, let's say, I don't know, 70 or below, then we're probably fine using cast iron cookware, continuing to use it. But if there are already people in the family that are over 100, we already have about as much iron as I would want, and we're putting more in with the cookware. So overall, I have nothing against cast iron cookware. It's a very good idea, but it is putting some iron into the body, and we don't want too much iron.
Hey, David. Is protein in an isolated form good for you or bad for you?
Okay. And of course, the question whether or not protein in isolated form is good or bad has to do with protein powders, because that's where we get protein isolates. You don't get protein isolates in your beef, and you don't get them in your lamb, you don't get them in your fish or your eggs. That's always in a protein powder. I would prefer to not have isolates of anything if possible. So when that comes up in my practice, it's usually an exercise person, a personal trainer, I mean somebody that has been told or possibly feels better when they're getting a lot more protein, and so they're making protein shakes. And so they're using somebody's brand of powder, which they're putting in, and what it says on there is whey protein isolate or some other protein isolate. And they want to know, is that okay? My answer is I would prefer if they simply put in more raw eggs, because nature does it better than we can do it. And if somebody says, well, yeah, but I'd have to put in maybe 6 raw eggs a day. Yeah, okay. What's the problem with that? I know lots of people that eat 6 raw eggs a day. And of course, I've already gone over that cholesterol is not an issue. If you take in more, your body makes less, and that's not a problem. So is protein isolate a bad thing? We don't see a whole bunch of people getting sick from it. Has anybody done any real good research on the isolates that are being used in protein powders? Not that I've ever seen. So I'm not going to tell people, do not use whey protein powder. Do not use anything that says, a whey isolate on there. However, I would try as much as I can, and I do try as much as I can, to switch people over to simply putting in something that's very simple, because people are not going to make a whole bunch more beef and a whole bunch more lamb or veal, but it's very easy to crack in a couple more eggs. So I think that whey has its places because it seems to increase glutathione levels, but in general, I would rather people to put in more raw eggs. That's okay, me again, come on up.
It's about eggs, maybe I should ask you just to follow up. I had always heard that you were only supposed to use the raw egg yolk. You're supposed to put the whole egg in, including the white when you're using, like if I make a smoothie, I always put in raw egg yolk. Or if I made cereal for my kids, I put raw egg yolk, not the whole egg. Is that wrong?
Before I specifically answer that question, what did I say about fooling with Mother Nature? Anytime we remove part of a whole food, we have reduced what we are taking in nutritiously. The only problem that anybody has ever brought out having to do with the egg white, which again should not be called an egg white because we're putting it in raw and it's clear, it's not white, is that if you don't have enough of the B vitamin biotin, the body needs a little bit of biotin to properly utilize the egg white. And so it has been said, although I've never seen this in the 20 years I've been in practice, but it has been said that if somebody eats a whole bunch of the whites of eggs, especially raw, you may give them a biotin deficiency. Well, from what I've experienced, you're not going to give anybody a deficiency of anything. They've already got them all. Everybody's already deficient in almost every single vitamin and nutrient there, and as soon as I start working with them, they're going to eat better, they're going to be taking a good multi, they now have plenty of biotin, it doesn't matter. Besides which, there's probably enough biotin in the yolk to give you what you need for the egg. And so no, I would never split up the white from the yolk unless, because I happen to be a gourmet cook, we have people coming over, I'm going to make something I wouldn't otherwise ever make in my house, like a meringue, to go over some kind of dessert, in which case obviously you can't make a meringue by beating up an egg yolk. But when I'm making homemade mayonnaise, it's a whole egg, and when I use eggs in any other way, it's a whole egg.
Hi, David. I wasn't here when you talked about the blood type diet. Could you touch on that just briefly? What you're feeling?
To touch on the blood type diet, all I have to do is say that there's no research to back it up. The research that was going to be done by the Southwest College of Naturopathic Medicine was never done. Many people that have been put specifically on the wrong one of those diets have felt way better because it's still better than what most people are eating. And I have not found the blood type diet to be necessary. And the most important thing, which I said before, is that the way to validate the blood type diet, which would be very simple, would be to go to a bunch of traditional populations around the world, I don't care where they are, and make certain that every single person in that tribe has the same blood type. Because if the blood type diet had validity, then the entire tribal population that's been eating the same way for centuries and centuries and is healthier than anybody in this room will ever be, should all be the same blood type because they're all eating the exact same foods. And unless they can prove that to me, which maybe they can, let's see if they do that. I don't think so, then the blood type diet isn't valid.
I was just going to ask you, you talked a lot about the obesity problem through your lecture. There's also been a problem with decreased education for kids and things like that over the years. What do you do if you want to try and get them going on this, but they're probably not going to buy off on the whole program right away? How do we get them started? How do we get them thinking in the right direction?
That's a very difficult problem, and of course, obviously the easiest thing to do, no, not the easiest thing to do, the easiest way to do it, but this is not easy to do. It would just be the easiest way to accomplish that would be if we could get the schools to start teaching our children all the things that I've been teaching you, which is not about to happen, because that would mean that they would basically be saying, okay, children, we would like to let you know that everything that we serve in the cafeteria is bad for you. All of the vending machines that we have in the school are producing things that none of you should eat. And you're coming here to school, and therefore you're coming here to learn, and so we just want you to know that everything we're teaching you about nutrition is wrong. Well, that's not going to happen. So the answer is that what I find is that almost always, there are a couple of exceptions, those families are great, I love it, but they're, in general, the last person that the child is going to listen to and want to do something for is called the parent. And so what we want to do is we want to teach the kids. And I've had fairly decent luck if they're old enough, which is hard, because now I'm talking about 10 to 12 and up. They've come to my classes, they've watched my video on healthy eating, and now they're learning it from somebody else. And it's really weird. I mean, I'll have a family where they'll say, we took your video and we told the kids that, because remember, you have to give children power. This is very important. If you're trying to teach a child something, if you're trying to get a child to eat differently than they were going to, you have to make sure they don't know you're doing that. So what you'll do is, we've got this video that we have on loan for a while, or that you bought, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that we have to know about it, and I've been told that based on the stuff on this video, your mom and I are not eating the way we should. So I don't have time to watch it. I'm too busy. I'm at work all the time. Your mom doesn't have any time to watch it. If I give you permission, and this actually does work, but it's got to be the parents that want to do it. If I give you permission to tell us all the things we're doing wrong, and if you see me eating something that this video teaches you I shouldn't be eating, you're allowed to even raise your voice and say, Dad, you're not supposed to eat that, even if there are guests here. If I give you that permission, will you guys watch the video, take some notes, learn some of this stuff, and teach it to us? Now the kids are interested. Oh my goodness, we're going to be able to yell at Mom and Dad for doing the wrong things. This is going to be fun. So those are the things I've found that work. Now there have been a couple of schools that have called me in to give lectures, but not very often. One of the things I tell people if they say, my kids won't eat any vegetables. I say, are they allergic to vegetables? No, or occasionally one might be allergic to one, but in general, no. I go, well, do they like soup or stew? And of course, some people go, I don't know, we've never made it, because they don't cook. But for the people that say, oh yeah, we'll make soups and stews, they like it, okay, well, we have a new assignment. What you want to do is you want to make up a stew or a soup, and you want to take a bunch of vegetables, and you want to take approximately half of the vegetables and put them in a blender out of the soup, blend them up, and put them back in again. And serve it that way, but make sure that whatever your kids like, so if they like specific sauces, if they like it to be a little saltier, if they like dill, if they like basil, if they like butter, whatever they like, try to help that, put that in there. And they go, wow, I never thought about that, blend it all up. Why don't I just blend it all up? No, 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 no. This is a game. You must play the game. The child has to be able to pick out all of those things that you put in there that he thinks he's not eating, when in fact, the stuff that was blended up is still there and he is eating it. So we have to play their games and we have to give them power. Now another way to help where, and it's not exactly what you're saying, because you're saying teach the children, and part of what I'm doing on now is to get them to eat better, is I'll have people that will say, well, my kids only like white rice. How the heck am I going to get black quinoa or Thai red cargo rice or something in, because they look at it, and that's a problem with kids. Kids look at something once and they go, I don't like that. You haven't tasted it yet, but I know I don't like it. Well, of course, we all know they're wrong. They can't know that yet. Well, two answers to that. Number one, which was actually brought up by a psychiatrist at one of my conferences, which he tried to do, and he said it worked so well, he now tells all of his parent patients. He said they started a new program in their household, because they've got kids. They have a little chart on the refrigerator with a magnet, and each of the kids' names is on the chart, and anytime they bring in a food that the kids have never tried yet, so they bring in asparagus, They bring in quinoa, whatever the heck it is. They bring it in, and there's a new rule in the house, and that is that every child must try something on 9 separate occasions of different meals before they're allowed to say, I really don't like it, and they'll never be asked again. Because for a child, different is automatically bad, regardless of the fact that it wasn't bad. It's different, and different means bad. So when it happens the first time, asparagus, quinoa, whatever it is, they have to chew up and swallow a small amount, and everybody knows this because this has been discussed, and under their name it says quinoa, whatever the day is. Friday the 13th, which is today, good day to walk under a ladder and break a mirror. But other than that, it gets marked down with the day, that's number 1. And the next time could be 2 weeks later. Might be 3 months, might be 6 months before they finally do the 9th time. And what they have found is that 70 or more % of the time, by the 6th or 7th or 8th time the child tries it, okay, it's not new anymore now. They've chewed up and swallowed a small amount of it many different times before. They say, you got to do it again. They go, that's not bad, I'll take some. And the parents are like, oh my God, because that's what happens. So that's very, very helpful. Another thing that's helpful is, again, give the child control. You have to give the child control. So you're trying to get the children to try quinoa or red rice. And every time you bring it out, they don't like it. Okay, well, so we bring home a bunch of red rice. And you say, all right, we're doing an experiment. We want to find out which you like best. I'm going to make a bunch of different types of rices. They all look similar, but they're not. You say they're not. They really are. And what we're going to do is we're going to cook them different lengths of time because texture makes a larger difference to children than it even does for us. So you cook an amount that you would normally do, and then you take some out, and you cook it another 2 minutes and take some out, and another 2 minutes and take some out, and another 2 minutes and take some out. So now we've got 4 or 5 different amounts of mushiness, depending on how much you cooked it. Now we take each of those portions and split them into 3. So we've got this amount of cooking is now in 3 bowls. This in 3 bowls. So you got 3, 6, 9, 12 different bowls here with a small amount of the same red rice in it, just cooked slightly differently. So now, hopefully you have some idea for your kids what they like the taste of. Because we have to like things. If you don't like it, don't use it. I don't like the taste of licorice. All right, so if you add licorice to something, or anise or fennel, all of which taste like licorice, I'm not going to like it. You can't hide it. You can't hide something you don't like. But most often it's not they don't like it, it's different. So, what do they like? Well, if you know they like the taste of butter, melt a bunch of butter into one. If you know they like the taste of parsley or cilantro or garlic or whatever, put some of that into one. So make 3 different types cooked this amount, 3 different types cooked this amount, and then you call them back in. They haven't seen any of this. They don't even know they're all the same red rice. Call them back in again, and we're going to start making this particular type of rice. It's a red type of rice because we've been told it's very, very healthy, but I'd like to make the one you like best. So instead of just picking the one Dad and I like best, I'm going to give you the power. We can have the one you like best. Take a little bit of these 12 and tell me which one you like best. That's the way they're going to cook it. They love power. That's terrific. Hey, I love power. We all love power. So they taste all of them, and they say, I like this one best. Write down what it is, and you have something which they would have absolutely refused and not taken, and now they're going to be happy to eat it, and they're going to be looking to see if maybe you don't like it as much, but you're going to eat it anyway because they picked it. So anything you can do to give them power. But it really is a problem, and as far as simply making changes in the household, the only thing I've found that works, and it's not easy, is if, first of all, both parents have to agree if it's a 2-parent family. Because if you both agree, it just doesn't work. And that is, we have just learned, and you put it on yourself, okay? We have just learned that some of the foods that your dad and I or your mom and I or whatever have been eating actually aren't healthy for me. They're more likely to make me get sick and not be around as you get old. And, you know, I wouldn't have said this 25 years ago, but now here in 2009, especially if the kid's not 2 or 3 years old, but it's a little bit older, they've probably heard the word heart disease. They've probably heard the word cancer. They probably know 2 or 3 friends. This is a very sad state of affairs, but it's true. They probably know 2 or 3 friends whose parents or uncles or aunts have died in the last year of something. So as long as you can bring this in without traumatizing anybody, if you can do that, you'll know it's your children, your family, that, you know, remember so-and-so's dad, you know, died last year from something? Well, we found out that certain foods can make that happen. And we want to be around for you for a long, long time. We want to be your parents for forever. We want to help and see you grow up and get married. So we've made a decision. We're not going to bring the foods into the house anymore that are bad for us. I realize we love some of them. You probably like some of them too, but we really want to be healthy because we want to be here from you. So you put it on you. And so we're making some changes, and it's going to be a little hard for us to get used to because some of the foods we loved we're not going to have here anymore. And you know, probably there's some of the ones you like too, but we want to do this because we want to be around. And that seems to work better than anything else that anybody else has ever tried. And it's difficult. And you know, one of the things that we have to understand, if you were a zookeeper in a zoo and you found out that a particular food that you were feeding some particular animal has now been shown to greatly increase that animal's risk of fill in the blank, I really don't care what, stroke, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, that animal wouldn't get that food again for another day. It's gone. You're not going to have it out there anymore. You will feed them other foods. Now, that animal might not like the new foods, even though they might be better for him or her, and they might even be more close to what they get in nature. But they've been accustomed to these new foods, and therefore, day number one, they might not eat any. Unlike your kids, they're not going to say, I'm not going to have any. They don't speak English. They just don't eat any. And sometimes they don't eat any for 2 days, and sometimes they don't eat any for 3 days. And by the fourth day, and usually the third day, they're going to start eating, because no animal will starve itself. And it's very difficult to talk to parents about that, because somebody will say, well, I tried that and my kid refused to eat all day. Well, turn it into a toxin and think of it differently. Let's say that your best friend just called you up and said, I've never told you this before, but I just can't keep it a secret anymore. I'm addicted to heroin. And you went, you're what? What, are you crazy? You got to stop that. Oh, I can't. Every time I try to stop it, I get withdrawal symptoms. So what are you going to say? Oh, well, yeah, okay, never mind then. Well, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do those things. I get people that tell me they can't stop drinking coffee because they get caffeine withdrawal headaches. And then I say, and if your friend said that they had a heroin addiction and they told you they got heroin withdrawal headaches, that would be okay, right? Oh, no, it wouldn't. Oh, so their drug is not okay, but your drug is? So we have to understand that making changes isn't easy, but the only thing which must be looked at, and if you don't do it, A, it's not going to work, and B, it isn't fair anyway, is don't try to feed other people in your family different than you're feeding yourself. That's the issue. And I get that all the time because, of course, people bring a child in, and I'm supposed to reverse the child's attention problems, which, as I said before, are probably not attention problems, and I'm supposed to bring their grades up and do all sorts of different things, but don't take our foods away. So we have to remove the pasteurized dairy, we have to remove all the wheat and flour products, we have to pull all the Entenmann's and different cakes and cookies out, we have to get rid of the Haagen-Dazs, but no, we can't do that because we eat them too. It doesn't work. You have to do everybody. So the best way to do it is to say, we've learned this stuff, we're not targeting you, they're going to revolt. We are not targeting the kids. We have learned these things. We want to be healthy because we want to be around for a long time. It's great if without causing any kind of phobias, you can bring in the fact that, you know, mommy's uncle or daddy or something, remember they died of so-and-so? Well, we just found out that what you eat can cause those things. So we're trying to not have those things because we want to be around for a long time, and that's the best way I can answer to do it. It's a little long answer, but that's the best way to do it. Any questions? Yeah, please.
If you haven't already done so, you need to write a textbook for the schools. Have you done that?
I will write a textbook for the schools as soon as they're willing to utilize it.
Okay. My question is this. I have a friend/client who had a health clinic in Mexico, cured cancer, and also he had a problem with people coming to him about the autistic children. He sent one of his employees to Peru where he heard that there was a combination of supplements that would help with the autistic children. She came back with L-cysteine, L-glutamine, and L-tyrosine.
Okay.
And the reason I know about this is because the U.S. Attorney in San Diego came after him for false advertising. And in fact, he had a lawsuit filed against him out of Florida. Some obscure individual attorney in Florida filed the lawsuit. And so what I did as an investigator, I took statements from the various parents who had used this combination and had helped their children. I got statements from them, and parent after parent, they were upset because he was no longer going to handle that. So I'd like to have you comment on those 3 amino acids.
Sure. Well, obviously, you've heard from me for quite a number of hours that one of the things that I find is very, very important is for people to eat a lot more animal protein. That's where we get amino acids. So one of the things I find is that bringing in more amino acids in general is helpful. Cysteine is very helpful for detox. It's a sulfur-bearing amino acid that's extremely important for detox. Glutamine, very, very important. I mean, basically, all of those amino acids are amino acids that help the body in detoxification and in gut health. And so it doesn't in any way, shape, or form surprise me in the least that they would be helpful as some additional adjunct to autism. One of the things that I found that was the most fascinating about just amino acid therapy, and I've been at conferences where they're talking about amino acid testing, and people will come up to me that know me afterwards and say, "Are you going to run all those tests?" And I go, "No." They go, "Well, do you use amino acids with your patients?" "Yes." "Which ones do you use?" "Animal foods." "Well, but how do you know which ones they're deficient in?" "Well, none of Weston Price's groups were deficient and they weren't getting testing. So I want to make sure that there's enough of all of the sulfur-bearing amino acids for detox, and a good way to get that is actually, if they're not intolerant, raw eggs and raw milk, because the sulfur-bearing detox amino acids that he just mentioned, we want in high sulfur foods, the two best of which we can get raw, which are eggs and milk. There was a psychiatrist that came to one of our conferences, and he said something which I will never, ever forget. This was fascinating. He got up at one of the American College for the Advancement in Medicine conferences. He got up to the podium. He said, "You'll notice I'm not on your schedule." He said, "That's because I'm only going to talk to you for 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes, and that's it. So this is what I have to say, because I was told I had to say this." And then he proceeded to give us this 5 or 6 minutes. He said, "Last year at the conference that you had, a buddy of mine said, you have to come to this conference because these guys know a lot about nutrition and you're not treating any kind of psychiatric disorders except with drugs." He said, "And none of you know me, but I'm a very well-known psychiatrist. I'm booked up 6 months to a year in advance to get a new patient." But I said, "Okay, it sounds interesting." So I came. And one of the people that spoke at your conference last year, and this is just what he was telling us at the ACAM, was Linda Ross, who wrote a couple of books on amino acids. And she was going over how amino acid deficiencies, and by the way, just for you, this is not from him, this is from me, essential fatty acid deficiencies like cod liver oil is another big one, but that amino acid deficiencies are a major cause of all sorts of emotional conditions in adults and children. And it seemed really fascinating, so I decided to do my own funny little experiment. And when I got back to my office, I told my scheduling nurse that for the next 6 months, every time somebody called up and said, "I want to get on the doctor's waiting list," you're going to tell them that he has a requirement. Don't even tell him that it's new, just that he has a requirement. Anybody on his waiting list must eat in a specific way while they're waiting, or he won't take you when your time comes. And she looked at me very peculiarly, but I said, just take this. Very, very simple. You tell them they are required to eat animal protein with 3 meals a day. And so she started telling all of the people that were calling up and getting on his list to see him over the next 6 months to a year. And he said after about 3 months, or maybe it was 4 months, she came into my office once. She said, "Doc, you've got to stop telling me to tell people this." He said, "Why? What's the big deal? Is they not understanding? Is it difficult? People calling back and saying I can't do this?" No, that's not it at all. Starting about 2 months after I started doing this, I'm getting phone calls from these people with all sorts of psychiatric disorders saying, "Thank you very much for that tip on eating protein. I feel fabulous. I don't need a psychiatrist. Please cancel my appointment and take me off the list." And all he had done was tell them to eat animal protein 3 meals a day and get in all these additional amino acids, including the 3 you mentioned. So that's my talk. Thank you very much and goodbye. And he got off the podium and he left. But that was amazing that just that one thing, and the fact that we had here a traditionally trained psychiatrist that was willing to try this, that did it, that was astounded at the results, and I didn't ask him. I don't think anybody got up to ask him because he left the podium, whether he's still doing it or whether he stopped telling people so he could still have his booked up practice. So yes, we do need amino acids. Those 3 amino acids are very helpful in detox, and it doesn't surprise me at all. Another question?
I know you don't mention, I know you don't like using the word diet, and I don't like using it either.
Fine.
The first 3 letters.
Diet, yeah.
Okay, so anyway, what, you didn't touch anything about seafood. What about lobster, king crab legs,
Very good.
crab, and clams and all that?
No, very, very good. And of course, there obviously are lots of things I didn't touch on because this wasn't a 17-hour program. It was like a 5 or 6 hour program with breaks. So seafood. First of all, one of the problems is that a lot of the seafood is very contaminated. So as I said before, with fish or seafood, you always want wild caught. If it doesn't say clearly that it was wild caught, you're better off to avoid it. A good example would be shrimp. 86% is the figure I was given of the shrimp consumed in the United States is farm raised and has something like 50 or so different poisons in it. And when I saw that written in a newsletter, and actually they didn't say it that way, they said there are 40 or 50 poisons in shrimp. Shrimp is toxic. Nobody should drink shrimp. Should eat shrimp. I'm saying drink because somebody's drinking some delicious Claravale raw milk. Nobody should eat shrimp. So I'm thinking, that doesn't make sense. Where are all these poisons coming from high enough in the ocean that there are problems? So I called up the company and I got the author on the phone. And I said, I read your article and I don't understand. I only consume wild-caught shrimp from the Florida Keys and elsewhere, and I don't understand where it's going to have quite that much toxins in it. She said, oh, I didn't mean the wild-caught shrimp. Well, wait a minute. You wrote an article saying, don't eat shrimp. It's loaded with dozens of poisons. Well, I didn't mention the wild-caught shrimp because there almost isn't any out there. I said, really? I hadn't looked this up. I don't know what the statistics were. What is almost none? She said, 86% of the shrimp is all farm raised. I said, 86% is not all. That's not all at all. That means 14% of the stuff out there is wild caught. It's available at Whole Foods Market. It's available at a bunch of other different places. I said, how can you just dismiss 14% and not tell your readership that if they want and like shrimp, just make sure it's wild caught? And she finally said, you're right. I really should have done that. So we want to stay away from all the farm-raised stuff because of all the toxins that are in it. There is one heavy metal in almost all seafood. The heavy metal is arsenic. But the arsenic that is in seafood has been shown to be a type of arsenic that the body can clear rapidly. So the only time I tell people not to eat even wild-caught seafood is if I'm about to run a heavy metal test on them, because I don't want to think that there's a bunch of arsenic when it was just coming out of the shrimp or scallops they had. So they avoid all the seafood for a week. But as long as it's wild caught, I don't really have a problem with seafood. I look for mercury. So on my website and others, it goes over which ones. It used to be up until 5 years ago, all of the lobster was super low in mercury. Now some of it is creeping up. So if somebody said lobster is my favorite food and I have it, once a week, I would say that's probably not a good idea. If somebody said I really love lobster, I have it twice a year, I would say don't worry about it unless they already have a neurological condition that I'm treating having to do with heavy metals. So I'm really not against seafood. The people that are against seafood are either the ones that don't want to add in that the wild-caught stuff is fine, or the medical profession, because most of the seafood is loaded with a very healthy substance that they are terrified of called cholesterol. So, I eat scallops, I eat shrimp, I eat some crab and lobster. I have nothing that I can say against seafood other than I want it wild caught, and I'm going to dip it in a lot of butter.
Okay, my question is, are steamed vegetables okay? Do they still retain enough of their nutrients steaming them?
And the answer to that is always dependent on how long. People always will think of a method of cooking and not quite realize that the amount of time of cooking makes a difference. So anybody that cooks a lot knows, for example, that if you cook a roast, the best way to find out if the roast is done is to have a meat thermometer in it and to take a look at it. So if the meat, maybe it's been sitting in the oven at 350 degrees for X number of hours, depending on how large the roast is, and if the thermometer gets up to 145 degrees, then it's rare. 155 degrees is medium rare. But that means that the inside never hit over that. The outside's sitting at 350 degrees. So you're steaming everything. The steam, of course, is 212 degrees. How hot the inside gets varies. 212 degrees is hot enough temperature to kill every single enzyme. However, some of the inside parts haven't hit that yet. So steaming is generally fine, and the lower temperature, the better.
Are eggs a good substitute for red meat? Say you don't really want to eat red meat.
A good substitute for red meat. Let's just say that eggs are a very, very healthy and complete protein, and the benefits that you will derive from red meat that are not in eggs include the type of iron. So if somebody is iron poor, some people have too much iron, some people have too little, then the most absorbable form of iron is called heme. That's red blood cell iron. There are no red blood cells in anything that doesn't have red blood. So there are a number of different things that we get when we eat an animal that has red blood, because in case you didn't notice it, we're not caterpillars, and if we get cut, we don't bleed green, we bleed red. And therefore, when you're eating an animal that also has red blood cells, you're actually getting a whole bunch of nutrients you will get absolutely nowhere else. So I wouldn't say it's a substitute. I'll just say that eggs are a very healthy form of animal protein, and red meat is as well. And if somebody says, I don't like red meat, and they have a lot of eggs, they can certainly very possibly do very well. We might have to bring some other different things in, because they're different. It's not a substitute, just different. And when I was talking earlier about milk, this just brought this to my mind when I was saying that. When people are talking about milk, somebody will say, for example, is rice milk or almond milk a good substitute for, let's say, goat milk or cow's milk? And the answer that I always give is that we had a fabulous thing in the United States which went away. And it was called the Imitation Foods Act. And it was an act that was passed to try and protect the American public from liars and thieving scoundrels in the food area, so that they couldn't tell us things that weren't true. So in other words, there was no such thing as almond milk or soy milk or rice milk, because almonds, soybeans, and rice kernels don't feed their young, don't have breasts, don't have nipples, don't give birth, and therefore do not give milk. And so you weren't able to call it that. You couldn't have non-dairy creamer? How are you going to have a creamer without dairy when you've used the word cream? So it was protecting us, and they managed to get that repealed because of all sorts of nonsense in politics. So now we don't have that protection anymore, and things can be called something that make it seem like it's something that it isn't. And so there is no other milk out there that can be substituted for something that really is something that would have fed the young of an animal. So it's very, very different, and so I don't like to use substitute, but eggs are a very healthy form of protein. Next question. Do I have an anecdote for chemtrails? Ooh, boy, we just really went off on a tangent here. All right. Sure. Chemtrails are the various different unknown chemical substances that are theoretically being dropped on us from different types of jets. And one of the companies I deal with actually had a physician call up the company and say, we need a detox for chemtrails because, you know, we've found these chemtrails here. And of course the company said, huh? A detox for what? And the doctor that called him up educated him a little bit about all this stuff going on having to do with chemtrails. Are there things coming out of the sky which are full of toxins? What are they really doing? And he said, look, he said, I'm not going to get into this issue of what's really going on there, but if you're telling me that there are airplanes that are dropping things down and that those things are toxic, and you want me to develop a detox for you in homeopathy, then what you're going to have to do is collect some of this substance so that I can make a homeopathic detox. Well, it turns out within the next month, some jets flew over his area, and all of a sudden the number of patients coming in and having funny feelings and feeling bad escalated through the roof. And so he immediately started scraping some of the haze off of the windshields. And he put that into a container, sent it in to the company. The company made a chemtrails detox. And as far as what exactly is in there and what they're doing, I have no idea. But I will say I do have patients that test for that detox, and when they do, I put them on it. So that's your anecdote for chemtrails. The particular company that manufactures that chemtrails detox is Professional and Complementary Formulas. And they are a health practitioner's line. I don't know whether you can find them on the internet or not. But it's simply called Chemtrails or Chemtrails Detox.
David, you mentioned a couple different egg companies, Organic Pasture, no.
Shelton's, Organic Valley.
Organic Valley. Are the chickens fed soy? And if so, how much?
That's always a very, very good, very big problem. If you have any kind of food, or actually with animals it's called feed, where you're feeding a whole bunch of different bags of whatever to your chickens, you know, your roosters, your hens, your rabbits, you know, your mouse meal, almost all of those have soy. And I would like to be able to get around that, but the only way you'd be able to get around it that I know of would be if you went to those companies, you had your own chickens, and you said, look, I want you to make up a feed that doesn't have any soybeans in it. Well, okay, now what are we going to do? So you're going to have to figure out what to use. And we really do have a big problem because obviously, I mean, I've gone over and over that we want what every animal would have fed itself. And of course, it wouldn't have been growing soybean plants, letting them dry out and then eating the soybeans. However, it also wouldn't have been growing ears of corn, letting it dry out and eating the corn kernels. It also wouldn't be, and I could keep on going over and over and over again. So since we're not going to be able to, unless we own our own chickens and have enough area and a few enough coyotes and hawks and let's see, what's the other big one? The great horned owl that'll come right down and take them away. And unless you can put an area up where they've got enough area to find all the local stuff that they're just pecking, if we have to feed them something, nobody is making the foods that are really mimicking what they would have in nature. So the best thing I can say is, to answer your question, yes, almost every single formula out there that I've seen has soy in it. I don't know what the proportions are, and so when I'm looking for chicken is a good example. Instead of eggs, let's flip over to chicken. I eat less chicken, and I eat more beef, and more lamb, and more eggs. And it's actually appropriate that I just thought of this, and this happens because this is not my regular 9-week course. Why would I eat less of what a lot of health practitioners are saying we should eat more of? Why am I doing it backwards? It's very, very simple. Because the single most important thing is actually a combination of two. One, the animals that are eating as close to nature. Two, that I'm eating things as rare as possible. That's going to make me the healthiest. I can get grass-fed beef, but I can't get chickens that were eating exactly what they were supposed to. I can get grass-fed lamb, but I can't get turkeys that were eating exactly what they were supposed to. And therefore, I'm going to eat more of those because I can also eat them more rare when I'm making chicken. Personally, unless I was raising the chicken and slaughtering it myself, I am not convinced that the way they were handling it, some bacteria didn't get under the skin. It didn't get on the beef, and if it did, I'm going to kill it immediately. But when you're cooking it, you don't eat rare chicken unless you're a cat. So I want the things that are eating perfectly and that I can eat rare. And of all of the different chickens around that I found, of course, in different parts of the country, people listening to this recording in other states may not be able to find these brands. My two favorite chickens, if I'm going to eat chicken, are Shelton's and Fulton Valley. Those are the two best I can find. Even if they're not organic, they taste better than almost everything else. And personally, I don't eat any white meat. I eat only the dark meat, because the white meat has less fat. A lot of people are eating the white meat because they want to eat less fat. And they're going to have all the various problems of people that eat less fat. So I want the high fat. I'm very, very happy, whether it's Mother Nature, Father Time, God, whatever, I'm very happy that they all decided that it was appropriate to develop a bird that was 100% dark meat, and they called it a duck. So I love duck because it's all dark meat. But yes, that's definitely a problem. Go ahead.
This one should be a shorter one. I was going to ask you about beef jerky or jerky, that type of thing, because that's kind of almost an in-between between being cooked and being raw,
sure,
since it's a low temperature. And then one more thing is on magnesium. Do you have a certain type that's particularly similar?
Sure. Let me answer that question, and then for what I'm told based on time, we have enough time for one more question after the one I'm about to answer. As far as magnesium, I find that most people best absorb the form of magnesium called magnesium glycinate, Glycinate. That's magnesium bound to a glycine molecule, magnesium glycinate. Second best after that is magnesium citrate. And as far as the beef jerky, the big problem that I see with beef jerky, chicken jerky, turkey jerky, what do we got? Bison jerky, buffalo jerky, is the temperature that they dry it at. As long as the temperature is low enough that the enzymes are still there, so 109, 110, 115 degrees, they just have to make sure that they get the amount of moisture down low enough that it's stable. And then almost all of the companies that are making jerky are using standard soy sauce. Standard soy sauces all have wheat and gluten. And so a lot of people can't eat them. And I keep on asking some of these companies, can't you use a top-grade tamari sauce that is fermented and has no wheat in it? And they all say no. So the one that I announced earlier, again, can't even remember their exact name, Takahar, something or other, the one that's the new Buffalo Bar, that's the only jerky I'm going to start recommending because it is a buffalo jerky with a little bit of cranberries, a little bit of sugar that was in the cranberries, and there is absolutely none of the problems that I have in there. I think you had the last question. After that, we'll be off tape if somebody wants to come up here and ask me a couple more.
If you have a child or somebody who develops a sensitivity to certain food, for example, my son, it's now eggs, is there a particular protocol that you recommend following to help a person be able to eat that food again, or is it just view it as an allergy and they just shouldn't touch it?
Well, the first thing is I would automatically view it as an allergy and make it go away. At the same time I'm doing that, I want to make certain that it is a true allergy and that it is, and true allergy isn't even the right term. I want to make sure that it's not the quality. So if somebody is allergic or is having a reaction to eggs, if the eggs they're eating are always cooked, the very first thing I'm going to do is make them a smoothie with something that I know has no problem in it, that there's nothing else in there, and throw in a raw egg and see if they still have the reaction. Because if they don't, which often they don't, then maybe we can still give them all the benefits that are in the egg, and it just has to be raw because it's much easier to digest. If they still have the reaction, I will do one more try. I will throw in a yolk only, because it's usually the white that somebody addresses as the allergy. And again, this is raw because there's a huge amount of nutrients in the yolk, so I still want to see whether that's there. But otherwise, that's going to have to be eliminated, and as we do a whole bunch of work on the intestines, probably the best intestinal substance I've seen for intestinal support would be the product called C-Cure, C as in the ocean, S-E-A, Cure, C-U-R-E. It's usually about 6 capsules a day. It's a pre-digested whitefish protein that over a period of 6 or 8 months very often heals the intestines, and sometimes it's not really a sensitivity. Sometimes food that's too large in molecular size is getting into the bloodstream, and the blood says, what the heck is that big particle doing in here? And ends up reacting to it because it wasn't properly digested. So sometimes if we can heal the gut, in many, many ways we can get rid of that. So I thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure being here.